So let's talk materials. So what are you going to need as far as hardware for your bag? So the first thing you're going to need is a number 5 zipper, and the number 5 zipper, you could also have a number 5 zipper pull. This is a nylon zipper, and if you're buying it from a local store, it may be referred to as a handbag zipper. So it's thicker than a regular dress zipper or number 3. This happens to be a zipper by the yard. If you're purchasing it from a sewing supply store or sewing store, and it's not a zipper by the yard, find one that's bigger. I gave you bigger dimensions in the pattern so that you can cut off any kind of metal that may be on that zipper. You will need 2 swivel hooks. So the swivel hooks that you're looking for should be 1 inch, and that's 1 inch on the inside to inside of your swivel hooks, and that's for your straps, your adjustable straps. You're also going to need 1 tri-glide or 1 slider. This one happens to be a fixed bar slider, and that's because that middle piece right there doesn't move. You will need 4 D-rings, and they're called D-rings because they're shaped like the letter D. And you're going to need 4 of those. They should also be 1 inch on the long edge on the inside. You will need 2 1/2 inch D-rings. Once again, inside measurement should be 1/2 inch. You will need 2 18 mm slim magnets, and the 18 mm is what the pattern calls for. If you have 14 or you have 18 mm, but they're thicker magnets, you can use those as well. You will need a twist lock, and the twist lock normally has a female portion and a male portion. This should come with a washer. By the way, so should your magnets. They should come with a washer, so you will need those pieces as well. This particular twist lock has screws on the back of it, so we will need to take it apart. There are twist locks that are pushed together twist locks. So use the manufacturer's or the supplier's instructions on how to install that. You will need 10 double capped rivets. The 10 will be used for your bags. I will suggest where you can use them. You don't have to, but I will suggest where you can use them. I also believe you should have a couple of extra just in case maybe you bend one by accident. These are 9 by 9, 9 being the size of the flat portion, so this portion of it, the size of the head, and then the other 9 being the shank. You can use 9 by 10 or 9 by 8. 9 by 9 is a pretty good size. It's common for the most part. But 9 by 8, if you use 9 by 8, you may have a little issue with the thickness, but don't worry about it. Grab your awl, push it in, and you can make those work as well. A piece of elastic, and you just need a small piece of elastic for this project. And then you will need, or what is optional, I should say, it's definitely optional, is scrap material. So this is waterproof canvas. Your scrap material should be something that has little to no stretch at all, and it's going to be used to reinforce your twist lock, the prongs here, and the prongs on your magnet. You can use as options for the reinforcement, and they are just scraps. In the pattern, I use vinyl. You can use waterproof canvas, which is what I have here. You can also use Decoville Heavy, which you should have scraps when you make this bag. So any scraps that you have, as long as it's not stretchy, is something we're looking for. Something else you can do if you do not have those scraps is you can use your interfacing and just double up on the area where you're installing, these pronged pieces like your twist lock or your magnet. So you can just put a scrap piece of interfacing so that it's, instead of 1 layer, it's 2 layers, and you can fuse that down and you get the same effect. So save your scraps, I guess is what I'm trying to say. So this is all of the hardware you're going to need to make the Kayla Commuter tote. So the first thing we need to do, along with having our material, is we're going to need to be able to cut that material. So you will need a rotary cutter or scissors in order to cut your material, your fabric, and or your interfacing. You will need a pair of scissors to cut your pattern pieces out. You will also need a pointy pair of scissors if you're planning to cut out your twist lock And I do cut it out with a pair of scissors in the pattern. These are kind of like embroidery scissors, but they're Kai scissors, very pointy, very sharp scissors to allow me to get in there and cut that opening. A pair of snips, an optional, a pair of duckbill scissors. So these are duckbill scissors. I'll show you them. And these scissors are actually also called applique scissors, and they help you to cut the seam, to cut off the excess seam allowance, so to reduce the bulk. But what's also nice about them is you don't have to worry that you're getting too close. It keeps you at a very safe distance when you're cutting. These are very sharp as well, so there's a pointy part of the scissor, and it's very easy to get in there and to cut. So when it comes to cutting, you will need scissors, a rotary cutter. Make sure you have two different pairs, one for paper and one for fabric. If you plan to cut the opening of your twist lock with a pair of scissors, make sure they're pointy and sharp. Pair of snips, and optional are the duckbill scissors. Next, let's talk about double-sided tape. So I actually have two double-sided tapes here. One on the right is 1/4 of an inch wide, and that's probably the most common. And then the one on the left is 1/8 of an inch. I use the 1/8 of an inch to help me keep zippers in place. Something else I want to mention is that this is a scrapbooking double-sided tape. So it is a low tack and will not gum up your machine. I know that there are others out there, and as long as you know how to work with them, you should be fine. But I would recommend the 1/8 of an inch, but if you don't have it, absolutely use the 1/4 of an inch. Next, you will need a rivet setting tools. They come in 3 parts. You will need a cutting mat, and I recommend you get something from like Dollar Tree or Dollar General. You'll need this in order to be able to use your punches so that you don't mess up your cutting mat. You're also going to need something to set it, like a rubber mallet, which is what I use, or a hammer. The other thing you will need is some type of marking tool. So I have 3 Frisian pens, all different colors. They are heat erasable. One thing I want to mention is if it gets cold, it will come back. So that's just something to be aware of. I have 3 different colors that I got. It was actually a pack of other colors that I got from Staples, and I like them because depending on the material, I can pick the color that will show up. So if I'm using a dark fabric, black wouldn't work as well. So, if you can get the separate colors and just have them on hand, that would work very well. So I have these 3 colors that I may be using throughout the video. And once again, they're called Frisian pens. Another marking tool you may see me use is this Chalko liner. It is actually a powder, and there's a wheel inside that when it turns, it distributes the powder. I like it because I can simply brush things off and it disappears. So it's definitely removable. So next, let's talk about freight check. Freight check, especially if you're using cotton, as we are in this bag, is good to prevent seams from fraying, and we're going to be cutting holes. So using the freight check on those holes will help to prevent those holes from getting larger or fraying. Another tool you will need is a small Phillips head screwdriver. This is a manual one. It is not an electrical one. I prefer to use the manual one because I tend to strip the heads of the screws. This one is reversible, so on the other side there is a flat head, and I can flip it around. So it serves a dual purpose if ever I need it. It's also magnetic, so it's very easy to pick up screws. Another notion, which is totally optional, is thread locker. It actually locks the threads on your screw, so when you screw them in, they don't easily come out. It creates sort of like a plastic coating around the screw and where it's in the position that it screws into. So this is definitely optional, but it's something you may want to pick up if you don't already have it. If you're someone who doesn't change your needles often, This project is definitely a time to change your needle. So start with a fresh needle along with thread, and I recommend polyester, contrasting, or coordinating thread. Next, because we will be installing a twist lock, you will need a sharp pair of scissors in the pattern. I use it to cut out the hole on the twist lock, but as an alternative, you can also use a die kit to cut that hole out. Now, when cutting the hole out, you would just simply purchase a kit. I will put where you can find these in the description. And the die kit comes in so many different sizes. So I got the larger one. There is a smaller one. And you would select a die that's close in shape and size to what you want to cut out. So in this case, it's the rectangular one. And what you would do is once you have the right size, you would then use that. Now, when it comes to using the dies themselves, they do have a sharp edge, and so that's the edge that you're going to use. You would get like a cutting mat, and I picked this up at the 99-cent store because you don't want to do this on your mat. And then you would just hit it a couple of times with a mallet, and it will punch a clean hole for you. Um, Also, in the kit, there is a die for a circle, and the circle will come in handy because there are screws. So we need to punch little holes so that the screws can go in. So those are the two dies that just in this kit alone that you'd be able to use. So once again, I will put in the notes below where you can find these kits, both the small one and the large one. You can also use a punch, a leather punch, and if you want to do the circle, you can use a leather punch as well. So the next thing you should have is a ruler or some type of measuring tool. It could be a measuring tape. There are squares and rectangles, even though there are pattern pieces. You may choose to cut them from the cut list. You should also have a seam ripper. Mistakes happen, and you may have to correct them. Nobody really likes seeing their seam ripper, but you should have one on hand to use um, in any event. So it is listed on the notions list. Next, let's talk about feet. So since we'll be using vinyl, having a couple of different types of feet will be helpful. So one is a walking foot, the other one is a Teflon foot. Now, Teflon feet do come in different widths and thicknesses. Um, the walking foot, I don't really use mine because it is a little thick sometimes when I'm trying to sew. So switching it in and out takes more time than I want to spend, but it is very helpful for things like vinyl, which we will be using on this pattern. It's also useful when going over thicker fabrics as well because it helps to pull the fabric along with the feed dogs. I have two different types of Teflon feet here. One of them is just a plain Teflon foot, and that's the one on the right. The other one is an edge foot, and that's very useful if you're doing top stitching on vinyl. So it's not a must have, definitely not a must have, but it's something, once again, that maybe you want to put in on your wish list. The edge foot is definitely something that is very handy with vinyl, or there's regular ones also for regular fabrics to help you get that very straight top stitch along the edges of anything, including the edge of your bag. So these are just some feet that you may want to consider using. Um, I also will be using this webbing. It's just cotton webbing that I have hanging around, but a hump jumper. And I like the cotton webbing because I can make it as thin or as thick as I need it depending on what I want to get over. It's not just one width, and it's something that I had on hand. So, some type of hump jumper where you can stick it underneath the presser foot and allow you to level out the foot so that it can go easier over thicker fabrics. So it's called a hump jumper because it's like you're going over a hump, but it's leveling out so it's flat.
So, like I said, if you have one, most of the time they come with sewing machines, but if you don't, you can use either webbing like I'm using. You can even roll up a small piece of fabric, just something to help level out your needle as it's going over things or thicker parts of the bag. Last but not least, you will need a small piece of elastic. The elastic will be used on the inside laptop pocket to create a magnetic closure over your laptop so that you can secure it. So you can make it as long or as short as you'd like. In the earlier videos, I told you to test this out, the closure out, and make the elastic as long as you need it for your laptop.
Let's review our bag and get a better understanding of how the bag is constructed. So the first thing I want to mention is there is quite a bit of stabilizer in here. There is a DHL 2010 heavy, which is something that I sell in my shop. But if you want to substitute that, you can use SF 101, which is commonly known, which is a Pellon product, or Deco Bond, and I would say use 2 layers of that instead. You can also use Decoville Light, and I would not say definitely don't use Decoville Heavy. What I would say to you is test any of the interfacing that you're using, which is different than the interfacing that I recommended in the pattern, to show you a little bit about the flexibility of the interfacing. It does look like this. It is white. It has glue dots on the back, and it is a lot firmer. If I crumple this, you can see how it's a lot firmer than a regular interfacing. So it's somewhere between Decoville Light and SF 101. That's kind of what it feels like. So let's take a look at the Kayla Commuter Tote. I will go through how each thing was constructed, along with give you some things to consider when you're selecting your material. So the first thing that I'm going to mention is the front part. The front part uses both vinyl and cotton. This bag in general uses vinyl in several places as accent pieces, cotton, and then on the inside it uses waterproof canvas. So there will be vinyl accents on the left and the right, along with the flap, and on the bottom. I added purse feet. This was a prototype, but I added purse feet to the prototype. The purse feet are not in the pattern. So the only thing that's in there is it will be a normal bottom, and that's because I didn't want to keep adding things and to the bag and make you feel even more overwhelmed. So I tried to just give you the basics, along with a couple of things that you can learn from constructing this bag. So when it comes to the vinyl, I do have a separate video. What I will say to you though about the vinyl is do not pick a thick vinyl. You want to pick something that suits your machine. It should be domestic sewing machine friendly. I know some people may say, oh, I can use marine vinyl from Joann's. However, if you do, depending on the type of bag you're using, maybe you're not putting, for example, this bag uses foam. And on the front, there were 2 places where the foam is. And as much as you cut it out of the top um, seam allowance, there's still foam. So there's foam on this front piece as well as the main body piece, which is this fabric in the back. So that's something that you should consider when you're selecting your material. It should be thin. If you're somebody who wants to make this bag in 100% cotton, in other words, the entire bag is cotton, both the pieces that are vinyl and the pieces that are waterproof canvas, the only thing that you need to do differently is interface your cotton exactly the same way that it calls for the vinyl. That's it. You can cut this the same cutting instructions, so you cut them exactly the same. The only thing different is that you will need to interface it the same way you do for the cotton. Now, this is especially important on the inside where I'm using waterproof canvas. So if you replace the waterproof canvas with cotton, you should interface that as well. It will not give it the stiffness that it needs um, if you just simply use the cotton by itself. So if you're replacing the vinyl, I would say as a rule of thumb, and you should test this on your machine and make sure that it goes through. As a rule of thumb, if you're using vinyl, I would use 2 pieces of, let's say, SF 101, if that's what you're going to use to substitute in place of the DHL 2010. So if you're going to use something like that, but for the cotton on the exterior, if you're using DHL 2010, then use DLH 2010 if you're going to replace it with cotton. For the waterproof canvas on the inside, you will need to add DHL 2010 because the waterproof canvas is not interfaced. So I hope that that makes sense. If you're interfacing with SF101, I would use 2 pieces on the outside for the cotton and 1 piece on the inside for the cotton, because the outside it should be firmer than on the inside. So that's just a rule of thumb. Once again, if you're using Deco Bond, same way, you would use 2 layers of Deco Bond on the outside cotton and 1 layer on the inside cotton. So those are just some tips or rules of thumb. You can test it for yourself. There are testers, by the way, who have used other material or interfacing other than what's specified, and I will try to point that out as I go through the bag. So for the exterior of the bag, and I'll start there, there were 2 accent pieces on the front, and the center part is in cotton. The bag initially comes in 3 pieces, right, for the front. So there'll be a left, a right, and a center, and then you're going to join them all together. These are separate. However, your lining on the inside, which is also waterproof canvas right here, is 1 piece. So this is 1 piece, but this is 3 pieces that you're going to have to sew together. Once you've done that, your lining will pretty much match these pieces. The other thing is there's a piece of foam in here. Your foam is not attached until after you've sewn these 3 pieces together, and that's to keep the foam out of any seam allowances that are here. So it's 1 piece of foam, 1 piece for the lining on the inside. The foam should be cut a 1/2 inch shorter at the top short edges so that you don't have the foam in your seam allowance when you're sewing. So it should be under, you're going to fold over your material over your foam. So with that being said, we've talked about the exterior here. The main part of the body, this is the body part of the bag, is 1 piece. This is also 1 piece, and this also has foam. The side pieces, likewise, are constructed in 3 separate pieces. So you have, I'm going to call this the right, the left, they're identical, and then you have that bottom accent piece. Once again, if on the bottom accent piece, you're going to use cotton, interface it the same way that I've already discussed. This is the front of the bag. If I turn it over to the back, it looks identical to the front, right? So if you look at it, it looks as if it's identical to the front, except for the fact it does not have a twist lock. This is constructed, the first 3 pieces are constructed similar to the way you did the front. However, on the back, there is a cell phone pocket right here. So you're going to have to follow the directions on how to install the cell phone pocket. You're going to also only have 1 piece right here for your lining, but the cell phone pocket lining will be wedged between your exterior and your lining. So you're going to follow directions for that. This also has a magnetic closure in the back. It doesn't have a twist lock, but does have a magnetic closure. And something else I want to mention is that this pocket goes all the way from this seam all the way down to the bottom. So it's a big pocket, right? So you can stick something in there. It may look like it's only a little pocket, but it really goes the full width of the bag. So it's this wide and it's that deep. And that's true on the front and the back. So let's turn back over to the front again. Okay. We're going to talk a little bit more details about what I'm referring to as the gusset, and that's this entire piece that goes on the outside. So once you sew these 3 pieces together, what you will then do, and all they are is interface. There's no foam and there's no Decoville Heavy. Once you're done sewing them together, you will add the Decoville Heavy. If you do not feel it can go through your machine, you have a couple of options. One is to use Decoville Light instead of Heavy. The other one is to totally eliminate the Decoville Heavy or Light and just interface it. If you eliminate the stabilizers anywhere in your bag will not may not, if you eliminate the stabilizers in your bag will not be as firm as, let's say, a bag that has stabilizers. Because it's using the foam, it should still stand up. So it will not be as firm, but it will stand up, and the foam, will also help in protecting the things that you put inside. So the stabilizer, like the Decovil Heavy that we're being used, is to create more of a firmness to the bag, and to help it maintain its shape when you put things in here. So that's why we're using it. But you can definitely remove it, eliminate it, and not use it at all. When it comes to the foam, we're going to put one long piece of foam, just like we're putting one long piece of Decovil. If you have to match up your Decovil, just put them right next to each other, because maybe you don't have a whole piece. You can put them make sure they're right next to each other. Do not overlap them. You don't put them on top of each other, because we do not want any bumps. So if you put them right next to each other and you fuse them down, you could be good, because you're going to put foam on top of that. And the foam that we're using is a sew-in foam. It's not an adhesive foam. I do not recommend using the Pellon foam. It is thicker. And also, if it's not fused evenly, you can end up with little air bubbles, whereas you don't have that issue when you use the sew-in foam. We will be reducing the seams by cutting out the foam, and you'll see that in subsequent videos. The foam will be cut out of any seam. So right now I'm telling you, when you do it, cut out the foam out of the seam. And the other thing that you can do is, if you don't want to use the foam, you can use fleece. And I have had testers who use fleece as well instead of the foam. So I've given you a couple of options that you can use when constructing this bag to make sure that you don't feel as if you have to do it exactly like the pattern says and your machine can't handle it. These options should help you on your domestic sewing machine successfully complete this bag. So now that we've talked about the sides, we've talked about the front and the back, next let's talk about the flap. So the flap is constructed where there's vinyl on the outside. Follow the same rules. If you're going to use cotton, double interface it, and then there is cotton on the underside. We then we slip in, after we're done, a piece of Decovil Heavy, just to make it a little bit firmer. And you'll see that as you construct it without the Decovil versus with it. You're just going to slide that in after you have completed sewing your strap. So you're going to sew your strap, turn it right side out, top stitch it even, and then you're going to add the Decovil Heavy. The next thing you're going to do is you're going to cut a hole out in here. I am using a twist lock that uses screws, so that's the one that I will use in the video. If you use any other kind of closure other than the twist lock, then you should refer to either videos that are done by the supplier that you purchase it from, or you can even go to YouTube, and I'm sure there's a video for that. But I will be using the twist lock one with the screws. I will also be going through how to cut the hole for anybody who does not have something, for example, like a die that they can use. You can actually cut this out by hand with a sharp scissor. So I'll show you how I did that. You will see, everything that happens. It is something that you will have to do over time, and you'll get better at. But I am doing it with a scissor and not a die. I will show you the die later on. Okay, so you'll get better at cutting it. I'll show you how to do that with a sharp scissor. Let's talk about the straps. So the straps themselves are constructed. They're an overlay, what I call an overlay type of strap. In the back, there is vinyl, and in the front, there is your cotton once again. I am interfacing the cotton because I do want stiffness here. And what I will say to you as well is that I tuck in the end of my cotton right there, so I do not have a raw edge of cotton. I just open it up and I tuck it in, and I will go over that later on as well. There is a D-ring, and attached to the D-ring, there is a smaller D-ring, which is a 1/2 inch D-ring. And this 1/2 inch D-ring is what we're going to use to attach our adjustable strap. They will go catty-corner to each other, so you will do 2 strap connectors that have a 1 inch and a 1/2 inch, and then you will do another 2 which just have the 1 inch D-ring. When it comes to the connectors to the bag, and that's these connectors, Once again, when you're thinking about bulk, if you don't believe your machine can handle it, you can make this in all cotton. So you would follow the directions exactly the same, and you would do it in all cotton. What I've done with these connectors is instead of laying the connectors on top of each other like that, I'm placing them in a V. So they go like this in a V shape on the top of the bag, so that I'm reducing the bulk over here and putting some of it over here. So instead of putting it like this, where all the bulk's in one place, I'm opening it up and I'm distributing the bulk within your seam allowance. Once again, you can do it in all cotton. And by the way, you can make this vinyl and make this cotton as well, right? You don't have to put cotton vinyl here. You can make this, you can do this in vinyl, make this cotton, and then even make the straps if you want just vinyl and cotton. So you can mix it up and do it any way you want. Also, I've designed this in such a way that the D-ring on the back, if you're somebody who does not like to have your straps flapping around, but you do like to have the option of adjustable and over the shoulder, you can take that D-ring, hook it underneath your rectangular ring or your D-ring straight to the front, and then you can actually take your strap and tuck it inside your bag. So if you do that, then your straps are out of the way. Okay, and all you see is that. And then you would put your adjustable strap here and over here on the other side. Okay, you can always push them back to the back. So if you're carrying the bag, pretty much that D-ring is hidden on the back. On one of the other bags that you'll see, which is, it's like red and it's really silver. It looks white, but it's red and silver. I actually made the hardware the same exact finish. When I was doing the pattern and I was taking photos, I wanted to make sure that you saw the distinct colors and you knew what I was talking about. Okay, we've talked about the outside. Let's talk about the inside now. So looking on the inside of the bag is done in a modular fashion. So I do the back, I do the center, I do the front. Then I join everything together by attaching it on the sides. So what am I doing? I have a laptop pocket back here, and you will be doing a little bit of gathering on the bottom of the laptop pocket just to allow that laptop pocket to sit away from the back of the bag. If it's totally flat, it's not accounting for the fact that your laptop has a thickness to it. And when you put your laptop in there, you may not have enough room because it may not be wide enough. And you're also pulling your lining in. This way, it should just slide down and your lining should be flat. And so there will be a gap in there, and we will construct that. There is a magnetic closure on this little tab. When you're constructing your bag, test it out with your laptop, slide it in there. You may want to make this a little bit longer. So instead of, let's say it's 6 inches, you want to make it 8 inches, then just add 2 more inches also to the elastic. So try it out on your bag. Make sure that it goes over. There is elastic in here to give it a little bit of stretch so that it can lock in there. So that's a magnetic closure. So we'll learn how to construct that on our bag. Then there's a center divided pocket. The center divided pocket actually goes full seam and to the bottom of the bag. So nothing's going to get underneath your pocket. It is lined in waterproof canvas. I'll repeat again, or I'll say it over again. If you decide if you want to do cotton, just do cotton and 1 layer of interfacing and you will get the same thickness as the waterproof canvas. But it's just one big pocket all the way to the bottom. I'm going to turn it around to the front side of the bag, and there is a slip pocket there. That's a slip pocket. I will be dividing it into 3 sections. It is your slip pocket, so you can make it as many sections as you want. When I design the bag, I know that I carry, for example, my daughter carries her laptop, which is a MacBook. I designed the bag also for my laptop, which is bigger. Mine is a 17-inch, hers a 15-inch. So it's, my 17-inch fits in here. The other thing is I carry my charger. I carry also an extra pair of reading glasses. So I wanted a section to be able to stick those reading glasses in. And then I just created another section in here in case I wanted to put my ID in there or other things. But you can make it 2 sections. I just made it 3, but you can make it your own. I'm also going to discuss this top border piece because this is very important. That's the cotton piece that I'm using at the top. The top cotton piece does have Decoville Heavy. Now, we talked about using Decoville Heavy in a couple of places, and this is one of the places where it's optional in the pattern, and you can actually leave it out of up here. So if you do not have an industrial machine or a machine that can handle the thickness, because there is, there is going to be foam, there's going to be vinyl. If you're doing it exactly like the pattern's written, then there's going to be Decoville Heavy, and then you have to count all the interfacing. Your machine may not be able to handle that. You can absolutely leave the Decoville Heavy out of the bag. Like I said before, it will not stand up. In other words, there won't be that level of firmness, but it'll be a beautiful bag. And there is at least one bag I know that the tester did where they used cotton and fleece for the whole bag. Stunning bag. So make it your own and, make it easy on yourself. This is all about the journey. It's not about, having a bag that looks exactly like the cover photo of the pattern or somebody else's bag. It's about your journey and enjoying the process. This piece here and on the front is one piece. The way that I connect it is when you're done, you're going to have a back, a center, which is the laptop pocket, the center, and a front, which is your slip pockets. You're then going to put everything together. And the way that you do that is you're going to utilize what I'm calling the side bottom on each side. So you're going to attach it to your centerpiece. You're then going to attach the other side of this piece to your back pocket, and then you're going to do the same on this side. So that your divider pocket is actually wedged right in between the two pockets. They're in that seam. Then on the sides over here, it's only one piece. So even though these are two pieces on the side at the bottom, one here and one here, the top is going to be joined afterwards. And you can so do this because it is cotton, or in my case, cotton and waterproof canvas. This is totally pliable and you can just bend it away and sew what you need to sew. So you'll see the directions on how to do that where it's, right in there. I purposely did not add a zipper across the top because that zipper was almost like overkill. But not only that, it would have made your bag even taller because I would have had to allow for room so that the zipper wasn't sitting on top of the zipper. So you should use your center pocket with the zipper as if it was a zippered closure and put your secure items in there as well. But there are plenty of pockets on this bag so that you can stay organized. The sections that we're adding in here by joining the gusset also gives space. So, depending on how you use the bag, you can put probably a pair of shoes, like flat shoes in there if you want. And then there's also enough room on the flap where it doesn't hug the bag. Okay, this one does, but when I modified the pattern, this comes further apart so it doesn't fully hug the bag. So there's room to close it comfortably. All right. The last thing I want to mention is the adjustable straps. Now, the adjustable straps will use the swivel hooks on them, and I will explain to you in the directions how to miter pieces together. And that's because when we're using the cotton here, it does not come to 54 inches. So you'll have to join two pieces together. And in the pattern and on the video, I will show you how to miter cotton together so that you can get one long piece. You may have to do it as well on the vinyl, depending on what vinyl you pick and the length of the vinyl. But that is once again covered in there. If you purchased a kit, what I will say to you is some of you may have rectangular connector pieces. You can use rectangles or you can use D-rings. If you're somebody who likes O-rings, you can use O-rings. So it's whatever ring you want to use. The only thing that I would say is kind of not negotiable is this 1/2 inch right here, right? That 1/2 inch is not negotiable because you need to make sure you sew it into this piece. And the only way to do it is, the way that I construct it. But I will say that. I will also say on your adjustable strap, if you decide you don't want to make the strap 1 inch, but you want to make it wider, you can do that. Because you attach the adjustable strap separately, it can be as wide as you want it to be, and then you can still attach that to this little 1/2 inch D-ring. right? So the 1/2 inch D-ring was meant to be hidden in the back so you don't see anything on the outside if you choose not to carry the adjustable strap. It also has 10 rivets. So the rivets that you're using, 4 will be used for the straps right here. 2 will be used for your adjustable strap. And then you will have 4 left over that you can use to secure anything you want. So you can use them if you want to secure that extra rivet here. You can use it on the inside. If you want to on your pockets, because maybe you believe that you're going to go in and out of them quite a bit. So some people will take them and add a rivet right where you sewed the line at the top over here, because the way that they work, they may pull them out. So you can add those extra 4 rivets where you would like. I like having extra rivets because I tend to bend them, not purposely, but by accident. And so I always like to have a couple of spare. So that's how the rivets are going to be used. And the twist lock, once again, if you're not using one like I am, install it the way that the company that you bought it from, or give YouTube a look. But that's the bag. In closing, what I'd like to say is making this bag is not something that you should say, I'm going to do necessarily right when I come off of work. I'm going to start doing it. The cutting is going to take you some time. Probably the most time is deciding what fabric you want to use, but the cutting is going to take you some time. And then you'll need to sew all the pieces together, and that will take you some time as well. So what I would say to you is look at this bag as a journey. It is marathon. It's not a sprint. Okay. And you want to take your time, but I promise you, once it's done, it will be totally, totally worth it. You'll be happy with what you come up with. And I'm excited to see what you guys make. So don't forget to post pictures, and also make sure when you're posting the pictures, if you made any modifications, inspire other people by letting everyone know what you did. So we're going to go on, and we're going to start making our Kayla Commuter tote. We're getting ready to talk about interfacing. But before we talk about interfacing, I do want to have a quick conversation about the vinyl that you're going to use for your bag. So I will say to you that if you have vinyl that you're comfortable with, that doesn't have a stretch, and we'll talk about what stretch means in a moment, but that doesn't have a stretch and you're not concerned about it getting distorted, you can absolutely not interface your vinyl. But I will say to you, if it has a stretch, take into consideration that stretch, and also take into consideration the thickness of your vinyl. And we'll talk about those things as well. When you're thinking about interfacing. So the vinyl that I used was a medium weight kind of vinyl. It was actually domestic sewing machine friendly. However, it did have a stretch. And I will show you, I have a piece of it here. It did have a stretch. It is rather thin. It's on the thin side, but it does have a stretch. So that stretch impacted the way that my bag came out, because I had to know to cut it a certain way, whether it be on the grain or cross grain, to make sure that when I was sewing with it, that stretch didn't interfere with the final look. So in order to get a smooth look, I had to make sure that I firmed up, for lack of a better term, this piece of vinyl by using an interfacing that would stabilize it in such a way that I wouldn't get that distortion. So I have 3 pieces of vinyl here. I'm not going to say where I got them from, only because where I got them from doesn't matter as much as you understanding what it is you're trying to eliminate when you're putting together this bag, and some considerations you should have about the vinyl. So the first piece of vinyl, which was this vinyl, which is the piece that I use for my bag, it is domestic sewing machine friendly. It is lovely. It feels very good to the hand. However, when I was sewing it, I notice how when I pull on it at an angle, it has that stretch. And it has that stretch regardless of which direction I pull it in, right? It's a little less this way. This way it may not seem like it's a lot, but it is. When your needle is going across your material and it's going, your pressure foot does tend to grab just slightly. And as you do things, go around curves and things like that, the material will move ever so slightly. So I did add a heavier stabilizer on the back of this. It's one that I carry in my shop. It's DLH 2010, and it's the heavier version. And that was to give this a nice stabilization so that when I sewed it, it was more like a stiffer fabric than it was like a vinyl, which had that stretch and that it being supple. The second piece of vinyl, which is this piece of vinyl, and I'll talk about this one, kind of has like a fleecy kind of backing on it, sort of like spongy, but it has a fleecy type of backing. It's very easy because of that backing to adhere the interfacing to it because the interfacing does have glue. This one has a fabric backing. This one also, if you look at it, has that stretch. So hopefully you can see that. It doesn't have it as much this way, right? But it does have it this way, and it does have it this way, right, with the grain. So cross grain, it doesn't. So if you're cutting it and you understand cross grain and things like that, you can do it cross grain, not interfacing, and once again, depend on the thickness. These two are about the same thickness. This one here is just slightly thinner, but that's because this one has a fabric type of backing and this one has more of a fleece or trying to think of what it is, but it feels like a fleecy, a very, very light fleece backing. So both of these, if it was me, I would interface it. Give yours a try on a test piece. When you're testing on your piece, make sure to go in all directions. So just don't go back, in this direction, go this direction, go in a circle, because that's how you're going to move your piece, and see how it operates without the interfacing. Interfacing will add a level of thickness to it. So if you have concern about that, once again, you can make this bag in all cotton. And where you do have the vinyl, replace it with cotton and the interfacing. And then this conversation that we're having isn't as important to you. This is the piece of vinyl I will be using for the bag that we'll be sewing, and I will be instructing you. This is a silvery color. This one is actually pretty thick. It's thicker. It's slightly thicker than this one. I don't know if you can actually see the thickness of it, but it's really thicker than this one. This one does have sort of a foamy fleece backing, and I don't know if you could see that, but you can see the thickness here, and I'll put up my original one, which was this one, and you can see the difference in the thickness, right? So if I'm going to use this bottom one, it will add a significant amount of bulk to my bag. So if my machine can't handle it, this is not one that I would recommend for you. This one, when I look at it, does have a stretch. So you can see it's got a stretch. Not as much that way, but it does have a stretch. Because it is a thicker vinyl, it may not be one necessarily that you want to put an interfacing on because it doesn't have enough of a stretch that it should make a difference to your bag. Because of what I'm going to try to do with it, that this piece of vinyl may be a little bit too thick, but I will still use it on my domestic sewing machine. You may see me hand crank in certain places to make sure it gets over the thickness. In addition to that, your hump jumper is something that comes in very handy with the thicknesses, and you'll see me do that when I'm doing the top stitching. So I'm going to interface this with the same interfacing as in the pattern. I will also, you can also use a lighter interface if you want. So you can use, I have DLH 2010 light, which other people have comparable ones to it. And you can use a lighter interface for this instead of the stiffer one. But I'm going to use a stiffer one for it. And that's the difference in the different vinyls that you're going to use. So keep that in mind. If you buy vinyl, give it a test run before you use it on your project. Make sure that you're comfortable with using it. Make sure you're comfortable with the way that it sews, and you understand that, vinyl can have a stretch, and you can do things to try to minimize or reduce or even eliminate the stress by interfacing it with either a light interfacing or a heavier interfacing, depending on what you're going for and depending on what your machine can handle. So with that said, let's talk about how we're going to interface it. So you're going to flip it over to the reverse side. you're going to take your interfacing, you're going to lay glue side down against the wrong side of the fabric. You're going to match up all the sides. And when you're interfacing, the other thing you want to make sure you do is that you press and not iron. So the difference between pressing and not iron, when you press something, it's literally that, it's pressing. So it's taking your iron, putting it down in one spot. I'm going to give it a little bit of steam. That's pressing it. I haven't moved it around, right? Ironing means that you're doing like this. We're not going to iron, we're going to press. So we're going to hold it down a couple of seconds in one spot, lift the iron, move it to another spot, overlap, right? Move the iron, move it to another spot. And that's how we're going to press it. If you have a heat press and you're doing this with a heat press, I will say to you, be very careful when you're using vinyl, especially if you're using a textured vinyl. On a heat press, at least this is what I have found. All of this is based on what I have found. Everybody's experience could be different and their suggestions can be different. Based on my experience, if you have a highly textured piece of vinyl and you want to adhere some kind of interfacing to the back of it, when you use a heat press, it actually has a certain amount of pressure that it applies between the two plates. By putting it in a heat press and putting that pressure on it, it will flatten anything that is highly embossed. So there's vinyl that looks like it's leather tooled, and there's vinyl that may have crinkles or bumps. Be very careful. If you're going to use that vinyl, I suggested you adhere any interfacing to it using an iron and not a heat press, because you can control how hard you press on your vinyl. So this one does have a slight texture. I don't know if you can see that, but it's not highly textured, right? And so once I adhere this, and I just did that for a couple of seconds, I'm just going to go around and check and make sure all of my ends are adhered. So this is not time lapse or anything. This is just me putting it on, giving it a little bit of steam, and it totally adheres in, less than a minute. And then what I will do is I will set my iron to the side, and then I will just go, like I said, I will go around it and check it. And you're going to do this to every piece of fabric or material that's outlined in the pattern. So I do one piece, and then I give you a checklist telling you all the other pieces that you need to interface in this way. So that's a little bit about the vinyl, the choices you make. Once again, you can use cotton. If you use cotton, interface it. The next thing we're going to talk about is we're going to talk about some of the stabilizer. So there are several pieces that you will need to stabilize your pattern, and they are, besides the gusset, they are this piece here, which is the top accent piece to your lining on both the front and the back, and then you will have two other pieces that you will need to interface, which is for your side pieces on your lining. So those four pieces will be interfaced the same exact way. All right, so these are the sides of your bag, and this is the front and the back. So I'm going to just do one with you, and then I'm going to leave you to do the other three pieces. Once again, that's outlined in the pattern. So I'm going to take the longer piece. I've already drawn my marks on here, but I will turn it over and show you. So what I have is I have a top, and I looked at it because I want to make sure that this is the top for me, and I marked the top. So this is the top. If you're using directional fabric, please keep that in mind. And this will be the bottom down here. Now, I did not use a removable marking pen because I wanted you to see what I was doing. And if I use a removable marking pen, it will disappear as I'm ironing. So what I'm going to do is get my ironing board. I have a thicker line at the top and a thinner line at the bottom. I also, on these pieces, I also marked my seam allowances, which are outlined in the pattern on either side. To make it easier, remember I said this bag is a drop-in lining. To make it easier with that drop-in lining, I'm going to fold over the edge that I'm going to need to match up when I drop my bag in. So I'm going to take the thicker portion of the lines that I drew. I will take this long raw edge and I will fold it down to the line that I drew. And this will end up being the seam allowance for the bag. So I'm already folding it under. And you're just going to go along and iron it. Like I said, I used a pen. You can use a pencil. I used a pen because I wanted you to see exactly what I was doing. I'm folding it to that line. If I use the Frisian pen, as I went, my fabric would heat up, my ironing surface would heat up, and my line would go away. So you wouldn't be able to see it. So that's why I used a pen. All right, so I'm going to do this all the way along. Now you're going to do that not just for this piece. Once again, you're going to do this same exercise, the same thing, for this other piece and for your two side pieces. You're going to do the same thing. Now, once you've done that, there is a piece of stabilizer that goes on the top here, over here, and you're going to grab that piece of stabilizer, so this piece of stabilizer. I'm just going to very quickly iron. Yes, iron. I am moving it around. I will very quickly iron this only to warm up the fabric because I want the fabric to be warm, and that helps the stabilizer to stick. So I'm going to take the stabilizer, I'm going to put it right in there. I'm going to make sure on the right and the left, I'm not going over my seam allowance because I want to sew past it when I sew my bag together. So I put it right there and there. And this side needs to be trimmed over here so that I can keep it out of my seam allowance. So you see my flaws and all. Okay. So now that I've done that, none in the seam allowance. This is the seam allowance at the bottom, none in the seam allowance, and it's only at the top. And this seam allowance is where I'm going to join it with the bag. This top, join it with the bottom of my lining. The top seam allowance is where I'm going to join it with the bag, and I want that to be stiff at the top, which is why I'm going right under that fold. So now we're going to give this a little bit of press. Make sure it adheres very well. We're going to check it, and then we're going to let it cool for about 20 to 30 minutes. So we're going to set that to the side. Okay, so you're just going to go through, double check, and make sure none of this is lifting. If it is, no worries. Just keep doing it until it adheres. Turn it over. And like I said, you can hit it with some steam, but just make sure you get a good press in there and it's very crisp. So once we've done that, we're going to take this, set it to the side, because we're not quite ready for it yet. Okay, and we would do that with the other three pieces. So that is going to cover your stabilizer. It's also going to cover your vinyl pieces, and we talked about, how you make a decision about which vinyl that you're going to use. And once you've gathered all of that, the next step is going to be to put your pieces into your batches, as I mentioned before. So just to show you exactly what I'm talking about, we're going to talk about the pattern pieces and how to print them, along with how to put them together, and then some other tools within the pattern that's going to help you as far as staying organized. So first, if you look at page 5 of the pattern, you will notice that there is directions here which tell you how to print the pattern. This is a PDF pattern, so there are certain things that you need to know about printing PDF patterns if you haven't done so before. Also, in addition to that, in the middle section right here, it does tell you where the pages start. So if you look here, it'll tell you, for example, there's a coloring page. So if anybody wants to have fun and color it in, or just take snippets of their material and glue it on, you can do that. Where the curve pattern pieces are, along with where the rectangular and square pattern pieces are. So if you want to print the pages only for the curved pieces, it tells you from what page to what page that is. Please, at the time of this recording, the pages may have shifted. So look at your pattern. Don't use this video and say, oh, those are the pages. Things may have changed. So look at the final pattern for the page numbering. If you want to print the entire pattern, you just print the entire pattern from front to back. The other thing that'll help you here is if you know where the pattern pieces are and you do want to print out your pattern, I advise that you print it out double-sided if you want to save on paper, and then only print up to where the pattern pieces start. For example, if the pattern pieces start on page 100, then you're going to print from 1 to 100 double-sided, and then you would print from 101 to whatever pages you want it to print single-sided so that you can cut out the pattern pieces. There is a little grid or markup here to show you the pieces as they go together. If you're using, it is a very large pattern, so what I will say to you is, my advice is if you can look at the pattern on a laptop, desktop, iPad, whatever device that you have, electronic device you have, it may be easier to view the pattern that way than on a printed page, because in those devices you can actually zoom in and zoom out. But it's up to you, because some people like to touch, like I like to touch things, so I would print it out, but other people are okay with or an electronic device. So that's with downloading and printing the pattern pieces. Then to keep you organized, I've also included a couple of other things. So I'll start from the front and go to the back. So on page 14 of your pattern, there is what I'm calling the sewing batches. As you cut out your pieces, once you finish cutting them out, you can group them into what is known as batches. And each batch will tell you exactly what pieces you need. So by grouping them in what's now 9 batches, and grouping them in those 9 batches, when you're ready to sit down and sew, you can say, okay, I'm ready for my straps and my connectors. Here goes all my pieces. I just pick up that group and I start sewing with those group of pieces. So that way you're not fiddling with all your pieces to figure out what you need when. You just go to strap connectors, or if you want to start exterior front, you just go to exterior front. That's my batch 2. I'm going to take all those pieces in that batch because you've already grouped them, sit down and start sewing. It's very modular the way this bag is put together. So you can do the front and then come back later on and do the flap. So you can pick the pieces that you want to work on, or you could work in the order that's given in the pattern. The other thing that I've given you to help you stay organized is as you're cutting the pieces, starting on page 99 as of this recording, there is a listing of labels or tabs that you can use to help you stay organized as you're cutting your pieces. You can attach these to everything that you cut. And then once you've done all of your interfacing, you can go back in and then start grouping things in your batches. So these labels will help you as you're cutting your pieces to make sure that you have all of your pieces. There are 2 pages worth of pieces here. So you can cut them all out, attach them as you're going through doing your interfacing and all the other little bits and bobs of it. At the very end, you come back and put it in your grouping, and then you're ready to sit down and sew. So this should help keep you organized because there are quite a few pieces. I've also included in here the pieces related to the hardware where I could or felt that they fit. I have included them in here as well. So, for example, when I look at section number 8, down here on the bottom, which is the internal zipper pocket, I've said exterior pocket lining, zipper tab, and zipper. So I try to include the hardware in the different sections. So if you're using, for example, the twist lock, it comes in 2 pieces. I have you separate it. If you can do it with it together and you don't need to separate it, that's totally fine. There are check boxes here as well to make sure that you can tick off those pieces as you put them into your batches. So that's a little bit on organization. Let's talk about putting the pattern pieces together. So I'll show you 2 ways to put it together. I will explain to you also how pattern pieces were designed to help you be able to put them together very easily. So you will have pattern pieces that are single pattern pieces. For example, pattern piece B is a single pattern piece because it doesn't have a number behind it. So if it's only a letter, that means that it's one single piece, and you don't have to go looking for the other or complementing piece to pattern piece. So pattern B. So this is your exterior cell phone pocket, but it's also your exterior accent. I tell you how many to cut of what. You just put a little check next to it as you're done, group it together, set it to the side. So that's how you know how many pattern pieces you have. There are also some that have two pieces. So if it's two pieces, you will only see one letter on the pattern piece, right? So that means this only has one piece, so I really only need to look for another pattern piece. I don't need to look for 5, I just need to look for another pattern piece. And then if it's more than two pieces, you will start to see how many. So for example, this I should look for one here and one here. And then when I get to the next piece, which is the bottom piece, right, I've matched those up. I still know that I need to look for 1 and 4. When I get that, I should now look for, because that's complete, I should now look for 3 and 4. Here goes 3 and 4, okay? So that's how you know if there's more pieces. If there's only two pieces, you'll only see one little box. So I'll show you now 2 ways that you can put together your pattern pieces. First thing I want to mention is on all your pattern pieces, please make sure to measure your 1-inch box is really 1 inch. And if it's not, then go back to the directions on page 5 on how to print your pattern pieces. It could be that you forgot to change a setting on your printer to do that. So I'm just going to double check that I'm telling you the right page. Yes, it's page 5. Okay. So the first way that you can put these together is you're going to make sure you cut to the outside line of all of your pattern pieces. One piece will have just a straight edge, and then there'll be an overlay where you have to join them. So there will usually be a box right here that says overlay, and that's to give you some room in which to align it and make sure you get it right. It's also a good habit if you get any patterns, any other designers do a pattern, always cut like a little overhang for yourself. So don't cut one side where it has to join with an overhang, because it definitely makes it easier when trying to align it. So I'm going to take the piece that has just a straight edge, not the one that says overlay. I'm going to take a piece of Scotch tape. I'm going to lay it half on and half off of the pattern piece. So half of it is on my table and the other half is on my pattern piece. And you can see that. You see that? Half on, half off. I'm then going to take the piece that I need to tape it to. I'm going to take my fingers, so I'm holding it between my thumb and my index finger. I'm not going to push it down. I'm just going to align the A and the A2 and A2 right there. And then I'm aligning the straight edges, the straight lines at the top. I am covering the overlay portion. Once I have it where I want it to be, I can release my index fingers and then I can press it. So now that pattern piece has been taped together and it's ready to use. Double check as well that the measurements given on the pattern are actually the same dimensions as the pattern piece once you've taped it together. So that's one way of taping it together or putting them together. The other way of putting it together is with a glue stick. So this will probably be the easiest way for a lot of you. I normally grab these at, this one happens to be from Staples during school time. They're usually on sale, so I grab a lot of them at one time, and they come in handy for a lot of different applications. So when we're looking at using the glue stick to put these together, right, always start with the upper left. And this is for my pattern pieces. Other people's may be different. But start with the upper left, then go to the lower left, then upper right, lower right. I'm going to start by pasting the bottom piece down here first. So I'm going to take my glue stick. I'm going to run some glue along that edge, just like that. I'm then going to take the corresponding piece, which happens to be, in this case, C2. Once again, I'm going to hold it between my thumb and my index finger. I'm going to put my middle finger down on my pattern and I'm going to line up the C2. And then I'm aligning this top line with the bottom line of the previous piece. Once I have it, I'm then going to push it down and I've put those two together. So top, bottom, now I have to do top again. Notice on this side, there are two places that I need to glue. I'm going to start at this side first. So I'm going to put the glue over here on the gray part, right, the overlap part. I'm then going to get the corresponding C1. I'm going to do the same method. Index finger and thumb, line up the C1 pieces, just like that. And then once it's aligned, I can then push it down and press it. And then what you should be left with is two gray areas over here. And those should correspond to the last pattern piece, which is C3 and C4. So I will just be putting some glue here and some glue here. And then I will take my pattern piece and I will lay it down here and line it up, and then it should line up there at the top. Okay. So now you have your pattern piece complete. It's all taped together, all four of those pieces. And just to recap with you, if it's one piece, it will only have a letter and no number. If it's two pieces, it will only be labeled on one side. So of the four sides, it's only labeled on one side. And if it's multiple pieces, you will see two labels, so you know that you need the multiple pieces. Once again, when you're done, make sure that before you start, make sure that you measure your 1-inch box. Your letters are aligned. Take your overall measurement. Make sure your piece actually measures that overall measurement. The other thing that you can do, which is very helpful for you as you're cutting these out, is I have tried to include how many of what you need to cut, and you can tick it off as you've done it, so you know when you're complete. If there's anything in red, that's a note to yourself or a note you should be aware of, which lets you know that you should cut the piece, but there's something special you need to do with that piece. So keep an eye on that. This is also in the actual list. All of the pieces should align together, and once you're finished with your pieces, you're then ready to cut. We're going to get started making our strap connectors, and then we're going to make our regular straps, and then we'll make our adjustable strap. So these are going to be all the strapping kind of things that we're going to need as we move forward in making our bag. So the first part is the strap connectors, which needs your vinyl piece. You'll need your accent piece. Your accent piece should be slightly larger than your vinyl piece. 2 1/2-inch D-rings and 4 1-inch D-rings. So let's prepare the accent piece. Let's prepare the accent piece and the actual main strap connector piece. So for the main strap connector piece, I have drawn a line down the middle. It is 2 inches wide, so I've drawn a line 1 inch down the middle. I am going to add a piece of double-sided tape. And I'm going to need 4 pieces, but I do this as one piece and then I cut it into 4 pieces. It just makes it easier. In so many ways, it makes it easier to stitch it. It makes it easier to fuse the interfacing. So now that I have that added on, I'm then going to peel back, just starting at one side, I'm going to peel back the double-sided tape. So I take the backing off of that. I'm then going to fold this long edge into the center line. So I'm going to fold that right into there. And I'm pressing firmly. Now I will be stitching these twice, and one of the stitches you probably will hardly be able to see when we're done, but I do it to flatten the strap and the strap connectors, and so that's why I stitch it twice. So if you feel that you don't need any flattening on your material, then you don't need to do it. So I just want to make sure this is exactly at the center. Now we will not be going shy of the center because I want to make sure that when I'm done, my actual strap piece measures 1 inch because like I mentioned, it has to go through the D-ring. Once you've done one side, you're going to peel back the backing on the other side and you're going to do the same thing. So make sure you put them right next to each other. Don't leave any gap. So I guess it's called butting them next to each other. And there should be no gap between. When you're doing a strap that you double fold, like you fold once and then fold again, you leave that gap so that there is some breathing room, meaning there's room for it to fill in after you've actually folded. This one we're not going to fold again. We're only folding it this once. So we want to make sure that it is right next to each other. Okay, so I am going to add some clips to this just to make sure it holds a little bit better. And I alternate my clips, so I go one on the left, one on the right. When I stitch this, I'm going to stitch it with the seam side up, and I'm going to stitch it that way. Okay, so let's go to the sewing machine and top stitch this. So I'm going to use 1/8 of an inch top stitching along that edge. And I'm going to do the same on the other side. Okay, and then that's my top stitching. So the next thing I will do is I will start working on the accent piece. So this piece should actually fit between or inside those loops. So that was the purpose of it. So before I start my accent piece, I'm going to cut this into 4 separate sections. So I want to make sure that they're all even. So I'm going to cut them down into 4 separate sections. And you can absolutely do this with a rotary cutter. I'm going to grab my scissors here. And I could have folded this in half and then folded it in half again. So I could have done this and then just cut it. So then I have 4 equal pieces for that, and I can set that aside. Okay, the next thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to make my accent piece. And for the accent piece, I will have to draw a center line. So this is what I did earlier for the other piece. I'm going to draw a center line down the middle. And yeah. So center line for this one is going to be 1/2 inch. The other one was 1 inch. This one will be 1/2 inch wide when I'm done. And yes, I am using a permanent marking pen because I want you guys to be able to see what I'm doing. I'm then going to fold this to the middle, and I'm going to iron it. Okay, so once I've ironed that, the next step is going to be to cut this as well into 4 equal pieces. So the measurements are in the pattern, but you just need to cut this in 4 equal pieces. So I am not top stitching this, and that is because I'm going to come back later on and I'm going to stitch over it. So I'm just folding one piece in half, cutting it, folding the other piece in half, and folding it. All right, so you'll have 4 pieces of the top or the bottom, which is the vinyl, and 4 pieces of the top. So the next thing that we're going to need to do once we've done that is we're going to measure in from take one of our our top, and this is called strap connector B. We're going to take one of those and we're going to measure in 1 1/4 inches. and we're going to draw a line. Now this should be removable. So I'm just going to draw a line. 1¼ inches, which is right there. Okay. And then we are going to put a piece of double-sided tape. Okay, so I'm going to stick a piece of double-sided tape on the back. I've already done that. It only goes, my line is here and it goes a little bit short of that. I just want to make sure that it sticks onto the vinyl. So I will do that, and then I will place it seam to seam, and I'm going to place it right down the middle. And yes, I know that I haven't done anything with the top part here. I know that. So I will do that right now. So what's going to happen, just to give you a little insight, is I'm going to top stitch on this till I get to that line. I'm going to sew across, and then I'm going to sew back down. When I'm done, I'm going to take my 1/2 inch D-ring, flip it over that center piece, just like so. And then I'm going to align the center piece to the bottom over here, and I'm going to stitch it down. So you can see that there will be a gap right in here, and that's to allow this piece here to move back and forth, because I need it to move. But we will sew close enough to this that it won't seem like it's such a large gap. It's actual fit in there, but it'll have mobility and it'll be able to move. So that's why I had you cut the accent top piece bigger than the bottom piece. So we're going to come back in and we're going to stitch this, top stitch this on the accent piece up to that line right there. And then we're going to go across and come back down. So let's do that. So now once I've done that, you can see, it's hard to see, but you can see on the back, I've stitched that down. So what we're going to do next is we will take our little D-ring. We're going to slide it over this, and then we're going to align that end with that end, and we're going to attach it right here. Before we do that, one thing I want to do is I want to make sure that I make a mark so we're not guessing kind of where we're going to stop. So in the pattern, I have you actually come in and make a mark on the other side so that you know exactly where you're going to stop, and so that your straps are more or less consistent. So I'm going to add a piece of double-sided tape to this so that I can stick it down. Once again, you just need a small piece because you just want it to hold it down temporarily. For this piece here, I'm going to slide on that. I'm going to place it right here, and then I'm going to make sure that it's centered. And this is going to depend on how close you can actually get to your piece with your presser foot, because everybody's presser foot is different. So I have you, once it's on there, I have you measure up 1½ inches. Now, if your presser foot cannot get that close, you can measure up 1¼ inches, but just measure up from the bottom one, and you can use a zipper foot, but I try to get as close as possible. But if you can't, just do it at 1¼ inches and it'll be fine. We just want it to be locked in there. So on this side, I'm going to do the same thing that I did on the opposite side, which was to stitch up one side, across that line, and back down. It may be fiddly up here with your presser foot, so just be careful with it. Okay, so now I've added the D-ring in there. You can see that. I've stitched it down. There is a gap, so that gap that's in the back is actually a gap. So there's no stitches along the top here. And we've added that. The next step will be, once we're done, is to take our D-ring, slide it over. And I slide it from the shorter side over here. It doesn't matter because you move it back and forth when you're done. And that will be where the D-ring will sit. Once you've done that, you should be able to match the bottoms. And you'll see that that's how the smaller D-ring sits behind the front. And as I mentioned in the intro, you can always slide this over, that D-ring over, by simply flattening this. And you can hide your straps inside your bag. So I'm going to go and do the other 4 pieces. I'm sorry, the other piece like this. And then I'm going to come back. I've completed the 2 connectors that have the 1/2 inch and the 1 inch. So now those are done. So the last part is to connect the 2 that only have the 1/2 inch D-rings. And this one's actually a lot easier. So what you're going to do is put a piece of double-sided tape down the middle of the crease. So it's the full length. Because these don't have the 1/2 inch D-ring, there's no need to only put a little tiny piece. And we're just going to sew this as we normally would with a strap where we have an accent piece. So I'm going to put that on there. And then I'm going to take my accent piece and I'm going to put them once again where I have the center seam, right? I'm going to put them together so they're facing each other so that there's no exposed seam. Now this one will be a little bit longer because we don't have the D-ring in it, but we will cut that off when we're done. And I did do that intentionally because it was easier to give the directions if they were just all cut evenly. So we're going to do the second one, and I will do them both actually at the same time at the sewing machine because there's no reason for me to go back and forth. And then we would be done with the connectors. So don't leave any gaps here. Like I said, for these 2, we will be doing it the full length. There will be a bit of an overhang over here because we're not using a D-ring, and we will cut that off when we're done. We'll just snip it and make it flush. So let's take these to the sewing machine and sew our top stitch. And then we're back here. So let's just trim off these ends so they're exactly the same size and clean up our threads. So once we're done, we should have a total of 4 strap connectors. We should have 2 of them that have a D-ring on it, and then 2 of them that have a single D-ring of 1 inch, and then we should have 2 of them that have 2 D-rings, one that's a 1/2 inch and one that's 1 inch. And those will be our strap connectors, which would allow us to connect them to our bag. So now we're going to set these aside. So we don't need these, so we're going to set them aside for right now. Don't lose them because you're going to need them again. And the next thing we're going to work on is going to be our main strap. I'm going to talk about our straps. So I've actually completed my straps, and I'll explain to you how I did this. It's the directions are out there, so I'll just explain how I did this. And if anybody needs to see it from scratch, I'm more than happy to do that. So what I did is I have a back piece here and I have the front piece here. So the same way that I made the connectors when I was making them for the body of the bag is the same way that you make the strap. It's just a longer piece. right? So this was your connector. This is a shorter piece, but it's the same thing. So I drew a center line on the vinyl. I drew a center line. I then folded the long edges to the middle, and I then set that aside, right? I put double-sided tape on both sides, folded it to the middle. For the center accent piece, the way that I did it is I drew a center line and ironed the two pieces edges together. So I ironed them to the middle till they met. I then ran a piece of double-sided tape on my vinyl down the seam, the part where it meets, and I laid this piece right on top of it. Once I did that, I had a little bit of an extension piece. So it was about a half an inch longer on the top and the bottom. And I opened up my seam and I tucked in, I'll show you right here. I tucked in my fabric. I then just top stitched down all the way around my piece. Once I top stitched around, my strap was then complete. I made 2 marks. So I made one mark at 3/8 of an inch. So I took my ruler and I laid it like this, and I made a mark at 3/8 of an inch, and then I made a mark at 2 1/4 of an inch. I used those marks, and I did it on both ends of my strap here. I used those marks to punch holes so that when we're ready to connect the main strap to our connector pieces, I just simply have to push my strap through the D-ring like that, fold it over on itself, and then just use those holes to add my rivets. That's all I did for the straps. So these are the main straps. There are 2 of them. You can do them at the same time, but it's very simple. It's the same folding method for the vinyl. I used double-sided tape down both sides and I folded it to the middle. For the fabric, I drew a line and I ironed it to the middle on both sides. So we did that with, like I said, with the connectors, it's the same thing. The only difference is before you top stitch, you're going to open your seam at the end here between the top stitching for your straps, and you're going to tuck in your fabric so that it has a little bit like a finished edge over here. And that's all there is to the straps. So we're going to set these aside and we're going to move on to the adjustable strap. So the adjustable strap, I will talk and I will do this again. So if you don't get it here, skip over to the adjustable strap video and you'll see what I did. So next is the adjustable strap. The adjustable strap, the bottom piece is exactly the same as what we have done for the strap connectors and the regular straps. So I just folded everything, the entire length, and it's 54 inches long. I folded it in half by drawing the line down the middle and folding it in. So I'm just going to very quickly top stitch that, and then we're going to come back and we're going to talk about the overlay piece. Now this part is complete. So this is the actual bottom piece, and we're going to work on the accent piece. Now for the accent piece, we do not have 54 inches in length because we are using cotton. I mean, if you do, then that's great. But we need a piece that's equally as long as our strap piece for our crossbody. So what we do is we cut 2 pieces, and then we're going to do what's known as mitering the 2 pieces. So once we're done, these 2 pieces should either be greater than or equal to the 54 inches that we need. So what I'm going to do to start is you're going to take one piece. Now I've already pre-folded this, but your piece should be flat. And we're going to take one piece and we're going to lay it right side up with one short edge over to the right. We're then going to take a second piece and it should be lying flat like I mentioned, and that's going to be wrong side up. So this is right side up, this is wrong side up. And we're going to match the raw edge with the raw edge. Now, you can match the raw edge with the raw edge on the long side if your lines are straight. If you're concerned that it's not straight, you can actually shift it over a little bit. Mine is straight, so I'm just going to line those up on the ends, and I'm going to add a clip. And then I'm going to add a clip to the top. Now, in order to miter these, they should be right sides together, the material. To miter them, I will need to stitch it so that I have a diagonal line going from the upper left corner to the lower right corner. So I'm going to grab my ruler, and this isn't actually a measurement. This is more of drawing a line from corner to corner. So when I flatten this, if I start at this corner over here at the left, and I can see the other corner peeking out over here, so I'm going to put my ruler right here and draw a line going to that corner. That's the diagonal line that I will be sewing along in order to get my mitering done, right? So I'm going to sew along this curve. Now, if you're ever in a question about whether it's going to work out, I always double check by taking my piece, my bottom piece, flipping it up, and making sure it makes one continuous straight line. So we're going to go to the sewing machine. We're going to sew on that line to miter the corner, and then we're going to cut it off so that we have not as much, we don't have all this fabric in the seam allowance. It won't be bulky. And now I have these sewn together. So before I cut anything, I just want to double check once again that it is a straight line. So I will flip this over just like that. And I can see that it's one continuous strap. So now I can come back and I can cut this. I cut it at a diagonal to about maybe an eighth or a quarter of an inch. Usually a quarter of an inch is better because then I don't have to worry about it coming apart. So then it will look like that. I can then flip it over, and like I said, I've already done the seam. You probably want to wait to the end, but I will open this seam here. I will use my iron, and I will iron that right open. And then what I will do is I will start folding this to the middle to create one long continuous strap. So I will fold it to the middle, and I will iron this, right? So the same way that we did before, where we ironed it to the middle, we drew a line. You would do the same thing with this. The only thing is now you have one continuous, a longer strap. Now I will mention that this strap is wider than the strap connector or the actual strap that we added to the tote bag. So it will come almost to that top stitching. So when I look at it and I lay this on here, you will see that it actually sits right between those two edges of the top stitching. It'll sit right in the middle. Now, the other thing that I will mention is this should extend, just like your strap did, by the way, it should extend about a half an inch over to the edge. And the reason is we're going to do it the same way. We're going to do it the same way where we're going to tuck it in, right? So we're going to go back and we will be tucking that in. Okay, so I've done all of that. Once again, make sure that there is an extended piece over the edge. I have added double-sided tape. I am putting both the seams in the middle, so I'm sandwiched them together, and I am going to top stitch across the top here. I'm just going to go down both edges. I'm not going to go across the bottom. And then I'm going to come back, and I'm going to take this strap, and I'm going to fold it in here to give a finished edge to the end of our strap. So I'm just going to open this, and you just need to open it a little. It doesn't need to be a lot. Just open it a little bit. And we can cut off any extra that doesn't get tucked in. So I'm just peeling that back. And then I'm going to take this and I'm going to fold it right in there. So I do have a little bit of wiggle room in here to get that done. So if you hear it, it's because it keeps, the tape keeps sticking down. So I'm going to take this and I'm going to tuck it right in there, and then I'm going to fold back the piece here. I'm going to cut this just a tad shorter to make it fit a little bit better. I have almost an inch on the end here, and I only need about a half an inch. So that's what I'm cutting off, isn't it? About a half an inch. And that's because I eyeballed it. I did not measure it. So now we're going to tuck that right in there. It should fit nice. And that's perfect. All right, so I'm just going to snip off these extra little threads here. And then we're going to do the same to the other side. When I get to about 1/8 of an inch, I'll stop, rotate, go back across. And then meet up over here on the side. Okay, and then that one's done also. So let's go back to our deck, and I'm going to trim up the thread. So I just make sure all my threads are out of the way, and this is a polyester thread, so I can singe it just a little bit just to get those threads out of the way. And I will clean this up. Okay, so we finished sewing our adjustable strap. So the next thing to do is to assemble it. So you're going to need your rivets. You will need 2 swivel hooks. These are the 1-inch ones, and 1 tri-glide or 1 slider. So the first thing I'm going to ask that you do is that you measure up on your strap and place a mark from the edge. So find one end that you like, and we're going to pretty much do the same thing on both ends of the strap. So I'm going to grab my ruler here, and I'm going to measure up 3/8 of an inch from the short edge. So I'm going to take my ruler and just measure up 3/8 of an inch. And this should be centered, right? So if my strap is at 1 inch wide, it should be at 1/2 inch is where I'm going to mark. So I'm going to take a marking tool, and I'm going to punch this out. So I am going to use a permanent marker, and I'm going to put a mark right there. So there'll be a mark right there where you can see. Then I'm going to make another mark on my strap down 2¼ inches. Just around. So 2¼ inches, once again centered, 2¼ inches, and I'm going to place another mark right there. So now we have 2 marks. So that's because when I fold it in half, that's where I want it to match for my rivet. So that's why I'm doing that. All right, so I have 2 marks there. I'm going to use a hand punch. If you do not have a hand punch, but you have the little punch here for the holes for your rivet, you can use this, and you can punch a hole by hitting it with a rubber mallet. And as I mentioned before, I use a cutting mat or cutting board, I should say, that I got from the dollar store. And so that's what I would normally use. But I will be using my hand punch to do this. If you don't have one, that's fine. You can use your cutting tool. All right, so we're going to come back and we're going to punch a hole in this. So for anybody, I know somebody's going to ask me, I just got this from, it's not even a leather punch, it's a punch for scrapbooking that I got from Joann's on sale with a coupon. So that's what this punch is. It's not a leather punch. It's just one of those punches. So it cost me maybe $10, maybe $8. I don't remember because I've had it so long. So I'm going to punch a hole in here where I made the first mark. And then I'm going to punch a hole down here where I made the second mark. Okay. So once you have those two marks, we're going to just repeat them on this side, right? So this one is going to be 3/8 of an inch and centered, right? So it should be at the 1/2 inch mark, 3/8 of an inch. So I'm just going to make a mark right here. And then you're going to come down another 2¼ inches. Oops. And you're going to place another mark or center mark right there as well. All right, so that's our two marks. Punch the hole. And then punch a hole where the second mark is. And that's why I said it didn't matter that I used a permanent marker, because I was going to punch it out. So now on both sides of our strap, we have the little marks that we need in order to be able to now start putting this all together. So next up, what we will do is we will start by putting on our glide or our slider. So this is my ugly side, so I'm going to use that side. I'm going to take the slider. I'm going to place my strap through one side of the slider. And I'm going to be honest with you, this took me forever as a bag maker to figure out how to do this consistently every time. And every time I had to look at directions to do it. So it probably took me close to 2 years. I don't know why my brain just wouldn't function. So I'm now going to take this and slide it back down the opposite side. So what's happening is that strap is going up and over the center bar. That's really what's happening. I'm then going to grab my rivet, and the rivets come in two parts, right? There's a head to it, and they're double capped because both sides look the same. There are rivets that are not double capped. In other words, only one side has the round and the other side sort of has a hollow opening. So those are also, those are good to use if you're not going to see the back. Like if you're using a rivet and the back of the rivet is going to be inside your bag, you can use one of those because it doesn't matter what the back of the rivet looks like. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my rivet and I'm going to insert it. And the way that I do it is I insert the side that I'm not going to hammer on where I want to see it. So I insert that first. So that's usually the side with the post. So I insert the side with the post first. And then the other side is going to be underneath. So I'm not going to see that. So then that's where I insert the cap. I'm just adjusting this down. So those two should line up. Those two holes should line up. And your post should be coming through. I don't know if you can see it right. It's coming through. If you ever have any difficulty, you can always grab an awl. And actually, my sewing machine came with one. And you can push down around the hole to help push that rivet end back up. So it's right here. So next what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab the other part, which is just the cap, and I'm going to slide it up on that post, and then I'm going to squeeze it between my fingers. So you want to make sure you do this, and it will snap. You want to make sure you do this before you actually try to set the rivet. You don't want to try to set the rivet and the cap hasn't snapped in. So it will snap in once you have it on. Okay, so it's actually on there, right? So this was the side with the post. As you can see, you'll probably more than likely see this before you see this. So I try to hide that side. And the reason I do that is because when I go to set it, sometimes depending on your tool, it may you may hammer it in such a way that you can actually see a dent or a lift from the post. Because the post, what it does, it spreads inside the cap, which is what holds it on. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to set this with my little anvil piece here. I just simply rest that on there. Make sure that your cap is sitting in the little divot. So there's a little divot there. Make sure your cap is sitting in there and not on the edge. And you can usually feel it. If you have a rivet press, you know how to do this, so you'll get it done no problem. You then take your the piece that you're going to use to stamp, and I'm just going to grab my mallet. All right. So I'm going to take that, put it on. Make sure this divot matches that. All right. You don't want it to be off center. It doesn't move. I'm then going to take this piece. There's an indented side to it. I don't know if you can see that. It's sort of like concave. It's going in. I'm going to put that over, and I'm going to give it like 2 or 3 whacks. All right. And then what it does is it actually sets that rivet so it doesn't come off. And the way it works, like I said, is the post spreads inside so that it stays on there securely. So I still have some loose ends here, and I'm just going to set some away. So now you've set your tri-glide on there. The next thing we have to do is to attach our 2 swivel hooks. So the first thing you're going to do is slide one on. So you slide one on first. Put that down. And then you're going to take the other end of your adjustable strap and you're going to slide it up. So this is the wrong side of your strap. You're going to slide it up, back up through the hole on the wrong side. So there'll be 2 pieces of strap in here, right? You'll have the piece that came down. Now you have a piece going up, and you're going to reverse it and do it over to the other side. All right. And that's how it becomes adjustable, because you can move this up and down. Okay. Once you've done that, you're going to grab your other swivel hook, slide it on so it's facing up. Your fabric is facing up. Your swivel hook should also be facing up. If you put it on wrong, don't worry about it. You could always fiddle with it and twist it back around. You'll get it back in the right place. We're now going to take another one of our double cap rivets, and we're going to do the same thing because we want to secure that swivel hook. Make sure you have 1 swivel hook already on here. I have done this and I forgot to add that swivel hook. So both swivel hooks by this point should be on your adjustable strap. Once again, I'm going to fold it in half, and I need to match up the lines. I use the side with the post because it's going to be facing out. I use that one first. I flip it over, and then I look for the hole, or I match the hole on the underside. Once again, if you need to, you can use your awl, and you can poke it down a little bit like this around your strap, and then you put on the cap. Make sure you hear that snap once again. So it was very subtle. But if you heard it, then what happens is I'm going to take the side with the post, and that's the side that I stick in here. So I hammer on the other side. And I always do it the same way. I put the post on the side that I'm going to see. So I put it on that side first. So that's where I put the post, and then I put the cap on the side that I'm going to see the least. You then get your tool, you cover it, you give it 2 or 3 whacks, and then you would have set your rivet right in there. So it's all set. So you've now completed your adjustable strap. Okay, and everything should be on there. So that's the adjustable strap. Hopefully nothing is twisted. If it is, For the most part, you can twist things around unless it's over here, but you should have been keeping everything straight as you were doing this. So we're going to set this to the side, just like we did with our straps and like we did with our strap connectors. We're going to start batch number 2. So batch number 2 is the exterior front. So you should have all of your pieces, but I'll just review them with you very quickly. You're going to need your main front, left and right. So these were your 2 vinyl pieces that you had. You're going to need your center accent piece, which is this one piece here, which is cotton. You will need your main lining. So this is the lining for that main front and back. This is the foam. And remember I said it will be cut in one piece and then attached in the introductory video. This will be your body for your foam, your exterior body, and that will be the foam for your exterior body. The last thing that you will also need as part of this is we're going to be installing our male portion of our twist lock. So I'm going to set that to the side for right now, but we will be installing that as well. So once you have all your pieces, we're going to get started. I'm going to start with the left side first, and then I'll build out from there. So to get started, make sure that that's what you're doing. So I'm going to start with the left. I'm going to put aside everything at accent. I'm going to put aside everything else for right now. So I'm going to hold on to the right for 1 second because I'll come back to that as well. So once you have your left side and your accent, your center accent piece, you're going to put your left side, right side up, and you're going to place that accent piece right side down or wrong side up. So you want to match the pieces.
So before we get started, we're going to mark the center of our accent piece. So we're going to fold the left and right edges, align them, and then what we're going to do is take a small snip or marking tool you can use in the top center. I'm then going to align the bottom, so make sure they're fully aligned because it can shift. And I will be taking the bottom center as well and making a small snip. Now make sure these snips are within your seam allowance. Next, what I'm going to do is take that center accent and I'm going to flip it over and match the edge with my left piece. And I will add clips to that as well. Make sure the bottom is aligned also. Once you've done that, you're going to double check just to make sure your pieces are right sides together, and then you're going to sew using your 3/8 of an inch seam allowance to attach the 2 pieces together. So let's go to the sewing machine. Now that you have the 2 pieces sewn together, you are going to finger press it open. So you're going to turn the accent over to the right and you're going to finger press it. Your seam allowance should be pointing towards the center. You're then going to retrieve the right piece of the front, and with everything facing up, you're going to flip over your right piece on top of your accent piece so that it is right sides together, wrong side up, and you're going to clip those together as well. Once everything's clipped together, you'll need to sew it at the sewing machine using a 3/8 of an inch seam allowance.
Okay, so now you have your front put together, and that's what it should look like. What I want to do is put the seam allowance towards the middle, so the fabric will lie directly on top of my vinyl. So I'm going to be top stitching on the actual fabric, not on the vinyl, and I will be doing 1/8 of an inch along both edges.
Now that your top stitching is complete, the next step is to turn your exterior front over to the wrong side. We will be drawing a line 1/2 an inch down from both short top edges. This will be used to place your foam on the exterior of your front. This also makes sure that your foam will not be in the seam allowance when you're putting your bag together.
So I'm going to align it here with the 1/2 an inch mark. And I'm just going to clip it. I will be sewing it from the front, so I'm just going to clip it in place. And then I want to do the same on this side. Once again, this is to keep it outside of our seam allowance, just to make sure that we're reducing bulk. Okay. The next step will be to attach the foam, but we want to make sure that everything is aligned. I did cut mine a little bit bigger just to give me some wiggle room, but I'm going to clip it around the entire piece. All right, and you can add as many as or little pieces as you want, as you'd like. I'm going to sew along the curved edge here to put it in place. And then once I've done that, I'm going to come back in and I'm going to attach my twist lock. So when we're sewing, we're going to sew along this curved edge. There's no need to sew along the top here, but then I will be coming back and sewing around the entire outside using a basting stitch. Okay, so I'm going to just neaten up. This is sewn together. I'm just going to neaten up a little bit by cutting off some of this extra foam. So the next thing that we're going to do is we will take our twist lock and we're going to install that. So remember I said there was a male portion and a female portion. I'm going to take the male portion right now and install that to the front of my bag. If I turn it around to the wrong side, I could be off one way or the other, but at least this way I can see that I am centered on the actual front of the bag. So the next thing that I will be doing is making the marks. Once again, use a removable marking tool, a chalk liner, or a Frisian pen, something that you can take off later on. So your piece should also come with this washer, so it should come with a washer. I am going to measure down from the center mark that I cut. So remember, I cut that center mark. I'm going to measure down from that center mark 2.5 inches. So that's one end of arm. That's 2.5 inches, and I'm just going to mark the center. Now, just to make sure that I'm keeping myself honest, I'm going to get a bigger ruler to do this because I want to make sure that I'm measuring down in the center itself. So that is the center. Measure down 2.5 inches. I draw a parallel line, or so a horizontal line, and then I draw a vertical line to sort of make like a little bullseye mark. And so that is going to be the center of my bag, and it looks like the center. If you're concerned, you can always take your ruler and measure left and right to make sure that it is the same distance in. So the next thing to do is to just take my washer, and normally I will line up my washer on the center mark. But what I will also do is take my actual twist lock. I will open up those prongs. So I'll push them till they're straight, just like that. You see, just like that. And then what I do is I line them up like this so that I know which holes to mark. Sometimes when you get a piece of hardware, it's a longer, they can come in different sizes. So you can have a longer length, and you need to make sure that you're cutting holes exactly where you need to cut them. So the way you do that is to match the prongs up. So once I have that marked, I'm going to hold this down and I'm going to mark within those spaces where I need to cut the prongs. I need to cut the slits for the prongs. All right, so I have done that here and here. So I will have a vertical line, I will have a horizontal line, and then I will have the marks for my prongs. So now I'm ready to cut those holes open. Once again, you can take a seam ripper, you can take a pointy pair of scissors, whichever one is easy for you, and you can cut the opening on that. I'm going to use my seam ripper here, and I'm going to do that. I push down at the beginning, I push up at the end, so I pull it out at the end, and then I push my seam ripper to make the hole. Okay, so once those holes are made, I am going to add a little bit of fray check to it. So I'm going to put some fray check over my slits, just to kind of seal them up. I'm then going to take my twist lock, the male portion, and stick it from the front to the back. So I'm going to push straight through. And hopefully, I'm going to grab a piece of foam here. And I'm going to place that on the foam just to make sure I don't scratch my hardware. There we go. All right. You're then going to grab some or get a piece of reinforcing, a little piece of reinforcement. Like I said, or I have been saying, it can be waterproof canvas, vinyl, anything you have that's not an actual woven. So then you can come back in and it won't stretch. You just want it to be able to secure it. All right, and I'm just going to cut the slits. I marked them already. I'm just going to snip them here a little bit. And I will place this over it, and then I will add my washer. So I'm just going to place that over it. I'm going to add my washer. I'm going to get my little scissors here, the paper scissors. I'm going to fold that in towards the middle. And I did put a piece of foam, like I said, under there, because I don't want this sliding around. Just like that. And I will add a piece of my duct tape to the back to hold it in place. So I have some, it's actually Gorilla Tape here. I'm going to grab a piece of that and I'm going to add it to the top of my piece. If I add it on top of that, just like that. All right, so now that we've done all of that and we've installed the male portion, the next step for us to do is to add the lining piece to this front piece. So we're going to get our lining, and our lining should have that same curve, right? It should have the same curve as our main piece. So we're going to get our lining piece. We're going to put our piece right side up, our exterior piece right side up. we're going to put the lining piece wrong side up or right sides together. I am going to clip them in place. Before I do that, let me mark the center here. Once again. Because I clipped from center out, so. That way I can also make any adjustments, because if it's centered, then I just make the adjustments afterwards. So I'm going to clip the center. Remember, they're right sides together, so this should be wrong side up. And you may have to pull this because you actually have that twist lock in there. So you may find yourself pulling on your lining for that very reason, because that twist lock takes up some room. And that's okay, because once you flip it the other way, it'll be totally fine. So now I have that in place. And before we do anything, we're just going to sew around this curve, and then we're going to come back and flip it right side out, and then come back and put the rest of it together. So when we're sewing it, just make sure that we're sewing around this curve only. We'll flip it out, we'll do some trimming, and then we'll come back in and we'll sew the piece together flat. Let's take this to the sewing machine. And this is a regular stitch length. So I'm going to turn it right side out. I lined up my center marks at the bottom here, just because it makes it easier to pull it. And then I'm just going to pull this really, really hard. Once again, you can hit the right side of this with some steam. You can iron on the waterproof canvas. I try not to do it when I'm doing it with vinyl, but as long as you're very careful, you can do that. And this will take some time. This will take manipulation of your piece to make sure it's totally flat. If you're finding that you still have a lot of bulk, like in here, you can see there's puckering. You can come back in where the puckering is, and you can either take small snips if you haven't already done so, or you can cut this half as much. So you can come in here on the curve, and I can take and cut my seam allowance. I'll just start at the top, and I can cut off half the seam allowance, which is what I'm doing. So either small snips, I did that already. I tried that. It didn't seem to give me any relief. I also have a little bit too much foam still on here, so I'm going to try to get even closer with that foam. And the reason you're attaching the foam and you don't want to get rid of that foam is because it'll sag down into the bag. So I attached it so it won't sag into the bag over time. So I stitched it down. So I'm going to cut this seam about in half. Which almost is like to the foam, but. All right. Once again, turn it to the right side, push everything to the back. Just going to very quickly line up that center. And just make sure to get this as flat as possible. and pull to the back. Alrighty then. So that's as flat as I can get it. Pretty darn good. And then once you stitch it, it'll get even flatter. So that's going to be my front of my bag. So for me, the next step will be, and for you, the next step should be to come back in here and do a top stitch along that curve. And so we're going to top stitch along the curve. And then when I'm done doing that top stitching, I'm going to go and I'm going to base stitch the entire piece around the outside. You can base stitch across the top at this point as well because we're not going to do anything else with it. But my first focus should be my top stitching and then my base stitching. So let's go to the sewing machine and get that done. And we've installed our twist lock. We've gone in and top stitched around our entire curve, and we've completed the front portion of our bag. Okay, so now that's done. The next step that we're going to need to do is we're going to add the back portion of our bag, which is the main body portion of our bag, to the front of the bag. So in order to prepare for that, we're going to set this aside and we're going to grab the main body portion. So I'm going to fold this under just to make it easier when we do our drop-in lining. I'm going to fold this top piece under, and then it's already nicely creased and pressed and easy to do. So I turn this over to the wrong side. When I grab my iron, I've already drawn a line 1 inch down from the top. I'm going to grab my iron and I'm going to fold this edge along the top down to that line. So I'm going to give it a nice press, really, really firm press, because I want to make sure that it is stiff. I don't want it to roll in any way. And it also helps to get it as crisp as possible because then it looks like a clean edge. When you're doing a drop-in lining and you have to fold it after you've already done everything, in other words, you haven't put this top edge in it, sometimes this doesn't look as clean on your bag. But if you pre-fold it, pre-crease it, and then work with it that way, it makes it so much easier. So I'm going to unfold this and then I'm going to grab my foam. So this is my foam piece. So in the directions, it tells you to cut your foam 1/2 an inch shorter than your main body. And that's so that you can fold this top over the foam and you don't have a double layer of thickness. So that's why it's done that way. So you're going to take the top edge and you're going to push it right up against that crease line so that when you fold this over, it looks like that. So once I've done that, I'm going to clip it first from the wrong side. So I'm putting this on the wrong side of my fabric. I'm going to clip it from the wrong side. And then I'm going to flip it over to the right side. And the reason I do it from the wrong side is because I want to make sure that it's still there when I flip it over. I did mark this bottom center and the bottom center top earlier. So If you haven't done that, go back and do that because it will help you later on when you're putting the bag together as well. So I'm going to take 2 passes of the basting stitch on this. I'm going to baste this together with the foam. So the main body of your bag together with the foam. And then I'm going to come back later on and I'm going to baste the exterior front part with the curve. I'm going to baste that onto here. Okay, so now that we have that, let's go back and add our main exterior front to this, and we're going to baste it in. So the way that we're going to do that is very simple. Is we're going to grab that front piece, which is this piece right here, and we're going to just align all the edges. So we're just going to align the top edge. We're going to align and the top edge of this should be with the top edge of the fold. So just make sure that that's what you're aligning, not where the crease is. So you're going to align it right here with the top edge of the fold. I'm just cutting off. I have some lining sticking out over here. So I'm just going to very quickly cut off this lining that's sticking out of my curve. There we go. So we're going to align the top edge here. I normally do the tops first, and then I do the bottom center, and then I just start clipping around. And you can see how many layers there are, so you can see why there is a need for basting all these layers together. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're going to come back in and we're going to baste this. When you're basting these pieces on, I'm going to baste around the entire piece. So I'm not just going to baste, across the top, across the bottom. I'm going to baste on the entire piece. I want to make sure that when I baste this piece here, which is the short edge, it's okay if you go a little bit over onto right above the fold and back tack because you want to make sure that it's in there securely for when you come back later. So let's go to our, trying to get that fussy cutting done. Let's go back to our sewing machine and sew this around. So we're going to start at one end, go down, around the bottom, up the other side, and over. Okay, so that's all basted in. We have our pocket in, we have our foam, we have our vinyl, and we've finished the front section of our bag. So now that we have our strap connectors complete, we should have 2 different types, right? We should have one with the 1/2 inch D-ring and 1 inch D-ring, and the other one with the 1 inch D-ring. So I'm just going to show you because it's really the same. I'm going to show you how we're going to prepare these so that we can attach them to the front and back of our bag. So all you're simply going to do is make sure your D-ring is on there. I'm then going to match those edge corners right there, corner to corner. And I'm going to put a clip to hold it in place. I'm going to do the same thing with the one with the 2 D-rings on it. I'm just going to sort of make it into a V shape, and then I'm going to match those corners. Now, something I will mention to you, as far as these connectors. When we put them on the bag, we should be putting them on so they're actually opposite to each other. So if you look at them this way, what you're seeing is they're both folded exactly the same way. D-ring should go to the back, so when I flip it over, they're still going the same direction. I want one to go towards the inside of the bag, so the one with the D-ring, you should fold it over to the right, and then the other one you should be folding to the left. So then when you look at them, they're going in opposite directions. When I put them on the bag, they're going to go on exactly like this on the front and the back of the bag. So regardless of if it's the front or the back, the one with the two D-rings are going to go on the left-hand side, and then the one with the singular one is going to go on the right-hand side. It doesn't matter if it's the front or the back, they're still going to go on the same way, because when you flip it over, these will be at opposite corners to each other. So what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to tack across this at that join edge right here. I'm going to tack it down, and that's so that when I'm attaching it to the bag, it does not come apart like this. The reason that I do the straps like that is because I want to reduce the bulk at the seam. So let's go to the sewing machine and do this. And I will just tack down these two, but you should definitely go back and do all four. Okay, so now I've tacked them down and I'm ready to use them on the front and the back of my bag. So I just tacked down right in there. Once again, remember they should be going in opposite directions. This one should fold towards the inside or towards the right, and the one with the single one should be folded over towards the left. So do your other two, and then you're going to come. So now that we've completed the front of the bag, the next thing we want to do is we want to add our strap connectors. Remember I said that they should be opposite? So one is going to go here and on the left, and the other one's going to go on the right. I'm going to put the one with the double connector over here and the one with the single one on the right. So for right now, I'm just going to set my front of my bag to the side, and I'm going to take a look at my strap connector. Now, just so that it sits in there correctly and straight, what we're going to do is we're going to measure 1/2 of an inch up from that point on the bottom. So right 1/2 inch from the point, not from the sides, but from the center where you sewed it together. So the reason that I'm doing this is because I am going to put the bag in, the strap in my bag at that mark and align it with the raw edge. So I'm going to do it on this piece. And then I'm going to do the same thing on the connector with the single D-ring on it. So I'm going to measure up 1/2 inch and straighten out your D-ring, make sure it's straight. And then you will draw a line that goes across. All right, so once you have those two lines on there, the next thing you're going to do is you're going to attach them. I'm just going to very quickly fill this in with my chalk liner. So now get the front of your bag. And when we place this onto the front, this is your connector, right? Once again, this leg is pointing towards your right. I want to line it up in such a way that the leg sits right in the middle there, right? So this piece is right at where that joint is. And that's because I don't want all of this bulk in that same place. So what I will do is I will align it where the bulky part is, and I will flip it down, right? So I'm flipping it down. It is where the bulky part is. I'm then going to turn my bag over, or my front of my bag over, and I'm going to slide this up until I see that 1/2 inch mark on the back. So it should be in a little bit up from your edge. I don't want it exactly on the edge because I don't want it to pull out over time. So I'm going to add 2 clips, just like that. We'll turn it back to the front, and then I'm just going to double check that when I fold down my top piece, and you can actually check this, you can see that this sits right there. So there's a sort of like a cross right there, and only about half of it sits on that side and half on that side. With your hump jumper, you should be able to get right over that piece right there. So when you top stitch around, but it should extend a little further back, a little further out of your top edge. I don't want it exactly to the top, which is why I had you do the 1/2 inch mark. I'm going to take the second one and I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to place it so that I can see what I'm doing. I'm then going to flip it down, and I try to align it or feel it because then it'll stop right there. Turn it over to the back. Slide it up till I can see the 1/2 inch mark that I drew that went straight across. I will then add a clip, and you can add 2, 3, however many clips you need to hold it in place. And then what you're going to do is flip it back over once again. Flip this down with your seam allowance and just double check that it's sitting right where you need it to sit right there, right? So it's sitting right there at the exit. If it's not, you can just adjust it left or right. That will be your strap connectors that you connect to the front. I am going to go to the sewing machine and base these strap connectors down to protect your hardware. And I am going to do it from the back side because it'll just make it easier. You can base it from the front side as well. I base it from the back side because I want to be able to see that I'm stitching halfway between the top edge and the bottom. So to protect it, I just simply add a piece of tape, or you can use saran wrap or whatever you need to do around your hardware because it will be against the throat of the machine. I'm sorry, the bed of the machine. And I'm just going to add this tape on here just like that. And then I'm going to stitch it down. So I want to make sure that when I stitch it right halfway, so it'll be stitched at 1/4 inch on either side. So let's go to the sewing machine. Make sure that you protect your hardware. So now I'm going to stitch this on here. You can back tack at the beginning and at the end. I normally just back tack at the beginning. Just going to double check that my placement is still correct, and that is still correct right there. And I fold this one and make sure that it's still correct there and nothing shifted. If it shifted, take it out and redo it. If you get close to it, that should be close enough. I mean, honestly, if you're this far away, that's a problem, but get as close as you can. It may take you a couple of times, so take your time with this. So I fold it over and make sure that everything is still aligned where I had originally wanted it to be. If it's not, you can remove it and then redo it. But if you put the clips in, it should stay. And now we're complete with the front, and we're going to set it aside. So next up is going to be our exterior back. And that's exterior back, that's part 3 or batch 3. So you're going to need for this, and this should have already been grouped together, but I'll just cover the pieces for you. You're going to need the main front left and right. You're going to need a piece for the front of your exterior, which is the accent piece. And then you're going to need 2 additional pieces actually cut the same way as your exterior accent for your cell phone pocket. You're going to need your lining for your front and your foam. You will need your exterior back. So this is the main body piece. So this is the exterior body, but it's the back side. You'll need the corresponding foam. You will need a magnetic closure. So you will need the magnet, not just the male portion, but you will also need the female portion. The back part has a magnetic closure on it, whereas the front has the the twist lock closure. You will need two washers. I have one here, but you'll need two, and you'll need two pieces of some type of non-woven reinforcement. In the pattern, I say to use scraps of your vinyl. You can use a waterproof canvas. You can use Decovil Heavy, Decovil Light. So some scrap piece that you need to help reinforce the magnets. Okay. So right now, to start off, we're going to put everything aside except for our front left and right, along with one of our accent pieces. So you can put the pocket pieces to the side, and you just need the front left and right. So this is going to be constructed the same way that we do I said the front left and right. I meant the back left and right. This is going to be constructed the same way that we're doing the front. When it comes to the main part, the difference will be when we install the cell phone pocket and when we install the magnetic closure. So the first thing we're going to do is take the right side up, our accent piece, and we're going to lay them right sides together, or with the exterior or the wrong side of our accent piece facing up. So the wrong side of the accent piece is facing up, and the material is right side together. I'm going to clip this in place, and then I'm going to go to my sewing machine, and I'm going to sew this using the seam allowance for the pattern. Okay, so once you have that clipped together, we can go to the sewing machine. And that's one half. So we're going to repeat it for this half. So once we open this up fully, the next thing we're going to do is take our right side. We're going to put it right side down or wrong side up on top of our accent piece. So these should be right sides together as well. We're then going to clip this in place. Clip these together. And then once again, we're going to sew this together. Okay, so we're going to take our right side and we're going to turn it right side down. So it's going to be wrong side up on top of our accent piece. We're then going to clip that in place like we did for the right side of this. And once we've done that, we're then going to go to the sewing machine and we're going to stitch this in place as well. So let's go to the sewing machine. So once we've done that, the next thing we need to do is to attach the foam. Now, when we attach the foam, we want to make sure that that foam gets attached so that it's shorter. Before we do that, I am going to top stitch across each one of these like I did for the front. So when we looked at the front, I actually top stitched these first, and then I went back and I attached the foam. So that's what I'm going to do now. So make sure that you pull this out so it's totally flat. Your seam on the back should be going towards the middle. So it should be folding into the middle. And I'm going to top stitch on the fabric side. So let's go to the sewing machine. So next what we're going to do is we will be adding our foam piece. So as I mentioned before, this is very similar to what we did with our front piece. The foam piece, I'm going to turn it over to the back. We're going to place a mark here, 1/2 inch from the top edge. And we're going to do that so that we make sure that we place our foam 1/2 inch from the end. That'll help to ensure that we are keeping away from the bulk, adding bulk to the top. So this is only done on the short end. It's not done on the entire piece. Once we've done that, we will retrieve our foam. So we're now going to go grab our foam piece that we cut out. And we're going to lay it on top of our exterior back, right? So this is the exterior back that we're constructing. And we want to make sure that that foam is at the line over here where we've drawn, which is 1/2 inch down from the top. So once we fold it over, it should be out of, we shouldn't have a lot of foam in that seam. We will be trimming this as well around the curve a little later on, and we did that on the front. So I'm not sure if how people are going through the videos. So if you're going through the videos and you're only doing the part that's the most difficult for you, then that's why I keep mentioning the fact that it was done before, because some people are going through the entire video series and therefore they may say to themselves, oh, we've done this before, and we absolutely have. So let's go ahead and go around and sew this down. We're actually going to base stitch it in around the side. So starting here, we're going to baste around everything. So we're going to start at the corner, we're going to come down, and we're going to go around the top here on the outside curve, and then we're going to sew around the inside curve as well, using a basting stitch and 1/8 of an inch seam allowance. So let's do that. And now that has been basted. So the next step that we have to do is we're going to set this aside and we're going to work on our pocket. So before I do that, I am going to trim up around these edges here, and then we'll prepare the pocket. So all right, so I'm going to set this aside. Next, I'm going to get my center pocket pieces, and those were the two pieces that were cut exactly the same way as your center accent pieces. I'm going to place these wrong side up, and I'm going to draw a line that is, and I'll start with one. I'm going to draw a line that's 3/8 of an inch in from my left hand raw edge. So if anybody is looking, it's actually where that point is right here. And I'm just going to draw a line that goes down there. And I'm going to do the same on the other side. So I just turned it around, I did on the other side. And I'm actually going to do it for this one as well. So then that way, no matter which part of the pocket or which pocket piece I'm looking at, I will still see those lines. And these are going to be stitch lines. This will just make it easier for you when you're sewing the pocket pieces together. Okay. So once you've drawn those lines, you're going to come back and you're going to then you're going to come back and you're going to get the back piece again. So for the back piece, I'm going to set one of these to the side. I'm going to get my back piece, which was this piece right here, and I'm going to lay it right side up on my surface. I say on the cutting mat. Let's fold this piece in half because I want to make sure that I'm marking the centers, or matching the centers, I should say. So I'm going to fold that in half and I'm just going to make a tiny snip. Once again, you can use a marking tool, erasable marking tool if you would like. Okay. I'm then going to lay this accent piece wrong side up or right sides together. I'm going to match my center marks, which are right here. I'm going to add a clip and then I'm going to do the same over here. I am going to clip the bottom just in the center, just to keep everything straight as I sew. And we're going to do the same thing over here. So this is going to be for the cell phone pocket. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to make sure and double check that this is right sides together. We don't want to do it because we're going to flip this around to the other side. We want to make sure that the inside of our lining is correct. So starting where the drawn line is, I'm going to sew all the way around to the other drawn line. And I'm going to use my seam allowance that I've been using to attach things. So I'm going to sew all the way around here, just on the curve from one line to another. All right, so don't sew past the curve. Just sew that piece. So let's go to our sewing machine and do that. So you now have this sewn together around that curve. And like I mentioned, it is from drawn line to drawn line. We're then going to take our piece, our cell phone pocket piece, and I am going to flip it over so that it is on the wrong side over here. So I'm going to flip it over so that it's on the wrong side. Now, I'm going to say to you that you will more than likely need to trim off some of that foam. So we did that on the front. So before I do that, I'm going to trim in here and trim off some of that foam. So we don't need the bulk in here. So I'm going to grab my scissors and I'm going to trim that out. I don't really have that much, but whatever you have, trim off the foam. So just trim it right down to that stitch line. Remember, we basted this in. So I'll get rid of that bulk. And then the other thing that we're going to do is we will actually make small snips just to make sure it lies flat. So I'm turning it over to the front side so that I can see what I'm doing. And we're not going out here. We're just going in here and we're going to make little tiny snips right above our stitch line to try to help it lay flat. Okay. So now what we should be able to do is we should be able to flip it around. All right. So once you've done that, like I said, the little snip should be fine. You don't necessarily have to do them. I'm just doing them. But it will give it some room to move. You're then going to grab this and pull it to the back. We're going to top stitch, but the reason I didn't have you go all the way to the edge is because we then are going to need to sew this. And if you go to the edge, you won't be able to do that. So I'm going to turn this over to the inside. Push it as far down as you can so you don't see the actual piece right here. So just push it down as far as you can. I am going to clip it just to hold it to hold it a little better. You will have to curve this piece as you're doing this. You're not going to sew it, you're just going to curve it down just so it'll lie flatter. And what we're going to do is we will be stitching from where we stitch. So that stitch line to stitch line. Now, one of the things is you're not going to be able to see the stitch line because you're stitching from the top. So I'm going to flip this over. I'm going to make sure I align the bottom center marks, which will help to keep this straight. And then the question becomes, how do you know you're doing it from stitch line to stitch line? You're not going to worry about that. What you're going to do is you will be stitching from the seam to the seam. What do I mean by that? You will be stitching from this point here to this point here. There's some extra over here, but if you just stitch from here to there and top stitch across, when we come back later, we will connect the two. Try to end right in that seam because then that way it'll also be hidden. Okay, so I turned it over, double check, make sure that it's pushed back as far as you can. Like I mentioned over here, you will have to roll it down in. So you're sort of rolling it like it's going to end up being anyway. But what you need to do is push this down in its natural state to be able to keep it as low down as possible. So I hope all of that makes sense. We are going to come in, we're going to top stitch, and we're going to go around in that way. The directions explain it, how to do it, but if it's sort of saying exactly what I'm saying to you, which is, start here, go around, and stop there. All right, so let's go to the sewing machine and do that. So I just want to show you what I did. I top stitched just from this seam to that seam. That's all that I did. Okay, so the next thing for us to do is to come in and install our magnetic closure. So we will have two pieces here of our magnet, and we should have two washers. I have another one here somewhere. And we'll have two washers. You should also have a scrap piece for this first part and a scrap piece for the second part. I'm going to take my washer, so I'm going to set this aside for a moment. I'm going to take my washer and I'm going to place it on my scrap piece of fabric or material, and then I'm going to put it once again at a 45-degree angle. I will draw in those lines, those little notches, just where I have to cut. And then once I've done that, I'm going to cut those open. So that's the first part. Once I've done this, I'm going to set this aside and then I'm going to come back. I will be coming back and doing my lining piece. So that's the first part. The next piece that I have to get is my lining piece, and that is this piece. I'm going to fold it in half, matching the side edges, and I will mark the center. And I will do the same for the bottom. I'm then going to get my ruler. I'm going to lay it on here, and I need to mark the center of this in order to put the magnet piece on it. So I'm going to measure down from the top center 2 inches. And this isn't going to matter because you're not going to see it. So I'm doing it on the front. I'm going to measure down 2 inches. I'm going to place a line right here. And then I'm going to place another line. So I place a horizontal line, a short one, maybe about 1/8 of an inch. And then I do another line about 1/4 of an inch up and down. I move my ruler and then I just draw another, I just continue that line that's going. So I have a little bullseye kind of, or a little plus sign right there in the middle. So I'll hold it so you can see it. So once you've done that, the next step is to mark for your magnet. So you're going to take your washer again. You're going to place it right on that plus sign with it at an angle, right? So the plus sign's right in the middle. I'm going to draw lines for the little notches. I'm then going to take my scissor and I will cut those notches. Now, being that this is waterproof canvas, I don't really have to put any type of spray check on it. If you're using fabric, like you decided to do cotton, I would advise you to put spray check on it. So now I've done that. Okay, I'm going to take the male portion of my magnet, pushing from the front to the back. I'm going to insert the prongs through those holes that I just created. All right, and you can see it covers up my marks that I made. I'm then going to take my piece of material that I'm using to reinforce, and I'm going to place that on top. Just like that. And then I will take my washer and I will put that on top. I'm going to grab my scissors. And once again, these are going to be my paper scissors, not my good scissors. And I am bending these prongs in towards the middle and try to bend from the bottom. All right. I'm going to get a piece of my Gorilla tape, duct tape, whatever tape you have. You don't have to do this. I just do it as a matter of course to be preventative, to make sure that that doesn't come out. And I will put a piece of that over these prongs. All right. And so that has been put in place to protect the prongs. So once you've done that, I'm going to flip this over and we're ready to work on the other part of our cell phone pocket, which was sitting over here to the side. I'm going to fold this in half as well. Mark my center. And then will be right side up. My lining piece will be right side up. I'm going to take my other accent piece, and I'm going to lay it right side down or wrong side up. I will be clipping it, placing clips around this piece as well. So I'm clipping the center and then I'm going to clip the bottom center just to keep it straight. And I'm going to repeat the process here. So I will clip this at the curve. I will then sew from the seam line to the seam line. So I will sew from this point here back around to the same point on the other side, the same way I did for the front part of this back pocket. All right, so then we're going to sew right around that. So let's go back to our sewing machine. You will have your piece completed. I'm just gonna, for some reason I have these little extra, like when I was cutting it, little pieces here. This shouldn't be as thick as the front part of this because there is no foam. It's just the waterproof canvas or whatever you decide to make if you're using cotton. And so we're just going to take that. We will cut little notches here as well just to help it lay a little bit flatter. Once again, cut within the what you stitched, right? So we're just going to make little snips. And then once we do that, we will flip it over to the wrong side the same way we did before. Push it down. Like I said, I match the bottom center, which helps me keep things straight. Clip it there. I push it down. And then you're just going to manipulate it so that this is totally flat around that curve. Once again, you may have to curve this piece, which is the shape it's going to end up being anyway, just to make sure that you're getting it as flat as possible. I'm going to add a clip here. Now, this may be a little bit more difficult because you do not have those accent pieces. So I'll explain to you how you do it. So on this side here, there is that point or the end of the pocket. That's really where the seam allowance is. So what I have you do and what I tell you to do is to measure from here down 3/8 of an inch, which would put you right where your seam line is, and then just place a little mark. And that's where your start line is going to be. So if you do that on both sides, that will be where the start line will be for you. And then you're just going to sew with or top stitch within that. Now what happens is by doing that, when we're done, I'll be able to sew the seam on the pocket without having to rip anything apart. So go back, look at where this is, measure over, and you should be able to place a mark so that you're not sewing over that. All right, so I'm going to eyeball this, but you should definitely measure in from there, 3/8 of an inch. So let's go to the sewing machine and let's top stitch this. So we're going to flip this over to the back. On the back, we're going to find our center and we're going to place a mark 1 inch. And I'm measuring 1 inch up on the left and the right side of the back. I'm making it pretty long. All right. So when we're sewing it together, that's going to be where we're going to stop. If you look at it, it's almost at the point where we have our cell phone pocket itself, right? So everything when we're sewing it together will then have enough room to be able to stitch this down. So next what I'm going to do is I'm going to get my front piece. So this is the back piece that I have. I'm going to lay that right side up on the cutting mat, and I'm going to lay this wrong side up on top of it. So it's really kind of right sides together. And I'm going to clip the top. Now, what's going to happen is when I'm done and I flip it over, this cell phone pocket lining piece and that one will be matching. So that's why they're right sides together. And you want to stop at those marks over here because I need to be able to flip the pocket. If you keep stitching, I'm not going to be able to flip the pocket through. So it gives me enough room when I come around here to be able to then flip the pocket through. So that's why I'm doing it. So I will be sewing this only on the curve, but I want to make sure that everything is clipped and straight. So align your bottoms, reposition your clips, align your bottoms and everything. And these two in the middle should meet. So just to show you, it should meet like that. So I hope you can see it. Once again, these are the lines. I need those lines because I need to be able to flip the pocket. And if I don't have it, I won't be able to do that. Okay, so let's go to the sewing machine and sew around this curve. And only that curve. Don't sew anything else, just the curve. We are using our seam allowance to do that, so make sure you are using your seam allowance. So now once you've done that, you can go back to your cutting surface and can remove your clips. And then what you need to do is flip everything right side out. So there's a gap in here. So you should be able to flip everything. So once you've done that, you should then be able to get your pockets so that they're on the wrong side of your exterior, your back. I'm going to line up the little center marks at the bottom. It's like this. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull this and make sure to match up these two pieces on the side. So I'm going to match up where those seams are right here, and I'm going to pinch them together. And I'm going to add a clip right there. And then I will continue clipping down the side. So I will continue adding clips down the side. And I'm on the wrong side. So the pocket pieces are right side together. I'm going to do the same on the other side. I'm just going to pull it. I'm going to tuck these down so they both get tucked down towards the front. And I'm going to match them just like that. All right, so they match because they're tucked towards the front of your bag. And this is a little tricky and fiddly, but you can do it. And then I'll just add a clip right here to hold it. And then once again, I'm going to clip down the side. Now, the way that we're going to close up the pocket is I'm not going to sew the bottom piece. I'm just going to sew these side seams. So I'm just going to sew this seam and this seam. I'm going to catch the bottom seam when I sew the bag together. It's going to get caught in the bottom seam, so you don't have to sew the bottom closed. You don't need to take that extra stitch. You just need to do this. Make sure when you're sewing it, you get as close to this as possible on this side where the seam is. So if you fold the seams down, that should push these pieces together. Okay? So I hope that makes sense. So we're going to go and we're going to sew on that line. That's our seam allowance line on both sides. So let's go to the sewing machine. Okay, so now it looks like it's a little bit of a hot mess express, but I promise you it's good. So now we're going to turn this right side out, I'm going to align the bottom here with the bottom pocket that I did not close. Remember, I said we're going to grab it, and the center on the front. So match up all your centers and then place a clip. All right, I'm going to make sure I clip also on the left and the right of the pocket. Just like that. Then what you're going to do is you're going to straighten everything out, right? So if you did it right, you straighten everything out. Your little pocket right here should be attached in such a way that you can just finagle it and line them up, which is what I'm going to do. I'm just pushing that down, but you can see that they're together. This is one side and that side. So I'm just pushing it down and making sure they line up. We're going to top stitch, which is going to close any gaps that we may have. So you can just push that right down in there, and we are going to top stitch. So we're going to come back around to meet the line that we had over here in the seam, and that should catch everything. So I'm going to put a clip here. I am going to make sure that I push everything out on the side over here. Now, when it comes to the side, if you're finding that you have a lot of bulk, just grab your scissor. And we did this on the front, but we did it a little bit differently. Grab your scissor and trim down. And I normally cut at an angle to about 1/8 of an inch. Right, so I cut that at an angle, and I'm going to do the same here. On the front, we actually trimmed the entire thing down, the entire curve down to about 1/8. But I'll just do the corner here. Trim as much as you need to trim to help you reduce the bulk so that you can do what you need to do. Let's take out this clip for a minute. All right, so right there, I trimmed it to about 1/8 of an inch. This will also help you later on when you're putting the bag together because you've reduced down that seam at the top. So now you should be able to push this pretty evenly around there. And like I mentioned, roll it between your fingers, match up your little pocket seams here. Like I said, we're going to come back in and we are going to sew over it back into the seam, which will catch anything over here that you may think needs a little bit of help or doesn't look quite right. I promise you, this is probably the trickiest part of the bag. But take your time with it and it will work. So I'm now going to do this side and push, push, push that seam over here. Just push it out and roll it in your fingers and make sure you get as much of the vinyl on top and not as so much of the lining. You don't want the lining to peek through. Right. If you need to, you can clip this curve, meaning take little snips in it going all the way around. That's what we did on the front. So you can reduce the bulk by cutting out some of that excess in here, or if you want to come back and you think, for example, here there's a lot of bulk, so it's not lying as flat as I would like it to, I can open it up and just come back in here and cut out some of that as well. So take as much as you need to take out or create snips if you want to be able to get it to lie the way you need to and so that it's totally smooth. So I have right here, I have a lot of bulk. So I'm just going to cut some of that out. And I'm just going to reposition this a little bit more. There we go. Oh, that looks so much better. All right. Yeah, it looks so much better. And I'm just going to make sure that my pocket pieces right here line up, which is what's really important as I sew over that. Yeah, it's lying so much better. I took out that bulk. So just take out as much as you need to take out to make it. I am using a different vinyl than the one that I used before. So, um, like I said, the thickness of the vinyl definitely makes a difference on working with your project and how easy or difficult it may be. So I'm hoping that everybody's working to their level, meaning not your bag making level to your comfort level. So if you want to challenge yourself, that's your comfort level. If you don't want to challenge yourself, that's your comfort level. So work to whatever level makes you happy, and use the material that's going to make you happy. So that's what it looks like right now. I am going to top stitch it. And when I top stitch this, I am going to make sure that I take a look at everything and make sure it's good. So you can see right here, I do have that pocket. It is face, front and back. This is what it looks like on the front. This puckering will come out once I top stitch it. It's just that it has these clips in place. So now what you're going to do is you're going to top stitch from the top here all the way around the curve until you meet right here where you put the pocket, the front part before. Remember I said you put the slip pocket in the front. And if you stop right there, if you want to go a little bit more and match up with the stitches on the curve and then back tack there, that's totally fine as well. So what you want to do at a minimum is connect the stitches. And since we started, I had you start in that seam, it's less visible when you're making your bag. So I'm going to have you do that. And we're going to go to the sewing machine and take care of it. Once again, take your time doing this. I am going to add a little bit more pressure to my presser foot to try to flatten this down. But if yours doesn't do that, that's totally fine. But take your time doing your top stitching. I am going to back tack. Okay. And then I am done. Oh, I think I ran out of bobbin thread. Always. Hmm. Bobbin thread. So that's one side. And you can see I've done the top stitching around there. And I'm going to top stitch on this other side now. I will be sinking my needle in that in the actual seam before I start, just to make sure I'm starting in a good place. Okay. So I did it again. I don't know what's happening with my thread. What's happening with my thread? All right, got it done. So once you do that, everything should be done. Just double check that, your stitches are fine. I'm just going to cut or do a little bit of cleanup here. I'm going to turn it over to the back. One thing about waterproof canvas is it is fire retardant. That's one of the things about it. So if you put like to melt your thread, usually it does not burn. I wouldn't hold a retardant doesn't mean fireproof. I would not hold a lighter or anything to the material for a long amount of time, but you can singe off your threads like I'm doing if you're using the waterproof canvas. So I'm done. I'll show you my bag so you don't think I did anything sneaky. I tried to do everything on camera, but this is how it should look in the corners where they meet. If you're not happy with it, sometimes you can take out these stitches and then redo it. Just try to go back down in the same holes, especially if you're using vinyl. But that is our exterior part of the bag where we have the accent and the slip pocket. And that is now complete. But we still have a little bit more work to do because we want to finish the entire construction of the exterior of our bag. So in order to do that, what we're going to do next is we're going to get So what we're going to do next is we're going to set this aside. We're going to get the body piece, and then we're going to come back and put it all together. What I would say to you at this point, if you're doing this, is I'm just going to go in and base stitch all the way around this piece right now. I'm going to baste completely around this piece to make sure all the pieces get locked together. And like I said, that pocket on the bottom gets sewn into the seam allowance, so I didn't have to seal it up. So let's go sew around the outside. And that's base stitching around the So now we can set it to the side. All right, so I've base stitched everything and I am ready to set it to the side. I always try to do my cleanup on my pieces as I work through them, as opposed to waiting to the end. Okay, and the next piece we're going to need is going to be our exterior back piece. So this is the main body for the back of um, our exterior. We did do this for the front as well. I'm going to turn this piece over. So I have the foam and I have this piece. I'm going to turn it over. Get rid of this. And what we will do is I drew a line 1 inch from the top, and then I folded this down to meet the line, so that when like I said, when I have to put it in the drop-in lining, when I have to put in the drop-in lining, it's a nice crisp edge that I'm matching up. So you are also taking this piece, which is the foam, and you're going to make sure that it's a 1/2 inch shorter than the entire body, and that's because this piece fits directly underneath that folded edge. So you're going to clip this in place right where that fold is, that folded edge is, and you're going to pull it up, clip it right in there. Make sure your edge is unfolded when you attach your foam. Okay, so I'll repeat that when we get to the sewing machine as well. Make sure it's unfolded. I'm going to flip it over to the front, smooth it out, and I will continue clipping around the piece. I did cut a notch at the bottom and at the top for my center marks as well. Now we will be adding a magnet to this piece, because remember I said that on the cell phone pocket, the back pocket actually closes with a magnet instead of with a twist lock. So I will show you exactly what I mean. So this is the front that we just completed. It has a magnet right here. So we're going to need to put a magnet over here so that it closes with a magnetic closure. Right, so that's what I was referring to. Before that, we have to put all the pieces together, meaning the foam and the exterior body, and then we will come in and we will measure in for the magnet. So make sure that you have done your, I guess, the fold. Unfold it. We're going to sew all the way around this piece to attach the foam. I'm base stitching this down. Unfold. I can't say it enough. Unfold that. And let's baste it. Okay. So we've base stitched that down. And we're ready for the next step of attaching our magnetic, the second half of our magnetic closure. So I'm going to get the magnet. And this piece is going to be the female piece. So you can see that. I'm going to turn this over to the, actually, I'm going to leave it on the front. It says turn it wrong side up, but I'm going to leave it on the front. Clean this off. So now we're finished face stitching it. I'm going to turn this over to the back side or the wrong side of my material. I will then take my ruler and I mark the center up here and the center, which is down here. I'm going to line up my ruler with the top edge and with the bottom center. Didn't cut this big enough. Top edge, bottom center. Okay, so it's center to center. And then what I will do is I will measure down from the top edge. I will measure down 6 inches. And I will place a mark. So that's right here. I normally draw a vertical, I draw half of a horizontal, and then I move my ruler and I draw the other half. So that's going to be the mark where I will put my washer. So let me get that second washer. Okay, so now I'm going to put my washer here. Before I do that, let me do a little bit of V-linting. Once again, I'm going to put it at an angle. I'm going to draw my little mark. The center mark is where I drew the little plus symbol. I'm going to grab my scissors and I'm going to make a hole. Actually, I have my seam ripper right here, so I'll use those. And I'm going to make a hole. Because I am ripping through fabric, I am also going to use fray check when I'm done. Okay. I'm then going to also get a piece of scrap material, right? So that I can add to the top of this to give a little extra protection. So I have my piece of waterproof canvas here, and I'm going to do the same thing. All right. I'm just going to rip a hole here. Actually, cut a hole, not rip a hole, but I'm going to place a hole here. And before I forget, let me add my fray check to my actual cotton piece in the front. So I think I can feel it. It's right here. So I will add my fray check. So I'll put a dab here and I'll put a dab there. I'm then going to take my magnetic piece, once again, the male portion, or the female portion, and I'm going to push it, the prongs through the holes that I created. Okay. Then I'm going to take my other piece that I put the holes in, which is my reinforcement piece, and I'm going to put that over it. And I will then take my washer and I will put that over it. Get my scissors, bend the prongs towards the middle. So we've done this before, right? With a couple of things. Just like that. Get a piece of my Gorilla Tape and I will add that right on the top. So I'll add that right over that piece right there. I'll add it right to the top. So now I've installed the magnet to the back of the bag. So we're ready to put it all together now. So I'm going to come back and I'm going to get my exterior completed back. And if we did everything right, those magnetic pieces should line up and sit together, and they do. Okay. And then what we're going to do is we're going to sew the entire piece together. I'm just double checking. Yep. Okay. So I am going to align the bottom. Centers, right? So that's what we always do. We take the bottom center and we align them. We're going to unfold the top piece over here, and we're going to align it with the top piece over here. And we're going to do the same on the left. We're going to align those two pieces as well. And then we'll clip down the sides. All right. And then we'll just start going around the bag and clipping around all the pieces, all the sides. I have some extra foam, so I'm not cutting the bag. I'm just cutting the extra foam that I have at the bottom. Once again, I said I try to cut anything extra because I want to make sure that everything fits. So you don't want to align it with the foam. So the easiest way you can do that is trim off any extra foam, any extra lining. Things always shift or can shift as you're putting it together, which is one of the reasons I'm a big believer in basting. So I want to make sure that I'm actually getting to the bag and not to anything extra, because that's how you create, I guess, gaps in the bag when you sew it together and you realize, oh, I didn't get this. And that's usually because you're not sewing to the bag, you're sewing to something else. All right. So now we're going to put that there. All right. And then we will be base stitching this around all the sides. So I'm going to base stitch at the top. I'm going to base stitch down the side, around the bottom, and back up to the top. This should hold all the layers together, so you shouldn't have to worry about leaving anything behind when we're finishing the bag. Okay. So let's go ahead and do this. Okay. So the next step before we set this aside is to add our anchor pieces, right? So we want to add our strap anchors, and they should be opposite to the way that they are in the front. So what we're going to do is we're going to grab two of those anchor pieces. One will have two D-rings and the other one will only have one D-ring. So we attach them exactly the same way because what happens is when you flip the bag, it's still going to be on the right. So this will still be on the right. So to attach these, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this piece. I want you to make sure that all of your pieces are sitting like this, right? So where you have the accent piece pointing down and to the right, and then the back piece without the accent piece is on the left. I'm matching up those two corners, so those center corners. I don't want them to fully overlap because I am trying to eliminate the bulk on these, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to draw a line, a 1-inch line across these because I also want to make sure that they're really into the bag and they're not hanging out at the top. So now we're going to attach our anchor pieces. We should have two of them, right? We should have one that has the 1/2 inch and the 1 inch. And then we should have another one that just has the 1 inch on it. And they should be facing in opposite directions. So they should be mirror images of each other. So the accent piece is pointing over on this side, is pointing over towards the right, and the accent piece is pointing on the left. I am going to draw a line, a 1 inch line across this. So I'm going to get my my marking tool, and I'm going to draw a line across this. Now, the reason that I'm doing that is because I want to make sure that this actually sits in the bag and it's not sitting on the edge. And because they're twisted, it's hard to see a straight edge. So when I'm starting from the bottom down here, this bottom over here, I'm going to draw a line 1/2 an inch from that center bottom. So make your piece as straight as you can. Where that center bottom over here is, I'm going to draw a line across. And that's really what I'm going to align with my bag. So I'm going to see if I can draw this with an erasable marking tool. So let's see if I can do that. All right. So I can see that it's going right across, and it looks kind of odd because it's not really straight as we know a line to be, but that's because we're measuring here, but it is a straight line. And I'm going to do the same with this. So once again, a 1/2 an inch up from that center. I'm pushing down, and I'm just going to draw a line or make some sort of indent actually on this piece. And come back with my chalk liner just a little bit more. There we go. Okay. So you're going to grab your completed back. We did this for the front. This piece, when I fold this under, so this is going to be our seam allowance that we're going to fold under this way. When I fold it under, this piece should sit. I'll try to show you. It should sit 1/2 on and 1/2 off. That's really the look that I'm getting for. So if I line it up like that and I flip it forward like that, I should be able to push this up to the 1/2 an inch line on the back. So let's do that. Right over. So I'm going to push this up until I see that 1/2 an inch line, which is right there. I'm just going to add a clip or a couple of clips to hold this because I really need to hold this in place. Just like that. We're going to turn it back to the front. So when I pull this back, right, which will be my seam allowance, I don't know if you can see that. This is lying right there. So all of this is not lying on that big bulky piece right there, right? And that's really what I want it to do. I want it to just lie right there. So when I'm doing my top stitching, I'm away from my hardware, but I'm top stitching. I can use my hump jumper and get over this. So we're going to do the same on this side with this piece. Just make sure that the accent piece is going to the right. So I'm going to first line this connecting right at the edge of that, which makes it easier. I put it on there, hold it with your thumb, index finger, pull it up, just pull it right up until you see that 1/2 an inch line. Okay, so I can see the line on both sides. It's straight, just like that. And then I'm going to add 2 clips. So you can add 3 if you can make them hold on and fit. Okay, turn it back to the front. Just going to check it when I flip it over. You're going to have to push this down. It should sit right there. So hopefully you can see how it's sitting on both sides. And that's the way that they should sit when we tuck this under and we do our top stitch, because we are going to push this down really firmly. That's the other reason that I did this crease, because it makes it easier to push it down. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to base stitch these in place on the back, right? So over here, I'm going to base stitch them across. What I will say to you is if you're concerned about your hardware, you can do it. You can definitely do it from the front. You're just going to stitch straight across. It's just easier from the back because of the bulk. You can also, for your hardware, grab some paper tape and put it right over there, like that, to protect your hardware. And then you can come back later off and peel that off. So one of my subscribers told me about paper tape, just in general, not like for this application, but, and I try every reason to try to use it. And the reason I say do this is because you are putting it against the bed of your sewing machine. All right. So let's go to the sewing machine. Let's base it in. I'm basing it in at 1/4 of an inch, just so that you know. And I am making a smaller stitch if possible to base it in. So let's go to the sewing machine. So I'm holding it down firmly. And I'm just going to base right across here. It is pretty thick, but I have faith. Take your time with this. If you have to hand crank a little bit, that's fine too. I normally, when I have thicknesses, is I sink my needle first and then I start sewing. And you can see I'm not rushing. I'm just going very slowly, and I am back tacking. Okay. And it started at the front and came out at the back. I'm hating this thread. I'm going to change it out. It's not liking it. All right. Forward present. Oh, God. Okay. So once you've done one, you should be able to do the second one. Okay, so now that we've done them both, we put them both in there. Let's go back and just double check that everything is the way that we want it to be. So I won't take this, I'll take this paper tape off now because I don't need it. I can always add more later if I need it. I can take this one off as well. I can cut my little threads here. And then what I'm going to do is just flip it up and check to make sure that it's where I want it to be. And it looks good, right? It's right where I want it to be when I fold this under. So when I fold this under, you can see where that is. That's right where I want it to be. So then when I'm sewing this closed, there's just a tiny little bulk here, and I can use my hump jumper to get over that. I will be making sure when I do this that I don't have any extra foam that I don't need, and that it is on there really, really well. So you can see that's where it is. I am going to be top stitching, but when I top stitch, I'm going to be top stitching on the actual fabric. So I'm away from my hardware when I do the top stitching. And this one as well. It's sitting pretty good where I need it to sit. And so we're done with this. The magnet's in, we have the magnetic closure, we have the back in place. And so this is now just ready to begin work on the gusset piece. So that now we're at the point where we're going to put everything together. Just double check for yourself that these pieces are not the same, right? So this one should be 1 D-ring and that one should be 2. So as long as that is the case, you're good to go on this and you can set it aside. So next up, we're going to have our side gusset. So for the gusset, now this is going to be the exterior gusset, and this is the piece that goes all the way around the side of the bag. So we're going to form it using 3 pieces of material. This is, if you're following the batches, this is batch number 4, which is the exterior gusset. So what I will say to you is I do have directional fabric. Well, it's directional for me because I cut it a certain way. And I will say, if you're using directional fabric, please pay attention to how you're sewing this together to make sure that things don't come out upside down. So what are you going to need? You're going to need 2 pieces for the side. So you're going to need a piece for either side of the gusset, and then you're going to need the bottom, or what I'm calling the bottom accent piece. You will also need some foam, and you will need some Decoville heavy. Now, for the foam, I just want to mention that I did piece it together. I have a straight stitch machine, but you can put 2 pieces of foam together and zigzag stitch them together to get the long piece that you need. You can also piece together your Decoville heavy. Just don't lay one on top of the other, but rather put them right next to each other, really, really close, so that you don't see the seam. We will be putting down our Decoville heavy, and then we will be putting down the foam. The Decoville heavy should be narrow, so it's not the full width of your piece. So you can see there's room on either side, and that was done intentional to keep it out of the seam allowance. This will be the full width because we will need to baste stitch it down. So let's get started just piecing this together. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to set all of this to the side for right now. And I'm going to take my bottom accent piece and I'm going to take one of my side pieces. Once again, if you're using directional fabric, pay attention to this. I'm going to lay them the side piece wrong side up or right sides together. I'm then going to clip the bottom. And I will run my seam allowance across the bottom. So let's go to the sewing machine. So once I have one piece done, you can see that one piece is done, I'm going to do the same thing for the opposite side. So I'm going to, right side up is going to be my bottom. I'm then going to take my side piece. I'm going to align the bottom, double check again that if you're using directional fabric, that when you flip it over this way, it is pointing in the right direction. And then I'm going to sew that side as well. So now we have both of the pieces attached to the bottom. So as I mentioned, these will be the two side pieces. The next thing we want to do after we've done that, now we cannot iron on the vinyl. So be aware that you should not be ironing on your vinyl. If you are using cotton, you absolutely can iron on the cotton. I'm going to open up the seam in this case, so I'm not going to push it to one side or the other, but rather I am going to open it up and I am going to press it down. So before I do that, I'm just going to, right here on the vinyl, I didn't get my interface to it here, so I'm just going to give it a little bit more heat. Okay, so I am going to open this seam allowance. I'm going to push the vinyl to the bottom and I'm just going to leave the fabric on the side. So I'm going to open it like this. And you're going to finger press it. I am going to add a piece of double-sided tape just to make sure I'm holding that vinyl down. So as I'm working, you can use a poly roller for this, or you can use some glue. So I'm just going to do that, and I'm going to add this piece of double-sided tape. It's really more for the vinyl than it is for the fabric because the fabric will stay down. Okay, so once we've done that, I'm just going to peel the backing off, and then I will finger press really, really firmly. Once again, you can use a poly roller for this. I'm just going to press that down really firmly to hold it down. I only need to hold it down for a little bit while I do my top stitching. And once again, we're just opening the seam allowance. Make sure you press it with your finger or a poly roller really firmly to hold it down. Okay? So once you've done that and you've opened it up, the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to come to the top portion of my top, the exterior top, and I'm going to measure down 1 inch from the top, 1 inch from here, and I'm going to draw a line. So I've already done that. I'm then going to do the same thing to the opposite side, and I'm going to draw another line at 1 inch. The reason I do that, like I've been doing throughout, is so that I can fold under this top, and when we're putting the bag together, it just makes it easier to align the side. So I'm now going to come back and I'm going to iron that down. And I will do that on both sides. Give it a nice, good press. Okay. So with that ironed down, the next thing that we're going to do is we're going to put on, and you can see that these are both ironed down. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to put on our Decoville Heavy. Now the Decoville Heavy should go directly underneath. It should go directly underneath, and it should be centered. So I'm going to grab the Decoville Heavy. I did cut a continuous piece. I'm going to put it right underneath that fold, right where that fold line is, so it'll fold over it. And then what I'm going to do is measure on both sides. So as you're putting this down, just give it a good measure. Now, what I will say to you is as you iron, you will be ironing or applying heat on your vinyl right here. That's totally fine. Just don't put your iron here. So you want to make sure that you apply it evenly down the entire length. And once again, measure on either side to make sure that it is even. So I'm just going to eyeball mine, but you should measure it. You should get out your ruler and definitely measure on this side and on that side. It should be 3/8 of an inch on either side, which is your seam allowance, and that's so that this does not get caught in the seam allowance. So I'm going to iron this. I do apply steam. And take your time with this. You want to make sure it's on there really well. You don't want it lifting. You will be turning your bag once. So when we're done with this, we are going to turn our finished bag one time, and that one time only. And then when we drop in the lining, we don't have to worry about it again. But if your Decoville Heavy is not on there the way it should be, then what ends up happening is it comes undone as you're manipulating your bag. So you're going to put it on, you're going to let it cool. I'm being very careful not to go onto my vinyl, which is right here in the center. So I will take my iron and very carefully iron. Now, once I do this and it's in there, I'm going to flip it over to the other side as well. And I'm going to iron only on the fabric. So just be very, very careful. What I do sometimes as well is I will take one of these Teflon sheets and I will lay it on top just like that. And it's just to prevent the vinyl from sticking to my iron. I'm not worried as much about it melting as I am about it sticking to my iron. All right, and then we'll keep doing that over the full length. Now trim off any extra that you may have of your Decoville. So I'm just going to trim off just a little because it should come directly underneath. Just like that. It should come directly underneath your fold line. So once you're done with that, the next thing we're going to do is we're going to get our foam piece. So the foam piece is going to be applied the same exact way where it's under here. The only difference is that your foam will actually go all the way to the outside edge of your piece. So when I put the foam here, I'm going to clip it to the outside edge, and you'll see that it's the same width as your fabric. I'm going to be basting that down. Okay, so once you clip everything on, so I'm clipping the foam to the exterior of the bag, exterior of the gusset. Once you have everything clipped, we're now going to come back and we're going to base stitch along the side. Make sure that you unfold your top over here when you're base stitching the foam down. So let's go to the sewing machine. Right, so now we've basted the foam onto here. And the next step is to create our top stitching on both the fabric side and the vinyl side. This is going to help to lock the foam in place so it doesn't shift or move. So I'm going to do that. It's going to be a bigger top stitch than it normally is. So it's going to be, I believe it's 1/4 of an inch is going to be the top stitching. So now we're going to top stitch this. We're going to top stitch both on the vinyl side and on the fabric side. You should be top stitching 1/4 of an inch away from that seam line. And you're going to do that on this side, on the right or the left, whichever you start at, on this side and on this side. So you should have 4 rows of top stitching at 1/4 of an inch. So back to the sewing machine. So we've completed this. We've done the top stitching on here and on the other side. And the next thing we're going to do is we're just going to fold this in half. We're going to match those top edges. And I'm just going to place a clip in it. And then what we're going to do next is we're going to mark our center of our gusset. So we're going to fold it in half and we're going to mark the center. And we're going to need those center marks in order to line up the front and the back of our bags. Try to stay within the seam allowance to make sure that you don't create a hole in the bottom of your bags. All right, so then we're done. Okay, so now that you're finished with your gusset, the next thing we're going to do is we want to attach our back and our front. We should have all of our hardware on already, but we're going to attach it to the gusset. So I'm going to start with the front part first. So I will be taking my back and setting it to the side for right now. If you haven't already done so, you should mark the center, bottom, and we did this in an earlier step, so it should already be marked. But if you skip that video, make sure that this is marked in the center, and then bottom center and top center, because we're going to use those center marks in order to align them, the bottom, with our gusset. So what you will do is you will lay your right piece, your front piece of your bag right side up on the cutting surface or on your table. You're then going to take the center mark that you made when you were putting, after you finish putting together your gusset, and you're going to align that so these will be right sides together. Your gusset is wrong side up. You're going to align it with the center mark on the bottom. So I work from the center, I do the ends, and then I come back around the bag. So I will clip this in place. I will then curve my gusset and align the top part right here. And I will put maybe 2 clips right there to hold it in place. Then what I will do is I will do the same on the opposite side. So I will align the top part right here. Make sure to unfold it. It's very important that the tops are unfolded on both your exterior front and on your gusset. And it will look like that. Now you can come back in and you can start aligning your side pieces. So this will be thick. I haven't trimmed anything yet, so it's going to be thick. So make sure that you're grabbing all the layers. Now you can see why I basted everything in. Before I address the bottom part right here, I'm going to clip along the bottom, and then I will address that curve. Now, when you get to the curve, what you're going to make sure that you do is that it fits. If for whatever reason it's not fitting the way that you want it to fit, you can take tiny snips along this piece here, tiny, less than your seam allowance snips along there, and then what you can do is you can fit it right into this corner. All right, so stand it up. Because sometimes if you stand it up, you can get it to fit. And then what I do is before I take those snips, is I will readjust by pulling just a little bit on the bottom. And usually I don't need to take the snips. But if you do, then take those little snips with your scissor and make it fit in that corner. Okay. But make sure you stand the bag up, because don't try to fit it in while it's laying down, because it does spread out. So stand it up, make sure it's standing up, and then do that. And add as many clips as you need to add. We're going to come back later on and we're going to trim the seam allowance. But for right now, just add as many clips as you'd like. I am going to be sewing this bag this way, so from the top down. And so because I'm doing that, I'm using these clips. The clips do have a curved side, so there's that curved side and the flat side. I make sure that the flat side is at the bottom. That's the part that will be sliding across my machine bed. So I make sure they're all with the curved side to the top, and they're up at the top, and then the flat sides at the bottom. Once again, I'm going to stand this up, see how it fits before I start clipping anything. And when I say clip, I don't mean with these clips. I mean take your scissor and take tiny little snips around there, which will help to spread it out if you need to make it fit a little bit better. I'm just giving mine a little bit of a tug here so I can make this corner fit. There we go. All right. So once you have everything clipped in place, you're then going to go to your sewing machine and you will sew all the way around this piece. So I'm going to start at this edge. I'm going to sew all the way around and back up the other side. I will be using a little bit of compression on my bag just to flatten it as I sew. So I am adjusting my presser foot to give it a little bit more compression. So let's go to the sewing machine. You can see that my bag is now sewn together. I will go back in and I will check that all of my seams here, that I did catch everything and I should have caught everything in the corners. I can then turn the bag right side out. I'm going to hold off on that for right now because I want to come back in and I want to put on my back on my bag before I turn it right side out. So I'm going to grab my back of my bag. I'm going to turn it right side down so that it's facing the inside. I will align the center marks like I did before. So I will align the center mark right here. And I will clip all the way around. So I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to add clips, clip all the way around, and then I'm going to attach the back part of my bag. Okay, so once you've done that, check everything, poke into those corners and around your entire seam on both the top and the bottom. Make sure that you didn't leave anything behind when it comes to a seam and that you don't have any holes. So what you can do next is take your scissor and you're going to cut off about maybe half of your seam allowance. So that way you're going to reduce the bulk. So I'm going to start cutting all the way around to make sure that I only get about half. I'm going to do it in sections. So I'm going to take the top part first, then I'm going to come back and I'm going to cut the bottom part. When I'm doing it in pieces, I'm not doing it as one whole chunk because you don't want to cut into that seam. So do that. So once you've cut off all of your excess pieces, the next thing you're going to do is turn it right side out. If you have any challenges with turning it right side out and you're using the vinyl, try using a blow dryer. So put a blow dryer in there, heat up your vinyl, and then turn it right side out. So I normally start at the corners here, and then I poke them in, and then I start to pull out. Make sure you don't dislodge your strap connectors when you're doing this. Poke out your corners. If you have a round tool or a pokey tool, you can use that as well, a knitting needle, whatever you need to use to poke them out. The other thing I will say is once you get everything out of and right side out, squeeze your seams and roll them in your fingers so that they're nice and together. So for example, over here, I would take my seam and I would just squish it real good and so that they are together. Right? And give your bag some shape. Poke out that corner. And then you just shape your bag. So once you're done, your bag will be right side out. Once again, give it some shape. I bend this in. And you are done with the exterior part of your bag. Like I said, I will come back in and I will manipulate this just a little bit more to make sure everything is pushed out. and the exterior is done. So this is going to be the back with the magnetic closure in it and your slip pocket. This will be the front with your twist lock, and we'll put on the other piece later. And once you're done, we will just simply fold this over where we have our little crease, and we will do our top stitching. So we will lay everything inside the bag, and it is a drop-in lining. So now you've finished put together your exterior. Let's continue on with our lining. Next up is going to be our flap for our exterior to be able to close it. The flap is batch number 5, and for batch number 5, you're going to need your cotton. If you're doing it cotton and vinyl, you're going to need the cotton piece, and this piece is the piece that goes underneath the flap. So when you raise the flap, this will be the cotton. You'll need your vinyl piece. The exterior of the flap will be vinyl. If you're using cotton, it will be cotton. You will need a piece of foam, and you will need your Decoville Heavy. Now, the Decoville Heavy is going to be attached after we've put the whole flap together. That way it makes it easy to turn and there won't be any bulk. You're also going to need your female portion of your twist lock, and I'll talk a little bit more about this like I did in the introduction, but we're going to need that piece as well. So for right now, I'm just going to need my vinyl piece and my foam because I want to attach the foam to the vinyl piece. So that I make sure everything lines up well, I am going to measure a 1/2 inch from the top. Your foam should have been cut a 1/2 inch shorter than this piece according to the pattern piece. So I'm going to draw a line here, which is a 1/2 inch down from that straight edge. So that's really where I'm going to align the foam. So next what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab some clips. I'm going to take my foam, put the straight edge against that line. This is for your seam allowance, by the way, to help keep it out of the seam allowance. And then what I'm going to do is I will be clipping this all the way around. If it comes out and you cut it and it's a little bit long, leave it long. Don't trim it yet. Wait till you base stitch it in, and then you can always come back and trim it. So I'm just going to add some clips here, just like that. And I'm going to trim down the side, around the bottom, and back up the side. I didn't mean trim, I mean baste. If I said trim, I apologize for that. That was my mistake. We're going to base stitch around the entire piece. You don't have to baste across the top. So let's go to our sewing machine. So your basting stitch should be 1/8 of an inch, so we're keeping it outside the seam allowance so we don't have to come back in and do it, rip it out. Okay, so now that we've basted that, we're going to go back to our table. And that's basted in. I'm just going to come here and trim this up a little bit just to make it even. So you should do that as well. If you have any extra foam, just cut it off so it's totally flush with your piece. So the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to grab that underside. So mine happens to be cotton. I'm going to grab that underside piece to my flap. And I am going to put a folded over edge, and it just makes it more pliable when I go to put everything together. Because I know for a fact that this is going to be in at a 1/2 inch. I'm going to draw 1/2 inch. I'm going to create the crease. The crease is going to help me when I'm lining up and I need to sew. If you're okay with not having that crease and just following the crease of the body, that's also fine. So once again, because I need to fold this over, I am going to measure down 1 inch, not a 1/2 inch, 1 inch. I'm then going to grab my iron and I'm going to fold over to that 1 inch line. So I'm folding over at I'm ending up with a half an inch fold here. So I'm going to fold that down to meet the line. We're going to iron it firmly. And then once I do that, it will be folded over. And the foam, once again, should align with that fold, not with the 1 inch line. It should align with the fold. So next I'm going to grab my exterior for my flap and my lining bottom. I'm going to align all the edges and I'm going to clip it all the way around. Now, one thing I want to mention is that we need to make sure that the top, when we sew this, remains open because we're going to need to turn it right side out. So I'm just clipping this in place. And if you look at it, your foam should be right here. Your foam is right here where your crease is on your flap. All right. I'm going to do the same thing except and sew around it. The only difference is when I sew around it, I want to sew around it using my regular seam allowance. So I'm only going to sew from the top. Make sure that you unfold that edge down, around to the bottom, and back up. Take your time around this curve. What I normally do is when I get to within my seam allowance, I stop with the needle in the down position. I then lift my press up foot and then I pivot it. And I go very slowly around that curve. It is a gentle curve. So if this is your first time doing the curve, I made it a gentle curve so it's not so drastic, and you should have a pretty easy time getting around it. So let's go back to our sewing machine and sew that together. Okay, we're going to go back to our table and take a look. So as a reminder, everything should have been flat. We're only sewing from end down around the bottom and to the top. I'm turning it over. I'm just checking that everything has been joined together. And the next thing I'm going to do is trim this up. So I'm going to take away that foam. You can also trim half of this if that makes it easier for you, but I'm going to trim away the foam and make sure at the corner here to help reduce the bulk, I'm going to cut it at a little bit of an angle so it's halfway in. But I am going to trim this. I think maybe what I'll do is I'll just trim it in half just to reduce the bulk. And I'm going to do this with a regular scissor so I'm just trimming half of this away. And then when I get to that curve, I'm going to do little notches. So I'm trimming this half away. Don't trim too close to your stitches because you don't want to end up cutting them and end up with a hole at the bottom. Okay, so I trimmed that away, half the seam allowance. And then at the bottom here, you can either cut away the foam to reduce the bulk. So you can do like this. There's not a lot of it down here. So if you want to cut that away, you could do that. But what you should do as well is just take little tiny snips. Be sure you don't cut into the seam allowance. Take tiny snips or cuts if you need to make sure this lies straight. So if you cut it in half, if you cut that in half, there should be no problem. So once you've trimmed everything up, the next thing to do is to turn it right side out. So I'm going to turn it right side out. You can start from the bottom and push it up. I'm going to start from the top, and I'm just going to roll the top down. And then that way I can just pull it Make sure to check around your seams that you didn't cut anything too short, because you want to fix that now if you have to go back and stitch over it. So I'm starting from the top. You can definitely start from the bottom and push in. I find that working from the top is easier because then I can actually pull my piece. So I just straighten it out and then reach back in there and pull a little bit more. And then I straighten it out and keep doing it until I have it completely out. And so I'm pulling down on this bottom piece. But make sure you straighten it out because it's going to be harder if you don't. You're going to try to pull and it won't move because it's bunched up in there. So then once I have a little bit out here, I just simply pull on both ends, but I grab this and I lightly tug what's inside out. And then what I'm going to do next is, after I get everything out, I am going to take a knitting needle and I'm going to poke it out. So once I get to the bottom, it's a little bit harder to get that extra piece out, but once we get it out, we will be using something pointy, not too pointy, right? So as long as it's long enough to get in there, I actually have tons of knitting needles. So that's what I will be using. You can use a skewer, any number of things to poke it out. So let me get my knitting needle so we can do this. So I'm just going to take this. Now remember, your foam is attached to your vinyl, so you want to stick it between your fabric and the foam. You don't want to stick it between the vinyl and the foam. And I'm going to use that end because it's blunt of my knitting needle. So I'm using not the pointy side, but the opposite side. Okay, so I'm going to now get my knitting needle and I'm going to poke out the rest of it at the bottom. I am going to use the curved edge. I won't be using the pointy edge much, I don't think. Make sure when you're doing this that you're between the fabric and your foam, right? You don't want to go between the foam and your exterior because there's a seam there. So we want to make sure we're between those two layers. And then I'm just going to gently push this out and make sure I get everything out. And it should be, like I said, a nice gentle curve at the bottom. And I do have a little bit more that I have to pull out before I can do this. So I'm just going to pull that out. And what's nice about this round edge is I can actually run it along the seam. So I can take it and run it along the seam. If you're using something sharp or pointy, like I said, be careful because you definitely don't want to poke through your seam. So I'm going to flip it around to the pointy side and I'm going to gently poke over here in the corner because I can see that I didn't get the whole thing. So I'm gently poking, not too hard, just enough to get it out. And then I'm going to do the same on the other side, not too hard, just gently to make sure I'm getting everything poked out nicely. And then you can roll it between your thumb and your index finger, just like this. Now, the next step will be to put in our twist lock. However, before I do that, I am going to be adding my Decoville Heavy, and I'm going to be inserting it with the glue side against the fabric side. So you just have to cup it like this, and you can be able to push it in. If you need to trim it, because everybody's stitching is different, if you need to trim down the sides, you can. I'm just gently pushing it in there. This should also be shorter than the top, so there should be, if you can see, there's a gap at the top here. That's that same 1/2 inch. If you're not getting the 1/2 inch, then you can trim the top. It's not a big deal. you can actually just trim the top of that. Once again, this should be going against the fabric side, so don't slip it between the foam and the exterior. I'm just adjusting the bottom to make sure it lays on top. And then I'm going to push that in. But again, if you need to trim it in any way, you can definitely trim this down. Now, on the next part of it, what I have you do is I have you fuse it to the fabric. However, if you're not comfortable doing that because you're afraid that you're going to hit your vinyl, the vinyl piece, then don't do this part, right? You don't need to do it. I just, it's just a little added step, but you don't need to do it. You just need to make sure that it's in there. And I'm just going to trim mine a little bit. So you can see I'm trimming it just a little bit at the top to make sure it falls under my seam allowance so I don't have to sew over that. That's all that I'm doing. Okay, so now it's aligned with my foam. It's the same height as my foam. So like I said, if this makes you nervous, don't do this part. I am going to fuse it to the cotton. So the glue side should have been against the cotton. I am going to take my time. You don't necessarily have to fuse the entire piece down. You can just fuse down the middle because that's where we're going to be putting our twist lock. But like I said, you don't even have to do that if this makes you uncomfortable and you're afraid you're going to burn your vinyl. I know my vinyl is away from the ends because my fabric is rolling away. And then when I'm done with the fusing part, I will roll it into my flap, the inside. So you just need to fuse that down. The other reason, like I said, I didn't have you do it with the deco veil on it is because it would have been challenging to turn it. So now, once I've done that, right, I know that my vinyl was under here, right? It was rolled over my fabric. I can now come back and roll my fabric back in the other direction. And the reason I'm going to do that and I'm going to add a clip is because I don't want to see the lining on the front. If you're doing this with the vinyl like I am, don't leave these clips in there overnight. So the directions for Decoville heavy and light say let it cool for about 30 minutes. I'm not doing that, but you should let it cool so it gets to set up for about 30 minutes. And I'm just putting the clips on the end. I'm not putting them all the way in. They will make marks depending on the vinyl that you're using. After we've done this, the next thing we're going to do is we're going to cut the hole for our piece. So we're going to cut the hole for this piece. Before I do that, I am going to sew at 1/4 inch seam allowance all the way around. And for anybody who did not iron on their Decoville heavy, this should attach it to your piece so it's not moving around in there. So let's go to the sewing machine and sew that 1/4 inch all the way around. I'm still leaving that top open. You can close it, but I'm leaving it open. Once again, make sure you're rolling your fabric under, and then we're just going to go at 1/4 inch. Okay. So once you've done that, you can then feel inside. So once you've done that, you can then feel inside, and your Decoville should be attached to the front and the back, right? So it's attached to the fabric side, but both sides are done. So next, what we want to do is we want to take our twist lock and we want to add it. And this is the female portion of the twist lock. So I'm going to measure up 2 inches from my bottom edge. I want to make sure it's centered. So what I will tell you to do is just measure across. My piece happens to be 4 inches wide. So that means 2 inches in from my edge, and measure yours because yours may be off a tad. Once again, do the stitching and whatever you're doing. And then from the lowest point down here on the bottom, I'm going to measure up 2 inches. So I'm going to measure up 2 inches on this. And that 2-inch mark that I'm putting here, and make sure that you're using something that you can't see. If you want, just do it on the wrong side of the material. I'm doing it on the right side, but do it on the wrong side. I actually like doing certain things, and I'm very careful about it, whether I use chalk or a removable marking tool, is because I need to see if it's centered. And if I'm doing it on the back, I can't necessarily see if it's centered. So that's going to be my center, 2 inches up. And then I'm just going to go up here again, 2 inches. And I'm just going to draw a bigger line for myself. So this is a Frisian pen. Okay. Now that 2-inch mark is going to be where you're going to place the bottom, right? The bottom of your twist lock or swivel lock. So if you put it further up, right, or you put it further down, you'll just get more of a flap hanging over if you wanted to overstuff. But I'm just going to put it right there at the bottom. And I also want to make sure that when I do that, that's centered. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab, for myself, I'm just going to grab a piece of my lint roller here, because I do have screws, and I'm going to grab a piece of this, and I'm going to stick my screws onto my lint roller piece, strip of paper. So you notice I like using what I have. I'm going to put my clip cup on there, make sure it doesn't go anywhere, and I'm going to get my screwdriver, and I'm going to unscrew the back of this. Now, you should be installing your twist lock according to the directions that were given by the person who's, supplied it to you. This one has screws in the back, and so I'm just going to unscrew that really quick, and I'm going to put it on my lint roller paper because it's sticky, so I know it's not going anywhere. So when I take this apart, there are 2 pieces. This one has the hole where the screws go through, and this one is raised a little bit. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use this piece here. I'm going to place it right at that bottom line. And like I said before, you should come back and measure it. So measure and make sure that it's an equal distance from both sides of your material, and mine is. And then I'm going to draw a square or a rectangle where that twist lock is going to be. So I'm just going to draw a little rectangle on the inside, right? So this is the part that we're going to cut out. And then I'm just going to put little marks here. So I'm just pushing down on my pen to see where my screws are going to go. So see if you can see that. So this is the square that I'm going to cut out, and that's where the screws are going to go. All right. So you have a number of ways that you can cut this out. If you wanted to cut this out, you can. Oh, by the way, the end of your marker here is pen is actually an eraser. For anybody who didn't know that. So what you're going to do is cut this out, this rectangle out. Now, I showed you in an earlier video how you could purchase a kit from Amazon. No affiliation on this side. It's just a kit with a set of dies. And this is the kit. And I showed you how, if you open this up, there is one of these dies that actually fit that size. And you can use that with a rubber mallet and a cutting mat. So I could use that piece right there. Grab my rubber mallet, my cutting mat, and my rubber mallet. I would put it sharp side down, just like this, on that rectangle. Make sure that it's straight. Right? You don't want a wonky thing. So you'd make sure it was straight. And then you can hit it with the rubber mallet, and it will cut it out. If you don't have the die, not to worry. You can get a sharp pair of scissors, and I have a sharp pair of scissors here. Now, remember, you have Decoville Heavy in there, so this will be, take your time with this, but you can stick it in here and do it in layers. I would start in the middle here, and I would start cutting at an angle all my corners with my scissor. And I would do the same on this side, and I would cut to the corner. And you should be getting like the foam and the vinyl. And then do the same here. So just cut it out in layers with a very sharp scissor and take your time, right? So then once I'm down one layer, I could then come back and cut the next layer and so forth. I'm going to cut this out just to show everybody with a scissor. I will fast forward through the tape so that you don't have to watch me painfully cut this out. It's not painful, it's actually pretty easy. Just be careful that you do not overcut because there's not much of a lip, so to speak, or an edge on this, right? So it's very shallow between here and here. So try not to cut too big. It's easier to cut smaller and then come back in and cut larger than it is to go back and try to fix your mistake if it's too big. So I'm just going to take my scissor and I'm just cutting. And I'm cutting one, a couple layers at a time. So I'm cutting my foam and my vinyl. And you can also use an X-Acto knife. Put it on your cutting mat, and I would recommend, once again, this cheapy thing rather than your actual mat where you cut your fabric. And you can use the X-Acto knife to cut that out as well. So I switched to, after I cut it with the small scissor to get it started, because I needed to get in there, I'm cutting it with the larger scissor. So I'm just cutting on that line, just like that. So now you can see I have one layer done. And now I just have to get down through the next layer to the Decoville. So I'm going to stick this in here again. I just stick the point in there, just like that. And I just cut across. And then I come back to the other side because I'm back over here. And then you can also take, if you want, take your other scissor and cut. So whatever you need to do, if you have the die set, like I said, you can use that and it punches out easy. I just wanted to show people that if you don't have a die set, you can still accomplish the same thing. So all I'm doing is cut that out. Once again, it's easier to make it bigger than it is to make it go back and fix the mistake because you made it too big. All right, so I'm cutting out, and I don't know if you can see that. My finger now comes through there. So I've cut that out. And I know that I'm going to have to come back and cut it a little bit bigger, but I'll do that once I've done the initial cutting. So I will be taking some fray check because there is cotton back here. I will be taking some fray check, and I will be putting some on the frayed edges, so to speak, or the cut edges. So I'm just going to put some right here around this hole, just like that. All right. And then what I will do is I will take my lock pieces, which are these pieces, and I'm going to put a little bit, just a dab of this thread locker on here. Now, what I'm going to caution, because I've known people to say that it strips. This is also blue, so you want to make sure that on your fabric that you're using, that if you are uncomfortable using it, you can absolutely leave it out because you don't want to get blue all over your fabric. So I will start with one side and then I will work to the other side. So I'm going to start over here on this side. I'm going to take a little bit of this and I'm just going to put one dab, just one dab right there on top of my piece. I don't need more than a little dot. This is my screwdriver that I said was magnetic that I absolutely love. I will use this because it holds on to the screw. I will grab my plate, which is the second piece. I'll place it on there, and then I will place my screw through the hole of the plate, just like that, and then I will put it through to the screw and the bottom. Now, what I'm going to say is that do not screw this all the way down, and that's because we want to get it on there, but we don't want it totally down, that there's no movement in it, and we still have to screw on the other side. So screw it like halfway down. Okay, so I screwed it in. It's halfway down and it's on there. So when I'm done, I'm actually going to push all of this underneath. So I'm going to do the same with this side. I'm going to put a little bit of thread locker on it. Stand it up, put a little bit of thread locker on it. Grab my screw. My fingers here. And then I'm going to screw in the other side of this piece. And I'm just pushing it over to this side because I want to make sure that I'm covering that side. I actually caught the edge. So then I'm going to take this one and I am going to insert it into the other side. So I'm just once again pushing this out of the way. There we go. And I can see the opening right here. So now I'm going to swing the plate back. So this is why I told you don't tighten it too tight because you're going to need to move it. And I'm going to swing this plate back around over here where I have my other screw hole right there. I promise you this is not as difficult as it looks. It's just me trying to do it on camera as opposed to pulling it close to me and doing it. I know some of you are saying, oh my goodness, there's all that fabric. Yes, you can cut out the fabric. I'm not going to. I'm just going to stick it right in there underneath. So I'm just going to get as much as I can away. But whatever I don't get, I can actually just stick under there with an awl. My fabric that I'm using is actually fraying. There we go. I can now see that. So I'm going to flip this back around. Make sure that your lock is on top of your material. Just going to dip it in my thing one more time. Okay, and now that's locked in. So I can see that right there it's locked in. Don't worry as much about the stuff that's around it. I'm going to get rid of that in a minute. But everything is locked in. I screwed this halfway as well. I'm going to turn it to the front. And I'm just going to double check. And you can twist it and move it up and down if you want. But I'm just going to double check that it's centered where I want it to be. So you want it to be exactly where you want it to be. And then I will turn it over to the back and I will tighten down both of the screws on here. So I'll tighten one and then tighten the other one. Now, as you're tightening them down, take a flathead screwdriver, or you can take an awl and you can push whatever material you see that's hanging out. You can just stick it right underneath the lock, just like that. So that's why I wasn't worried as much about what was sticking out, because I'm going to take my screwdriver and I'm just going to push it right into the spaces that are there. Right, so don't screw it down until you have cleaned up all of this going around, and all I do is push it in. right under the lock. And then once I put the lock down, you won't see any of that. There's also a gap in here between the front and the back, so you can take any pieces that you have there and push them into your bag as well. So I don't know if you can see me. I'll try to show you. See that? So I'm just going to push this in between the plates. If you got it perfect, then you don't have to do this. But sometimes you don't get it perfect, and it's not worth it to try to keep fiddling with it in such a way that it causes more harm than good. So that's all I'm doing, is taking those extra bits of fabric and I'm shoving them right in there between the plates and into my bag. And this is just a regular screwdriver. It's a flathead screwdriver. I wouldn't recommend that you use your seam ripper, because the last thing you want to do is break the tip of your seam ripper. But you can use this, or you can use an awl. All right, you can use an awl like this, and you can go around it and just stick everything right in there. Just poke it right in so it's out of the way. If you can see. And it's going to come together. The plates are going to come together, and you won't see that because what's sticking out now is only because there's room. So just take your time with this. This is probably it's probably a good time to take a break anyway, to do something that's not too intense. All right, so I'm just doing that. And then I'm going to go back around the sides here, and I'm going to do the same thing. I'm just running my awl around the sides to make sure that I get all the bits and pieces and bobs in there, just like that. Okay. That's the front piece. And if you want to, you can still adjust more on the front. And I'm just going to run this right here. Be very careful of that vinyl. But I'm just twisting it a little bit and running it. Just make sure everything gets tucked in. Awl is always a good thing to have. All right. And then that's your twist lock. So I haven't put this all the way down, so now I can come back and I can turn it over and I can screw it down all the way. So it wasn't as tight as it could be because I wanted to make sure that I had everything situated. So now I'm going to come back with my screwdriver and just twist until it stops. And I'm going to do the same on this side. And I'm just going to twist it all the way in until it stops. So now it's totally on there. And it's nice. It's on there the way I need it to be. So the next step now is going to be to attach this temporarily with a basting stitch to the back or the back of our piece. So what I'm going to do is I will be taking my back piece and I will be attaching this. Now, if you follow the directions, you will be attaching this once the bag is not together. I actually put it together first, and then I have to attach the flap. But you should be attaching this when this back piece has been completed. So it's the flap, and then you attach it to this piece. Your bag will not be together like mine is. So I just wanted to point that out to you. So this is the back. So the reason I'm attaching it to the back is because the flap will flip over to the front, just like that. So it's got to be attached to the back. You should have a center mark here. If you don't, fold your piece in half, just like this, and snip that. Just make a small snip or a small mark to mark the center. All right. Then there should be a mark also on your back piece, a center mark. And mine is right there. I'm going to take this, and it should be, this is right side up because we turned, it should be right side up, just the back piece. You're then going to take your flap and you're going to put the vinyl or the front piece against that. So it's really right sides together, and this is going to be the underside of my flap. I'm going to align those center marks, and I'm going to add a clip right there. And then I'm going to put another one, so I have 3. Put as many as you need. I normally do the center, the left, and the right. And then we're going to go to the sewing machine, and I'm going to baste this in, but I'm going to baste it in at 1/4 inch. So I don't want it at, a normal basting, which would have been 1/4 quarter of an inch. An eighth of an inch. I want it in at a quarter of an inch because I really want it to hold in there. And I will start a little bit over here, so a little bit off of it, and I will go a little bit off of it on the other side, so a couple of stitches. I don't want this to lift off as I'm working, so we're going to sew that straight across. So that's also why I didn't have you base that. So let's go to the sewing machine and do that. Like I said, yours will be just the back. It won't be attached to the bag. Mine is attached to the bag. So I'm just going to stick this under here and baste it in, once again, at a quarter of an inch. And just so that you know, a quarter of an inch is 1/2 of the seam allowance we're going to use. We will be using a 1/2 inch seam allowance, so half of that is a quarter of an inch. So I've sewn the flap on, and just to show you what it's going to look like. Once again, you should only be sewing it to this piece. Your bag is not together yet. You're then going to take it when it's done, and this is what the bag is going to look like with the twist lock in place. All right, so when we're done, that's how it's going to look, which is why we did our twist lock. Okay, so let's set this to the side and move on to the next section. We're going to get ready to construct or to form our laptop pocket. So this is going to be your batch 6, and you will need several pieces here. You're going to need your laptop, your lining, top, back. So this is going to be the top, and this is the piece that we put the Decoville Heavy on. You're going to need the bottom or the lining, which is this piece here. You're going to need the exterior of your laptop pocket, the lining of your laptop pocket, your magnetic closure, your the tab that we're going to use, and this will be for the piece that's going to close it. So this will be the laptop tab. This will be the bottom piece. We will need a piece of foam, and we will need a piece of elastic. I would also recommend, as I did in an earlier video, that you have a couple of scrap pieces of either vinyl, waterproof canvas, something that's not, that doesn't stretch. So just to reinforce when you put in your magnets. And we will need some duct tape, or it's recommended you use some duct tape, which would help also. But the duct tape and these are optional. You can just use everything else that's on here. So the top, your lining, back, and this is the lining of your bag. A piece of foam. You will need your laptop front and back, magnetic closure with the washers, piece of elastic, and you will need, this is considered the laptop closure, which will be the piece that you pull along with a piece of vinyl to make the little tab at the end. So those are the pieces that we're going to need to get started. So for right now, you're going to put everything aside except for your foam and your exterior piece of your laptop pocket. So you're going to put everything else to the side. All right. So what we're going to do is we will be basting, this is a sew and foam, so we will be basting the foam through our exterior piece all the way around. So we're going to base this all the way around our exterior piece so that it will be together as we're working with it, and we don't have to worry about anything coming apart. So let's go to the sewing machine and do that. Okay, so once we've done that, I'm just going to trim this up a little bit. I also, when I'm normally sewing, attaching foam, I will cut like a big, square rectangle and just sew it and then cut it afterwards. So I'm not as exact as I am in the pattern when I give you the dimensions and I tell you to do something. I just normally take my foam and I just, like I said, draw a big piece and then just trim it down later. So I'm just going to trim this off a little bit. My foam is a little bit bigger. And the reason that I'm trimming it now and I'm doing this to the piece is because when I'm aligning things, I want to make sure I'm aligning it to the fabric. And
The next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to fold this in half, matching the side edges, because I need to mark my center. So I'm going to take a small snip. You can use an erasable marking pen or tool if you like. I snip a lot, so I'm going to take about a 1/8 inch snip, and then I'm going to readjust it and do the same on the bottom. So I'm going to mark it top and bottom. Once again, this helps me to align my pieces together when it comes time to put them together. So then I want to make sure that I'm inserting my magnet on the straight, um, in a straight way. So what I do is I'm going to mark down from that center mark. I'm sorry, I have like some lint on here. And I'm going to mark down from that center mark to put my magnet. Now, the magnet is going to be the first half that our tab is going to sit into on the front. And so I want to make sure that I measure down, I believe it's 2.5 inches from that top center mark. And I am going to place a mark. So I usually start with a horizontal line and then I will draw a vertical line. And then once I move it away, I just complete that and make a little plus symbol on either the front or the back, depending on what I'm doing. Once I have that, that tells me where the center point of my magnet will be, and that's where I will place my washer, the little circle in the middle of my washer. You're going to place your magnetic washer over your plus symbol that you just drew. Make sure that the circle is centered on the plus symbol. So what you're doing is you're going to place it at a 45-degree angle, and you're going to make little marks within the slits. Once you've done that, you can remove your washer. On the next step, what we're going to do is we're going to cut openings where we indicated by the slits. This is similar to what we did on the exterior back when installing a magnetic closure. So what you will do is you will retrieve either your seam ripper or sharp pair of scissors. I go down at the bottom with the point and I come up at the top. And then what I do is you will push your seam ripper. One thing you want to make sure is that you're using a sharp seam ripper. And so that when you push, it makes a clean cut. Also watch out for your fingers. So we've done one, and now we're going to do the same for the next one. Also make sure that you're cutting through not just your foam, but through your fabric. So you should be going straight down and then pivoting your seam ripper towards the top and using it to cut through both layers. Um, my seam ripper wasn't sharp, so I went to the smaller side, which I don't use as often. And you can see it cut through. So next, we have to turn our piece over, and we are going to add a little bit of fray check to the right side of the fabric because it is cotton, and we want to make sure that it doesn't unravel over time. So we're putting a couple of dabs of the fray check. You'll next need to prepare your scrap to reinforce the back of the magnet. Once again, I'm using waterproof canvas. You can use vinyl as in the directions. But regardless of what you do use, make sure it's not a woven piece of material, something that stretches. It should be something that doesn't stretch. You're going to place your washer on top of your reinforcement piece at a 45-degree angle. And once again, you will make marks in the little slits to indicate where the prongs should go on your magnet. You will then need to cut those slits open using either a seam ripper. I'm just going to use my scissors. I'm going to fold it in half. So you should be folding the lines in half, not the fabric. And once I do that, I can then take a small snip on those lines to open. So I will be cutting these open, and this is the scrap that I will use. So every now and then you have to stick the point of the scissors through it. But I got them done. So then we'll have two magnets like we had on the backside. There'll be a male and a female. We will be using first the female, and that's the one with the little dimple in it. And we're going to insert that through the two openings that we created on our fabric. So we're going to put the prongs through those openings, making sure that they go straight to to the back of the foam, so they should come through on the other side. We're then going to take our reinforcement piece and we will place that over the prongs. Once that's done, we will retrieve our washer and we will place that over the prongs as well. We will then bend our prongs in towards the middle, not outward. So they should be bending in towards each other. If you bend them outwards, they tend to pull because they're separated. And so when you pull your magnet, they come back in and it's very easy for them to slide out. By putting them together, you're actually locking them on top of each other and it's a lot more difficult. So what we're going to do is I'm going to grab a pair of, and these are just paper scissors, and I'm going to bend them. Start at the base of the prong and bend in because that's how you will get it the flattest. And you'll do the same on the opposite side. Once again, I will take an optional piece of Gorilla Tape and I will cover my magnet on the back. It actually helps to add a little bit more security as well as prevent that metal from rubbing against the inside portion of your bag and wearing a hole. Now that the magnet's installed, the next thing to do is to add the lining to our front piece around laptop pocket. So with the laptop pocket right side facing up, magnet facing you, we're then going to take our lining piece, which is the waterproof canvas, and we will lay that on top, right side down, wrong side up. So both pieces of fabric should be right sides together. And you'll know that it's right side together because the waterproof canvas has a fabric-like texture on the underside. Going to make sure that we align the centers, so we have to fold our waterproof canvas in half, matching the side edges, and then taking a small snip at the top and the bottom like we have done for our previous pieces. Once that's done, you're going to align the center top and the center bottom. So I normally start at the top center and then I will clip that first. Then I will go to the side, either right or left, and I will clip that next. And then I will do the other side. So I start to clip around the curve, but I normally do center, left, right, and then around the curve. So once we have that done, what we're going to do is we're going to actually sew around that curve using a regular stitch length. So we have to turn the laptop pocket right side out. And we do have foam in there, and it is thick on that curve. So if you're using waterproof canvas, and I'll show you if you try to fold it over, you're getting some puckering happening. So what we're going to do is we're actually going to trim this seam that we just created on the curve. And if needed, we will also put some snips, small, tiny snips. I am going to use my applique scissors. I'm going to cut off about a half of the foam. I'm not going to work on the waterproof canvas. I'm just going to take it a step at a time. So I'm going to cut off about half of the seam allowance for the foam only. Once you've trimmed off half the foam, you're going to turn the laptop pocket wrong sides together, pressing the seam firmly around that curve. It still will be a little bit stiff because of the waterproof canvas. However, just make sure you push the waterproof canvas to the back of the front of your pocket. I'm going to add a couple of clips here just to hold it in place. Continue pinching as you go around that curve and force that lining to the back. If you are having any difficulty, you can always go back on the lining side and make tiny cuts or snips. Just be careful not to cut through the seam allowance. So once you've added clips along the top curve, the next step is to just align the bottom center to make sure that your piece is as flat as possible. So I'm just going to add a clip here to hold it in place and then add maybe a couple of more along the bottom as well. So once we're done with this, we're going to need to go to the sewing machine. And what we will do is we will top stitch along the curve, and we will also base stitch down the sides and around the bottom. So we're going to top stitch across around the top curved portion of it. But at the same time, instead of cutting our thread, we're just going to pivot our fabric and we're going to baste coming all the way down the sides and back um, through the bottom and up the other side. So let's go to the sewing machine. Now that you've completed your top stitching and your basting stitching around the entire laptop pocket, the next thing that we will need to do is we will need to gather at the bottom of the laptop pocket in order to create a gap between the lining and the pocket so that your laptop can sit comfortably in the pocket. So what you will need to do is you will need to get the laptop pocket pattern piece. You're going to align the laptop pocket piece with the bottom edge, and you will notice there are two dots. Those two dots indicate your start and your stop for your gathering stitch. Get an erasable pen or marker and draw a line to show where those two dots are on your fabric. The next thing you're going to do is you're going to change your stitch length to the largest stitch length on your machine, adjust your tension so that you end up having a very loose thread, but that you can pull on that thread and gather the bottom between those 2 points. So let's go to the sewing machine. So once you're at the sewing machine, make sure you have those 2 long threads. You're going to slide your fabric in between the 2 long threads and hold on to them a little bit so that they don't get sucked in there. And then you're going to start at one of the marks that you made at the bottom. You're going to sew this from one marking to the next marking. And a quarter of an inch is a good amount in from your bottom edge, and it still keeps it outside of your seam allowance. So make sure to both loosen the tension on your machine as well as put it on the longest stitch length on your machine to ensure that you have a very loose thread. And then you're going to sew from one mark to the other. Do not cut your thread, but rather lift your needle, and you may have to hand crank, lift your presser foot, and then just rotate it to pull a long piece of thread. Now what we're going to do is we're going to need to gather between those 2 points using the 2 strings or threads that we have. So you're going to straighten out your thread and make sure they're straight and they're not knotted. And then you're going to gently pull on the bottom thread and push your fabric in the opposite direction. So if you pull to the left, you're going to push to the right to create kind of like a ruching. So I'm just turning mine to the back and gently push. Now, this is going to be hard with waterproof canvas, so just take your time so that you don't pop the thread. And if you do, that's okay. Just go to the other side and start again, but just be very, very gentle on it. So what I do want to do is make sure that you understand what you're doing and why you're doing it. So I'm going to grab my lining that we're going to attach this to, and I'm going to lay that pocket on there. You can see that it is slightly larger than the lining piece. So what I'm trying to do is pull it in so that it sort of cups like that. And that way, when you slide in your laptop, there is a little bit of a gap between the back line, between the lining of your bag and this piece. So just continue to pull on it until you get it just so and push it. It doesn't have to be a lot. Please look at the instructions and take a look as to how much it's actually pulling in. And you can see it's very slight. And as you do it, you can look at it from the side and you can see the slight wave that you have there. That's what I'm looking for. And you can evenly distribute it later. So once you pull in just a little bit, it will get evenly distributed just a little bit. Okay, so once you have your little bit of gathering done at the back, the next thing we do is we want to lay it on top of our lining piece. But before we do that, what we're going to need to do is we will need to make a couple of marks on either side so that we know the placement. So with the lining right side up, we're going to measure down from the top edge so that this fits. So I'm going to take my marking tool and my ruler, and I'm going to measure down a half an inch on either short edge. So let's do that now. So I'm going to start on one side. I'm going to measure down 1/2 an inch. I'm going to place a mark, and then I'm going to do the same on the other edge. So it's actually along the straight edge. So not along the bottom, but rather along the top. Once you have those 2 marks, that will be the placement of your laptop pocket. So I'm going to take the point of the laptop pocket. I'm going to put it right so that it meets that line underneath the line if you have a thicker line, but try to use a sharp pen to do this. And I'm going to add some clips. I'm going to do the same to the other side. So as you're doing this, you will see that it bows in. So you'll see it bowing in. And then the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to align the center. So you can evenly distribute that gathering by just simply pushing it out. And like I mentioned before, it is a very small gather. And I'm going to clip it. And then I'm going to go around the edges of my bag. Now, keep in mind when you're doing this, it will be cupped at the corners. So don't try to force the corners flat, but rather cup your laptop pocket so that it forms at those corners, and you're going to clip it in place. This was a very small or slight adjustment to the bag or to this pocket. And so you would have like very slim darts. And in place of putting a dart, I actually decided to put a little bit of a gather here to pull it in. So add as many clips as you need. You can see that the space is elevated or raised off of there. Add as many clips as you need to get this to fit. So now you should have all your clips in place. I'm just adding a couple of little extra ones. I am going to take a look and I make sure it looks the way I want it evenly distributed. There is that gap at the top, and we are ready to sew. So you can see that it does sit away from the back. So we are ready to sew this and attach it to our lining piece. Now we're going to base stitch this in starting at the top right corner and base stitching down the side across the bottom and back up to the top. Remember to back tack at the beginning and the end just to hold the pocket temporarily in.
For this, right? So before we can actually put on the top, we're going to need to put on the little closure tab piece. So I'm going to set this aside for now. I do have that pocket. I'm going to just shove this right in here so I don't lose it. Hopefully I won't forget where I put it. Okay, so now we're going to do the pull tab piece to close up our laptop pocket. So we're going to need the piece, which is the accent piece for our closure. The closure piece is not interfaced because I want it to be as flexible as possible, because remember, we need to add our elastic in there and I want it to ruche up, so to speak, as I use it. We're going to need the other piece of our magnet, which is going to be our male piece, and we will also need the corresponding washer for that. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to make some marks within our, well, before we do that, the first thing we're going to do is we're going to sew this piece here, which is the fabric piece, the long fabric piece. And I'm going to fold this in half, right sides together, and I'm going to clip it along the top. So I'm folding it together with the long raw edges matching. So the short edges are on the left and the right. I'm then going to sew this together with my seam allowance and the stitch length. And I'm going to sew that close right along there.
So now that we have that sewn, we want to open the seam and we want to lay it flat, and we want to also make sure that we iron it open. This is going to be to the back of this, the piece, or what I'm calling the casing. It will be to the back of the seam, and when we attach it, it's going to be on the underside. So it's going to look very neat by doing this way. So we're going to iron it open, use a little bit of steam if you have to, and you're going to iron that seam open and try to get your piece as flat as possible. It will get wrinkled during the turning, but if you get all of those edges nice and sharp, it's going to be very important, and it'll, create a very pretty look. So let's do that.
So the next thing we're going to do is once we've done this, we want to turn it right side out. Turning it right side out, I'm just going to use this little tool. It's called a bodkin. And it just has like a little tiny thing right there. So when you pull it up, it opens the bottom. When you pull it down, it clamps on to the bottom. So I'm just going to use that. I'm going to stick it in one side. So I'm just going to stick it in down here. And then what I'm going to do is grab the opposite side. So I'm going to put that in there, and I'm going to slide the little pin or the little loop up so that I'm grabbing a piece of the fabric to turn it right side out. So that's all that I'm doing. And I push that up. I turn this right side out. I haven't put in the elastic yet, so I'm just going to turn this right side out. Make sure that your seam that you opened up when we're done ends up being in the middle. So it will take a little bit of finagling, but you can get it to pull it out. So the next thing I'm going to do is I will be taking the elastic now, and the elastic is shorter than the actual piece. So I'm going to take my bodkin again, make sure my seam is right there in the middle. I'm going to take my bodkin again. I'm going to attach it to the end of my elastic right here. Slide this little pin down. And then I'm going to insert this into this tube that I've created to pull the elastic. Now, sometimes it's easier to fold the elastic in half to get it started. I'm going to ruche it up, and then I'm just going to pull it. Now, I don't want to pull the elastic so it comes all the way out the other end. I want to just align it with the raw edge at the top, and I'm going to stitch it. All the work that I'm doing, I'm going to do while the elastic is flat because it will make it easier. And just when I need to stitch it down, I will remove the bodkin and stitch it in such a way that pull this down so that then I can finish it off. But for right now, I just want it actually flat. I'm aligning the elastic with the top of the fabric, and I am going to stitch that down at 1/8 of an inch.
So now that we've done that part of stitching the elastic in, I am going to straighten this out. I have some pieces tucked in. Do not remove your bodkin or your safety pin if that's what you're using. It will stretch out smooth. So let's set this aside and move on to our vinyl. So the vinyl piece I've already drawn on the back a little bit, but I crossed out where I don't need it. So It is taller than it is wider, and we're going to use the lower half. So I mark the center halfway down, and then we're going to use that half in which to place our markings for our magnet. So ignore that top piece for right now, but that was more for me than for you guys. So I'm going to get my magnetic washer piece and I'm going to lay it on top on that center line, halfway between the center line. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to put it at a 45-degree angle. I am going to put marks where the little slits are, which lets me know where I actually have to cut. And then I'm going to do the same for my reinforcement piece. So do the same for whatever piece you're using. If you are using reinforcement, you can put it on there as well. I mentioned in the pattern to use an extra piece of the vinyl you have. That way people didn't have to look for scrap. So next we're going to cut out the openings for our slits. So I'm just using my scissors to do that. And these are very pointy. You can actually fold the line in half. So fold on the line, not on your actual piece. So it won't be folded in half your actual piece. It's sort of like angular. And I am going to make the little snips, and I will do the same thing for the reinforcement piece that I'm going to use.
So once you have cut the slits, you're going to take your magnet. Once again, this is the male portion. You're going to insert it from the front to the back. If you're using a reinforcement piece, you're going to insert that also from the front to the back. And you can see mine is at a little bit of an angle to the piece. It doesn't really matter. I'm going to trim this down. I don't think I cut this hole, so let me go back and recut it. From the front to the back. And then I'm going to take my washer and I'm going to put that over it as well. So once we do that, the next step is to then bend those prongs inward. I'm going to grab my paper scissors and I'm going to bend those prongs. Start at the base of the prong, just so you get as close, and that makes it very flat, or as flat as possible. And then I'm going to do the same with the other side. I'm just going to bend it in, and I'm going to flatten it. Now, I do have a little bit of an overhang here, so I will be trimming it, and I'm going to trim it down quite a bit, but I'm trimming it out of the way, and then I'm going to trim it here because it's over my line. Yours, if it's perfect, you don't have to do anything, but I just trimmed it down because it would be outside and then it would interfere here. So the next thing that we're going to do is we're going to take our elastic piece, which is this piece here, and we will be adding it to this piece. So I take a piece of double-sided tape just to be able to hold it in place. And on the side that I stitched over here, I'm going to add a piece of double-sided tape. And I'm actually going to add it to the front aspect. So I flip it over and add it to the back as well. I'm going to peel the backing off and I'm going to add it or place it right on top of your magnet about halfway up. So we're going to take it and about halfway up on the magnet, I'm going to place it so that I know that it's really in there. All right, I don't want to put it to the edge. I want to put it about halfway. I'm then going to peel the backing off of the other side, which is the back side. Oh, something else that I want to mention to you, and I should have mentioned, is when you're placing this on here, you want to make sure that your seam is facing down in the direction of the magnet. So if the magnet is down, your seam that you did should also be facing down, because I want it to not be seen, right? So I'm going to peel the backing off this second piece. So let me put another piece of, I'm just going to use a bigger piece of tape, the 1/4 inch, and that's because, not because that one doesn't work, it's because my hands are slippery. Okay. And this won't be in the seam allowance, so it doesn't matter. So here goes the other piece of tape. I'm putting that right on top of it. And then I'm going to fold it in half. So I'm folding it this way in half, just like that. I'm going to press real hard. It should stay in place. Check it, make sure it's straight. There will be extra on either side, and that's totally fine, because what we're going to do is we're going to trim that off once we're done sewing. All right, and when you're done, that's what it should look like. So we're going to sew from the bottom here up, across, and down using a 1/8 of an inch seam allowance. Now you want to get close to like the outside here, but if you go on the fabric, that's okay as well. Just make sure you're consistent in the way that you do it. So I'm going to go in here and I'm going to do a 1/8 of an inch seam allowance away from either side. And I'm going to do one going across the top at 1/8 of an inch. You do not need to stitch the bottom.
Okay, so now we've completed that zipper tab and we're going to trim it up. So you're going to cut as close as you can to the actual top elastic portion without cutting into your fabric. And it should be about 1/8 of an inch, because you should have sewn 1/8 of an inch away. And I'm just going to cut both sides of that to make it even. Now, it doesn't matter if you can see your fabric on the side, so you can take a look. If you can see it, that's totally fine. Nobody's going to be that deep in the bag, but just cut it as close as you can to that. I can see on my piece that I do have a couple of straight threads here. So I'm going to get my lighter, and it's polyester thread, and I'm just going to cinch them. They're very short, so it's easier to just cinch them than cut them. And just be very careful if you're doing this. Like I said, this is polyester thread, so I know it's just going to shrivel up, onto itself and melt that way. And they're not very long threads. So if they are long, I do recommend that you cut them and not singe them, because you could burn your vinyl. Okay. So now we have the piece that we need to attach to the top of our laptop pocket, which will secure our laptop. So now I'm going to pull on that bodkin that's hanging out the top, and or your pin, whatever you're using, and I'm going to pull the elastic so it's totally flush with the opening. So I'm going to just keep pulling it, and I tend to extend a little bit beyond, and I make sure that everything is the way it needs to be before removing the bodkin. And then I'm just going to align the raw edge of my fabric with the edge of my elastic. As you can see, there will be some shearing, so there's a light, a little bit of pull on it. It's not enough, but it'll be just enough. I cut everything flush, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the sewing machine. So now that we've done that, I'm just going to trim off the top here just to make it even. If you're going to do this, make sure that you don't cut your stitches off. I then need to find the center, so I'm going to fold it in half. You can use a marking tool if you want, but I'm just going to take a little snip, about 1/8 of an inch, to make sure that I can line it up with my lining piece. So that's what it looks like. I know it's kind of deep, but it'll be fine. It's just about 1/8 of an inch, believe me. And the next thing we're going to do is we're going to grab our completed pocket for our laptop, or our laptop pocket. And I'm going to lay it on my surface, and then I'm going to align this with the center mark. So the easiest way to do this is to align it. And then what I also do is I will click in that magnet, but this way I know that it's totally centered. I'm going to stitch across here at about 1/8 of an inch.
After we've attached the tab piece, the magnetic tab for our laptop pocket, we're then going to take our top piece, which is the top accent piece of our bag. We're going to turn it right side down, wrong side up. It should be the part that's the shortest. So this is the part that folds. Remember I said it's a drop in? That folds, that should be at the bottom. We're going to align the center with the center of the tab, and we're going to add clips.
Now I normally start clipping at the center, and then I work on to the left corner, and then I go back to the right corner, and then I'll add clips right in between the center and the corners. So I normally do either 3 to 5 clips when I'm clipping along a straight edge like this. It's usually pretty sufficient to hold things in place. And if you need to add more, you definitely can add more. So if I flip this up, what you will see is on the edge, there will be a gap. And that's because of the fact that the top seam allowance is 3/8 of an inch, and I had you measure a 1/2 an inch. So there will be a slight gap, and it will not overlap your edge here, and so there will not be any bulk. So let's go to the sewing machine. So the next thing we're going to do is we're going to fold up our top accent. But what I want you to do is fold the actual seam down towards the bottom of the bag. So it should fold down, not up. It'll naturally fall that way. So it should not be difficult to do. If you fold in the opposite direction, you may find some challenges. So after we've done that, I want to open up the tab for my laptop pocket, and I want to fold it up towards the top. I'm going to be sewing under it. So I'm going to sew on the waterproof canvas at 1/8 of an inch seam allowance from one end to the other. So now your laptop pocket is complete. Everything is put together. You should take a look at the back. You actually stitched it down, which is why I did the top stitch on the waterproof canvas. I'm just going to close the latch. There should be room to put your laptop in. And if you tip it up, you should see that there is that gap right in there. So it should fit comfortably in there with enough room without pulling it away from the lining. So that's going to be your laptop pocket. You're now going to take it and set it aside.
So now we're ready to work on our internal slip pocket. So this part is probably the easiest part of the entire pattern. This is going to go against the front wall. And the way that I made this or constructed it is you can divide it into as many sections as you would like. I'm going to be dividing it into 3 sections. And you really only need a couple of pieces. So you need the slip pocket itself, you need the back, and then there's going to be a top border that goes across here, just like we did for the front. or the other side. Let's see if we'll find it. Okay. Okay. So now we're ready to do our slip pocket. So your slip pocket is going to be batch number 7. And for batch number 7, you're only going to need a couple of pieces. So you're going to need the top. You're going to need the lining. So this is the lining, bottom part of the lining of our bag. Then there will be the 2 pieces that you're going to need for your slip pocket. Now, when I construct the slip pocket, what I will say to you is that I divide it into 3 sections, and that's what the instructions say. You can divide it into as many sections as you would like. So if you only wanted 2 sections, 2 big sections, you can do that as well. I'm going to be dividing mine into 3 sections. So we're going to put everything aside. So we're going to put these pieces aside, and we're going to work on just the slip pocket for now. So I need the slip pocket lining. Once again, I'm just going to mention, if you're doing this in all cotton, I'm using waterproof canvas, which is what the directions say. But if you're going to do it in cotton, you can simply make this the same as this. Just cut it to the dimension. So you're going to cut a piece of cotton and then interface it. That's it. And it will replace your waterproof canvas. So once we've done that, I will also mention to you that the slip pocket, one piece is longer or larger than the other piece. So the front of your slip pocket is larger than the back of your slip pocket. So with this being larger, what will happen is I will give you a faux border running across the top of your pocket. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to take our waterproof canvas piece or your bottom piece, which once again is longer, and you're going to put it right side up. And then you're going to take the front part of your slip pocket and put it wrong side up or right sides together. So we're not going to worry about, right now, we're not going to worry about directional fabric and things like that. We're just going to put it together. And then once we've sewn it, we'll worry about what direction we put it in. So I'm just going to clip along this long raw edge, and that's where I'm going to sew as well with my regular seam allowance. So I'm just going to sew this together. So once we've sewn that together, we're then going to take the opposite long edge and we're going to match it up of the lining piece with the opposite raw edge of the exterior piece. I'm going to clip that together. So this is going to make a tube. We're going to end up with a tube when we're done. And it will be bowed, and that's intentional, and I'll show you what I mean. So when you're done and you look at it, you'll see that there's like a bowing to it. It's intentional. So we're now going to sew this and sew the 2 pieces closed. Make sure that they're flat and straight and all that good stuff. If you have one piece that's a little bit longer, make sure at least they line up. And don't worry about the other end because it's going to get caught in the seam. Okay? So let's sew this together the same way we did before.
So when you're done, what you will have is what looks like a tube, and it will be a little bit bowed. So if you look at it, it may, because the lining piece is bigger, so it may appear bowed. We want to turn it right side out, so we should just simply be able to stick our hand in, grab one end, and just pull it and turn it right side out. So I start with pushing the side seam or the seam allowance in, and then I go from there. So once you have that tube turned right side out, we're then going to lay it flat on our surface. This will take a little bit because the waterproof canvas is stiff and there's interfacing here as well. but it's totally doable. Now I have our slip pocket right side out. I am going to put the main fabric to the front and the waterproof canvas to the back. So I'm just going to straighten this out. Now, if you have directional fabric, please take a look at that. Your back or your lining should be longer than the front. And with the directional fabric, you want to make sure that it is facing up. However, you will have a top border or accent piece. So the way that you get that is simply by lining up your pocket piece, and you'll have you'll have a border. I want to actually have a bigger border, so I'm going to talk about that a little bit later. So I'm going to iron this flat. You can see that it rolls to the back. I'm going to let it just roll to give me that nice accent piece at the top. So the accent piece that you get at the top is really what's rolling to the back of the main fabric, but I want that look. So you won't see this at the bottom, so don't worry about it, because once your pocket's put together, nobody's going to see that. So I'm going to iron this flat directional fabric. Don't forget, this is going to be the top, and make sure your border is at the top of your directional fabric. So let's iron this, and you can iron on waterproof canvas as long as you iron on the fabric side. So I want to get a crease at the top, so I'm going to just very quickly iron this and just give a little extra care to the waterproof canvas at the top to make sure I have that nice crisp crease. So once we're done, I'm going to top stitch along this top edge on the fabric side just to lock everything in place. So let's go to our sewing machine.
All right. So now that's my top stitching all done. Like I said, if you're somebody who likes the top over here, then you can do that as well. I did the bottom, and I'm using gray thread, so there you go. So the next thing we're going to do is attach this to the bottom of our bag lining. So this is a bag lining piece, and I'm going to attach it down here. Now, if you notice, it does overhang a little bit on either side. That too was done intentionally. So that way you can just trim it up later. So if it's a little bit off, it doesn't really matter because we're going to trim it. So I tried to give you as much flexibility when sewing this bag together so that you're not frustrated because something doesn't line up or it doesn't come out the way that you think it should come out. So the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to measure up 1.25 inches from the bottom. So I'm going to grab my ruler, put it on the straight edge, and I'm going to measure up 1.25 inches, and I'm going to place the bottom of my slip pocket. Now, if you want it to be, exactly perfect, or as perfect as you can get it, take a snip in the center here, and at the bottom here. Now, you cannot snip your pocket, so please don't try to snip your pocket. But what you will do is you will take your ruler. It will be 1.5 inches up from this center mark that I made. I will take my ruler, and then what I will do is I will align. If I had a motif or whatever, I would align it with the center. For me, the center is actually this stripe here. That's the center of my piece, but I will align it like that. And then what I'm going to do is I will take clips and I will add clips to hold it down on the side. So I'm going to clip it here. So I'm doing top, bottom, center. It's there. And then we're going to base this in also so we make sure we don't lose any pieces. And then I'm going to turn this around and I'm going to clip this side, bottom side as well. I just want to make sure that I have it I haven't shifted it at all. All right, so That should be 1.25 inches from the bottom. So I can see that I accidentally measured. All right, so you're going to place this down. You mark the center. You're going to measure up 1.25 inches from the bottom. You can draw a line and then come back later on. I'm going to skip that step. And I'm just going to measure up. Now for me, the center, because I marked the center here, the center for me is this stripe right here in the middle. So I'm just going to shift that over a little bit and eyeball it. And then I'm going to clip it. I start at the top for myself. I then do the bottom. And then I come back on the other side and do the same thing. The bottom, and then one more clip in the center. When we're done, we will be basting this pocket on, so we don't have to worry about, once again, things flipping around on us and us leaving pieces of our bag behind as we sew it together. And one more clip. Okay, so now that's it. I can measure it, just double check that it's even and straight going all the way across. What I'm going to do is I'm going to sew this down across the bottom, and then I'm going to come back and I'm going to divide my pocket pieces once I have it sewed down. So I will be sewing this down at 1/8 of an inch along the bottom. So let's go to the sewing machine. I mentioned that you can create as many pockets as you would like. It's your bag. So if you want to put one down the middle, you can do that. I separated it into 3 because for me, if I'm carrying my bag, I carry my charger with my laptop. I carry a mouse. So I actually have a wireless mouse that I carry. And then I can put like some pens or pencils in one of the pockets. But I normally carry everything that I need when I carry my laptop. So, check your pieces out and make a decision about how you want to do this. So the way that I'm going to do this is I'm going to measure 2 inches to the right and 2 inches to the left. So since this is my center line right here where I cut the little snip, I'm going to measure 2 inches to the right and 2 inches to the left, which will give me a 4-inch center pocket, 4-inch wide. And I'm going to use a chalk liner for this.
Okay, so I couldn't find a chalk liner. I'm going to use a Frisian pen to mark it. So I'm going to go 2 inches to the right, and I'm going to, of my center line, and I'm going to draw a vertical line going straight down. So this is how I'm going to divide my pockets. And then I'm going to draw a line 2 inches to the left of my center line, and I'm going to draw another line. So that way, if you look at the center pocket, it is 4 inches wide. Once again, you can make these pockets as big or as small as you'd like, so you can customize them to actually fit your needs. So as we're sewing the top pocket, we're not going to start at the top and sew down. What we're going to do is we're actually going to start by rotating our pocket so that we're sewing towards the top of the pocket. And then we're going to rotate the pocket with the needle in down position and sew back down towards the bottom. The other thing we're going to do is we're going to base stitch the sides to make sure that the pocket is held in place while we sew the entire lining together. So divide your pockets, then sew down the sides, and then everything will be held in place and we don't have to worry about it. So let's go to sewing machine.
Okay, so I am starting with this upside down. I'm going to start about a 1/2 inch down from my top. I'm going to sew forward. I'm not back tacking, I'm just sewing forward. I'm going to go like one stitch over the edge here. With the needle down, I'm going to rotate to make sure my needle is going back up before I turn my fabric. Lift my presser foot, turn my fabric back in the opposite direction, drop my presser foot, and then sew right back over those stitches all the way to the bottom. When I get to the bottom, I stop about one stitch after it. By the way, it should be a very small stitch. If it's not, turn your stitch length down to one stitch, like one or two, and then turn it back up to a regular stitch length. Before you lift your presser foot, rotate your wheel so your needle is going up. That's a way to make sure that it's grabbing your bobbin thread, and then rotate your fabric again. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a couple of stitches back over those other stitches. And I cut my thread. So now I'm going to do the same thing for the other side. Okay. And now I'm going to baste around this. So because it's a little bit longer on the ends, I'm just going to turn it to the wrong side and baste it so I can see that I'm catching the ends. Yep. Let's go back to the cutting mat. Or actually, okay, so let's go back to our cutting surface. So what you should be doing is you're going to trim off this edge so that it's flush. I have my 3 pockets here, and I will next add my top border. I will mention to you once again, or that if you want extra stability, you can add Decoville Heavy, Decoville Light. What I will say to you, however, is if you're using vinyl and you're doing the bag in vinyl, with the accents, there may be a thickness, so you can leave off the Decoville because that is optional, and in the directions it does say optional. So on all the top border for the lining, you can leave the Decoville off. You don't have to put it on your bag, and it just won't have it won't be as stiff, but it'll still be a beautiful bag. So I'm going to mark the center here. Okay. And I'm going to align that with the center. So I'm doing this the same way that I did the front portion of the bag where I had the laptop pocket. And then I'm just going to sew this together. Right? I'm just going to sew that. Let's go to the sewing machine. Just like we did for the laptop pocket, I'm going to fold the seam down towards the bottom. So I'm going to fold this down towards the bottom, and I want to top stitch it. So I'm going to fold this down towards the bottom of the bag. So it's towards the bottom, it's in this direction. And then I'm going to sew on the waterproof canvas. So it may be it may be a little bit of a resistance because it's naturally going to go towards the top of the bag, towards the top over here. I want it to come down because I want this part to face up. So if you need to, you can iron this because it is on the front side. You can iron it. I'm going to finger press this going across, but you can definitely iron it on the right side, not the wrong side. And I'm going to top stitch on the waterproof canvas. What I want to do is lock this seam allowance down towards my lining. So let's go back to the sewing machine and do that. So the top stitching, once again, is going to be at 1/4 inch. And our slip pocket is done. So we finished the slip pocket. We've put on the top border. As a reminder, you can leave off that Decoville Heavy if you do not have an industrial machine and your machine cannot go through the thickness. So I would recommend, if you're unsure, leave it off completely. It is optional and it doesn't, it just gives stability, but your bag will be beautiful. It's just that it may not be as firm at the top. We're getting ready to do the internal zipper pocket. So this will be the center divided pocket, which is a zipper. That's going to be batch number 8. So when we look at batch number 8, we should have a couple of pieces. We should have our zipper tab, our zipper, which we've cut to the measurements in the pattern. We will have lining, so that's 2 pieces of lining, and we will have 2 exterior pieces as well. So this will be for the zippered lining, the zippered internal pocket. So what we will do is we're going to first start with, we're going to set everything aside, and we're going to start with our zipper. When you look at the zipper is going to open in one direction. It doesn't really matter because we'll worry about how we want it to sit in the bag when we're done. But we need to put a zipper tab on this end to close off the zipper, and then we're going to finish this end with a 90-degree angle. This end of the zipper is the end where the flat part of your zipper is. That's going to be the tail or the end of the zipper. And the start is going to be where your zipper pull curves. That's going to be the start of the zipper. Sometimes it's referred to as when you open in one direction, that's given whether it's on the right or the left. I'm opening to my right. So the zipper opening end is to the right because I'm pulling this way, and the zipper closing end is to my left. So I'm going to need my zipper and I'm going to need my zipper tab. Now, first, we're going to close off this end by creating a 90-degree angle. So I will measure in from that straight edge and make sure that you cut it straight, and make sure the overall length of your zipper end to end is the dimensions in the pattern. If you purchased a zipper and it has metal stops at the beginning at the end, I'm going to ask that you cut those metal stops off so they don't interfere with your sewing. But your finished zipper should be according to the measurements in the pattern. The next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to measure in 1/2 inch, and I will give you this measurement, and I'm going to draw a line. So I'm drawing a line above and below my zipper teeth. The middle part is the zipper teeth. Once you've done that, the next thing we're going to do is we're going to need 2 pins. So I'm going to take where this is and I'm going to pinch it. So I'm going to open my zipper, open it up, and I'm going to pinch that where that line is drawn. And then I'm going to take this line here and match it to the top over here. Or what you can do is just push it to that line. When you do that, the edge of your zipper here should align with the edge that's right here. If you find that to be fiddly, you can go a little lower. Just keep in mind that your zipper will stop at a different point. So you can go down to 1 inch. I'm then going to put a pin right there to hold it together. So I'm going to do the same on this side. I'm going to pinch where that line is and bring the end of this line here up underneath my zipper, just like that. And when you do that, it should match the edge of your zipper end, or where it ends over here, right there. And then what you're going to do is you're going to add another pin. Once again, the pin, by the way, should go parallel to your actual zipper teeth. Right, so it's running parallel to zipper teeth, and it'll look like that. So that's a 90-degree angle. That will stop the zipper pull from sliding off the top. The next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go to my sewing machine, and I am going to tack this down. You can absolutely whip stitch it by hand and sew it down by hand. I'm going to go to the sewing machine and do it. And I'm going to show you how I do it and explain how I do that. So let's go to the sewing machine.
So I slip the one side of the zipper open under the presser foot. I do leave the needle in. That is intentional. I then lower my needle. So I'm going to be stitching about 1/8 of an inch away. So I lower my needle to keep all the layers together, and it holds it. I then rotate my zipper about 90 degrees. I just need to rotate it enough to be able to pull out that pin, and I slide the pin out. So it's still holding all of the layers together. Once I've done that, I can then lower my presser foot, and then I can start stitching this zipper. I can start stitching. I go forward first, and then I go backwards. So I sort of back tack, but I don't do it right away. I go forward, and then I go back. So now that our zipper is done, you can see the zipper pull doesn't come off the end. What I will say to you is if you want to, you can trim up the sides so that they're totally flush with the zipper. But it's not necessary at this point. This one is so short. So the next thing that we're going to need to do is we're going to finish off that opposite end or the end of the zipper where there is no zipper stop, because hopefully you would have cut that off so that the metal doesn't get in the way of your sewing. And the way that we're going to do that is we're going to take our zipper and we're going to fold it in half, and we're going to match that unfinished edge at the bottom with the top zipper edge where we finished it with the 90-degree angle. So we're going to fold it completely in half. I'm going to mark mine with a charcoal liner, and I'm going to mark it on the top and bottom, inside and outside. You can definitely take a small snip, about 1/8 of an inch, if you want to mark the center. I'm just going to use this charcoal liner to do that. Even though I know how I'm going to lay my zipper down, I make it a habit of putting these marks all the time because it just makes it that much easier for me. I'm going to set that aside. And the next thing we're going to work on is our zipper tab. So the zipper tab, I've already folded it in half, but the zipper tab we're going to use to finish off the unfinished edge of our zipper. I'm going to need to iron it. You can definitely finger press this if you want, but what I do is I fold it in half to create that crease in the middle, and then I iron it. And then once I've ironed it, I need to get rid of those raw edges. So I'm going to unfold it first, grab one of the short edges that are raw edges, and I'm going to fold that to the middle. I'm going to iron it again. I'm then going to take the other short edge and fold that to the middle, iron it. So this will make a finished edge. And then once I'm done with that, I'm going to fold it in half one more time and match the finish edge to finish edge and iron that. So now we've finished preparing the zipper tab. And the next thing we want to do is finish preparing our zipper. So I'm going to grab my zipper along with my zipper tab, and I'm going to put the zipper inside so that it finishes off that edge. So I'm going to open it up and I'm going to slide it between the two layers, right? So I'm sliding it right into that crease line that we initially created, and then I'm going to fold the zipper over it. So I'm going to clip this in place. And one trick I want to tell you about as we're doing this, sometimes when you're preparing a zipper end, you don't necessarily you do it where the front and the back are the same length. But what you can do is you can actually roll it in such a way that the back is about 1/8 of an inch longer, and hopefully you can see that. So it sticks down 1/8 of an inch, and that way you're guaranteed to get the back part of your zipper tab. We're going to actually cut these tabs flush to the zipper. So if you have any concern that you're going to see it, you're not. And if it is something that's visible, you're still not going to see that you had it down about 1/8. But I know oftentimes I've done it, and without that 1/8, I don't catch that back folded edge. And this is just a little trick I just wanted to let you know about. So next what we're going to do is we're going to go to the sewing machine and we're going to stitch at 1/8 of an inch along that folded edge.
Now we're going to prepare our zipper for the center divided zipper pocket construction. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to take our zipper and we're going to add a piece of double-sided tape along both long straight edges. As I mentioned before, I use 1/8 inch, and then that way I don't have to worry about it being in the seam allowance. I'm going to go from one end to the other with my double-sided tape. Now my zipper tape should be right side up, meaning the pull should be on top, and I'm going to run this along that long edge. And I'm going to do the same thing on the other side as well. So once I get that on there, I'm going to be working one side at a time, so I'm not going to pull off the backing until I get to the side that I'm working on. So I'm going to retrieve my zipper pocket exterior, and that's the one with my fabric. The interior is the one where I'm using the waterproof canvas. Once again, if you want to use all cotton, and so you have fabric on the front, back, and inside, just interface your cotton for your lining. So I'm going to take one of my exterior pieces. I'm going to make sure that I mark the center. So normally I do this at the beginning, or I can do it sometimes. You'll see me do it while I'm sewing, but I try to mark all my centers at the beginning. I just fold it in half and take about a 1/8 inch snip. You can definitely use a marking tool and mark it with a marking tool like an erasable pen or something like that if you want. I'm only doing top and bottom. I'm not doing sides. So now that I know where the center is, I'm going to lay my zipper. And remember, I marked the back of the center over here and over here of my zipper tape. If you did not, once again, just fold it in half like this. Take your marking tool, and it should be one that you can't see or that's erasable. And you're going to take your marking tool. I took a chalk liner and I just simply did like that, and I did like that. And then I had the little marks right there for my center marks. I'm going to line these center marks up with that. So I'm going to lay my zipper wrong side up, right side down. Whichever way it makes sense to you, that's the way you're going to do it, right? So the wrong side means the zipper pull should be facing down towards my my table, and I have the wrong side facing up. My pull itself is all the way closed, so I've closed it the entire way. And I'm now going to peel back the backing off of one side. So this is what it looks like. My tail is over here, and I'm going to peel the backing off of the front, which is where my double-sided tape is, completely off. I'm going to take the center mark that I drew and I'm going to align it with the center mark of my fabric. My fabric, by the way, is right side up. So what's happening is it's right side to right side, if you want to think of it that way, right? It's the right side of your zipper is facing the right side of your fabric. Now, you can always take out a ruler and just double check that the distance is the same from each side. So if it's not the same, you can come back in and you can readjust it. All right, so you can measure that it's the same from that side and this side. Even though I have double-sided tape on here, I'm going to open up my zipper just a little bit and I'm going to add a clip over here on the end. But that's the way it's going to look. Now, what I'm going to do is before I do anything else is I'm going to baste this zipper in. I use a basting stitch for this, so I don't baste it in at the seam allowance. I baste it in just a little bit less than the seam allowance. And that way, so that when I do the final stitching, I don't have to try to get over my stitch line. So I just baste it in a little bit less than my seam allowance, and then I come back in when I put the other piece on and I sew it in at the seam allowance. So I hope that makes sense. So I'm going to baste this in. So let's go to the sewing machine.
So now that we've attached the zipper, the next thing that we're going to want to do is attach a lining piece. So we're going to align that lining piece to the top edge of our zipper, but we want to make sure that the lining piece is wrong side up, right side down. So it'll be right sides together. I'm going to mark the centers one more time on this. So once again, I'm going to say it. I mark the centers all the time, whether I do it at the beginning or I do it at the end. I always mark my centers, and it is a good habit to get into. So I'm going to do the top and bottom. If you ever have a bag where you have to align it on the side, it's also good to do it that way, to mark it on the side as well. Once I've done that, I'm going to align it with the top edge of the zipper. And once again, it should be right side together, wrong side up. So let me just fix this tape right here. It's not sticking as well as I would like it to. So let's do that. I am going to take another piece of my 1/8 inch double-sided tape. Now you can actually put it on just on the zipper, but because we're going to sew this from end to end, I'm going to start all the way at the edge, the left hand edge, all the way to the right hand edge. I'm going to add the double-sided tape on the back of my zipper. Now, once I put the double-sided tape on, I'm going to peel the backing off. I am going to lay my lining fabric right side down or wrong side up and align it along the top edge, and that's the straight edge. The right side is going to be the part that feels like fabric and has a texture. The wrong side is going to be the part that doesn't have any texture and is smooth. So I'm going to align my centers first, and then I will align my ends next. And once I align the ends, I can then press it down along the top portion. And I'm going to do that on both sides of my zipper. You're then going to double check that your fabric is right sides together. And once you've done that, we can then go to sewing machine. Okay, so we're done with one half of our zippered pocket, our center zipper pocket. And one thing I want to just do is to make sure that the pieces are still right side together, right? So the lining should have been right sides together with the exterior fabric. So when I flip it out or right side out, I should still see the right side of both of the pieces. I'm going to give this a slight tug and I'm going to finger press across the zipper line. And I'm also going to align that bottom center and pull it down. So I want to try to make this as flat as possible. This is going to become important when we're going to top stitch it. And I'm just going to add another clip over here on the left-hand side as well. You can add one to the right if you need to, but Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. And we're going to finger press this. You can iron it. Just watch out for your zipper teeth. Do not let it rest. And additionally, watch out for any poking pieces of your waterproof canvas if you're using it. So that's the first half of the lining or the pocket. The next thing we want to do is we want to do the second half. So we're going to take our pieces and they should be right sides together or wrong side up when we begin to sew this together. I'm going to take my double-sided tape that I have at the top and I'm going to need to peel the backing off of that double-sided tape. So I can see that the fabric is right side together. Once I peel that backing off, I am going to stick the fabric the same way I did before to the top edge of the zipper. So because we marked the center, we should be marking the center mark on the zipper with the center mark of our exterior for our zipper pocket. So I'm going to line those up first, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to work my way out and I'm going to do the edges, the left and the right, and then smooth it along that zipper. Now I do flip it over because I am looking from the other side and I want to make sure the zipper is all the way to the top edge. The one thing about this tape that really helps is that you can reposition and just keep repositioning it. And it stays sticky enough. On my edge here, it's not sticking, so I'm just going to add a little clip. I'm going to add another clip right here as well. It doesn't seem to be sticking. I think my tape may be a little old, and I'm going to add one to the center as well. So double check once again, right sides together, and it should be the exterior fabric, right sides together. If they're not, now's the chance to flip them back around. Now that we have everything situated the way we want, I'm going to stitch the zipper in place. I'm going to base stitch it. So I always base stitch the first layer and I'm going to lay it flat against the sewing machine bed, but I base stitch it using a 1/8 inch. And then when I put on the lining piece, I will stitch it with the standard stitch length. Okay, the final step that we're going to need to do is to add the lining piece. So just like the exterior, when we attach that, we're going to lay it lining side up on your cutting mat or your desk. In my case, my desk, and we're going to lay the lining right side together with the other lining piece. So it should be wrong side up. Once again, that fabric piece, when it's right side together, is going to feel like fabric on waterproof canvas. And the wrong side you can see is like a shiny plastic coating on the back. So right sides together, wrong side up. I'm going to add a piece of tape once again, going end to end, not just on the zipper. If you want to, you can put it on the zipper and then just add clips to the ends to hold it in place. But I'm just going to add a double-sided tape going the full width. Once I do that, I'm going to peel the backing off. So I'm just pressing it firmly and making sure that it's on there. And then I'm going to peel the backing off of my double-sided tape. I will then take the straight edge, match the center once again with the center mark on your zippers. I'm hoping you see how easy it makes things to align when you mark the center. And then I'm going to press this firmly along that edge. So once you've done that, just make sure it's straight and then you're ready to go. Make any little adjustments. If you have to add clips, feel free to add clips, but with the double-sided tape, you usually don't, or if you do, you don't have to add as many. So right here, I can see my zipper sticking up. So I'm just going to fix that a little bit. Okay, there we go. All right. So now I'm going to sew the regular stitch length. Okay, so now we're kind of done, but we're almost done. We have a couple of more steps to do. So I'm going to open this up the same way I did the other side, and I'm going to lay it flat. So I'm closing up my zipper right here, and I'm going to need to lay it flat. I do have a little piece of tape, but I'm not going to worry about that. I'm just going to pull that right off. Like I said, this tape is low tack, so I have no difficulty just yank it right out of there. Then I'm going to close my zipper because I want this to be as flat as possible. And you should be putting a lining piece and an exterior fabric piece to the left and a lining piece and exterior piece to the right. So I'm really just splitting it in such a way that if I unzipped my zipper, I'd be able to see the table. And once again, I'm pressing it firmly, and I will clip the second half that I sewed exactly like the first. So I'm going to add clips at the bottom. I'm going to pull it. I'm going to finger press it as firm as I can. If you want to, like I said, you can iron this. But I'm double checking everything. So I am clipping this and I'm pressing as firmly as I can. And I normally would also clip it on the sides. We are going to be top stitching this, which is why it's so important that it's as flat as possible. You want to try to get your inside top stitching to look as nice as the outside. You will be seeing the stitch line on the inside because we will be stitching through not just the exterior, but through the lining as well. Okay, so let's go to the sewing machine and stitch along the fabric edge using a 1/8 inch seam allowance. So now we're done with our top stitching, and it should have been on either side of our zipper on the fabric. You can see that it's now completed. It is at 1/8 of an inch, and it does go through to the back. So that's why I was trying to pull it as hard as I could to make sure it was totally flat. So the next thing we're going to do is we're going to flip our zipper pocket so that the lining pieces match. So when you unzip it, you should see your lining. Once we've done that, once again, I'm going to realign the center points at the bottom and I'm going to clip it. I'm going to clip it also at the top edge and make sure that they match. And I'm going to put a clip right there. And then I'm going to line the sides. I already put my clip at the bottom center, so I'm going to do the side. I'm going to readjust the two matching clips here. So they were already there. I'm just taking them both out and leaving just one. And then I'm going to do the other side, the right-hand side, and I'm going to align those as well. And now you can add as many clips as you need to keep the pieces together and make sure that they're totally aligned. So I add a couple usually on the side, and I may add a couple more to the bottom. But just make sure that all the pieces are together so that when we sew this, we're not leaving any of those pieces behind and find out later on that, things are sticking inside our bag instead of being in our seam. This is also a great opportunity if you need to trim anything to trim your pieces so that they're totally even on the sides, the bottoms, and the curves. Okay, So now when we look at it, it's all together. We have exterior fabrics on the outside. If I unzipped it, I'd see my lining fabric on the inside. So let's go to the sewing machine. Before we do that, we're going to sew all the way around, down the side, around the bottom, back up, using a 1/8 of an inch seam allowance. Okay, so now that I'm finished, I'm just cleaning up some of my extra threads. When we look at it, our pocket is done. If you unzip it, you should see your lining in there, right sides together. Check for any openings by sticking your hand inside. Make sure that there are none. And you can always go back and fix them. But it is complete, and we're going to set this to the side. This is batch 9, assembling the lining. So to assemble the lining, you will need 2 lining bottoms, and they are out of waterproof canvas. You will also need 2 lining side tops, your completed center divided zipper pocket, your laptop pocket, which is on the rear, and you will also need your slip pocket, which goes to the front of the bag. So these should all be completed. The zipper pocket, the laptop pocket, and the slip pocket should all be completed. So we're just putting everything together for the lining, and these are the pieces that we will need. So when we look at the sides, if you do not want to add Decoville Heavy, that was optional. So just keep in mind, if you don't have Decoville Heavy and it's referenced, just ignore it. You don't need it if you made a decision not to because your machine could not deal with the thickness. But these 2 pieces should have folds in order for it to be successful with the drop-in lining. So let's take a look and let's get started. So the first thing that we're going to need to do is we are going to need to assemble the center zip pocket and work our way out. So we're going to assemble the lining, the bottom linings of the bag with the top sides. And it's all going to be centered around that center zip pocket. So we're going to take the center zip pocket and one of your bottom linings, which is made out of the waterproof canvas. Just like you did for the laptop pocket, we're going to need to measure down from the top to make sure that when we put this in, it is consistent. So we're going to measure down from the short row edge 3/4 of an inch. Well, it's 3/2 of an inch down. We're going to measure from both short row edges and we're going to make a mark. This is where we're going to align our center zip pocket. So we should do that on both sides of one of our lining side bottoms. We should also then make sure that we mark the center. So we should fold it in half and make sure that we have a center mark. That's going to be important when we're lining it up to put the pieces together, not just the zip pocket, but all the pockets. So we're going to start at the center mark and we are going to line that up with our lining bottom. But before we do that, we're going to take the 1/2 an inch mark and we're going to line it with the very top of the pocket, not the top of the zipper, but the top of where the seam is on that center pocket. And we're going to place a clip. It should be, by the way, under the mark or on the mark. It should not be above the mark. And the reason I say that is because we're going to have to add a side piece to join it together. And if it's too high up, it won't work. So we're going to do the same thing for the other side. Make sure that this lining bottom is not twisted. So we're going to wrap it around the bottom and we're going to do the same and attach it on the opposite side. So these should both be, this should both be on the same side of the zipper. We're not twisting it. Then we're going to start clipping along the sides as needed to hold it in place. So we've done the two sides, and next we'll do the bottom center. So once we have these clipped in place, we can then start working either out from the bottom or down from the top towards the corner. So I'm going to work it out from the bottom, and I usually do left, right, and then I'll normally do the sides and come around to the corners. But however you do it, my suggestion is always start at the tops, left and right, the center, and then work your way out. So I'm working from the left side and I'm clipping down. When I get to that corner, I can take a scissor and I can make small snips. If it fits and I don't feel I need the scissors, I don't need to do that. If I feel I need a little bit of breathing, which in this case I think I do, I'm going to make small snips. So therefore, it'll open up that piece of fabric so that I can lay it flat against that curved fabric. So even when I'm starting with the corner, I start at approximately the center of the corner and I work out from the center of the corner. So I don't start at the edge, I start at the center because it makes it easier to work out. So that's how it should look when I'm done. I'm going to do the same thing to the opposite corner. So I'm going to start clipping from the top down. So I'm moving in towards the corner. And then when I get to that corner, I will make small snips if I feel I need it to be able to seat that fabric. And remember, when you're taking your snips, they should not be larger than your seam allowance. So the seam allowance for this pattern is 3/8 inch, is the standard. There are some different ones, but don't make it any larger than that because you will see the hole that it creates. So I am going to clip these in place. Once you're done clipping the corner, you can then attach the gusset to the side, the lining bottom of the lining gusset to the side. So we're going to sew along the side. Remember, when you get to those curves, take your time, spread out that fabric. If you get a little bit of puckering, don't worry about it. Nobody's going to see it. Let's go to the sewing machine. So just double check if you have to that you're in the right place at the top. So this first part of the bottom of our lining is complete. It's been attached to the center pocket. So what we're going to need to do is to attach another piece to the other side. So we will be setting this piece aside and we will be retrieving the second lining bottom or lining gusset piece. We're going to deal with this the same way we did the first. So we're going to measure 1/2 an inch down from both short edges and make a mark at the edge, or you can draw a line if it's an erasable pen or marker. After you've done that, make sure to mark your centers so that you can align it. So you're going to fold it in half if you haven't already done so and mark your center. You're going to flip your zipper pocket over and you're going to follow the same procedure of aligning the line with the top of the pocket. And it should really align also with the top of the piece that you previously attached. And you will place a clip. So we're just going to be following the same process. So we're going to clip the two pieces, the bottom that's on the opposite side with the zipper wedged in between. So it's sort of like a little zipper sandwich. We're going to do the same thing on the opposite side. Make sure that your piece is straight and not twisted. We're going to align it the same way and we will place a clip. Once we've done that, you can either clip it down the sides or clip it in the middle and then work your way up. It's up to you. I like clipping it in the center and then working my way out and up or from the top down. So we're just going to follow the same process that we did before to get this on. Now, one thing worth mentioning is when you are sewing this on, make sure that the same piece, the bottom lining piece on the other side of your zipper is totally flat. It should not be folded in any way, because if it gets folded under there, you're going to have to rip it out. So just make sure it's flat when you go to the sewing machine and that you're sewing it flat. Once you've completely clipped the entire piece, once again, check the other side and make sure it is flat. Let's go to the sewing machine. So your center divided zipper pocket should be wedged between two pieces of fabric, which are your bottom lining fabrics. Make sure that the tops are even and that everything lines up. We are getting ready to attach our side. In order to attach the side, there is a very little clearance, so things will be tight, but believe me, you can do it. So what you're going to do is take one of the side pieces and you're going to fold it in half to mark the center. That center mark will be what you will align with the seam. So that center seam will get aligned with that. So you're going to open the seam and you can lay it flat to one side. It doesn't matter which side you lay it to, but you can lay it flat or you can open the seam flat. The other thing you can do is if you wanted to, you could cut it. So I'm going to take this seam. I'm going to make a slight snip underneath the seam. So right, I'm going to cut to the seam, but I'm not going to cut through the seam. Okay, so those are some options that you have. For this one, I'm actually going to open the seam. I'm going to match the center with that seam, and I'm going to clip the side top, lining side top to the lining bottoms. So they should actually cover both of the lining bottoms. They should go from end to end. and make sure to add one in the middle so that you can hold it in place. Once again, you can push it to one side, you can open the seam, you could actually cut it underneath just a little bit to the seam so that it lies flatter. You have any number of options. So once everything is clipped together and neat, we're then going to go to the sewing machine and we're going to sew it in place. I'm just going to add one extra clip here, one or two extra clips here just to make sure it stays. Okay. Now, when you're dealing with the zipper because it's in the middle, you can move the zipper pull out of the way. But the other thing that we'll be doing is we will be moving the entire zipper top out of the way. And you'll see how that works as we sew. So you are going to bend it away from the top when we get to the sewing machine. So let's take a look. So I'm going to lay this down. You can definitely pinch that zipper that's in the middle because it is cotton, and you can fold the zipper out of the way. So you can fold it to the right or to the left and down. We're going to make sure to back tack at the beginning of the end, and we're going to sew this. So you can see where the zipper is. When I get to it, I will move it out of the way. Back tacking at the beginning, moving my clips as I get to them. When I get to that zipper, I'm going to go very slowly, but I'm also going to take a look underneath at where my zipper is, and I'm going to fold it back on itself, and it will be out of the seam allowance. And then I will press down. Make sure you push it out of the way, back on itself. Um, and then you will sew very slowly, and it will get in there. It'll be a narrow gap, but it will definitely get in there. And then back tack at the beginning and the end, or in this case, at the end. Okay, so now you can see that it is in there, and there was enough clearance for that. So we're going to end up doing the same thing on the other end as well. So let's go back to our desk. Let's work on the other side. So we're going to open it the same way. Once again, you have options, right? You can open the seam, you can take a little snip, which is totally fine because you can then move just that piece to the side and not the entire side piece. I'm going to mark my centers. Make sure when you mark the center on the top that you unfold it. You don't want to mark the center while it's folded. I'm then going to place it the same way at the top. Go back to the sewing machine and do the same thing. And sometimes it makes it easier if you sink your needle before you drop your presser foot because it will hold your pieces together. So I'm back tacking. And I will back tack at the end. Let's go back to our cutting surface or our desk and take a look. So the next thing that we're going to do is, believe it or not, we are going to top stitch this. And before I do that, I want this to be a little bit more relaxed over here. So I may cut it just to make sure that it lies flatter. So let's see. Let's give it a try. So I will be top stitching the same way I did for the front and the back accent pieces above your slip pocket and your um, laptop pocket. Once again, when you're doing the top stitching, it's not that difficult. You can bend that pocket right out of the way and make it happen. And it is only 1 inch, 1/8 of an inch top stitch. So you should have room to do it by bending the pocket. So let's go back to our desk. So we've done our side bottoms for our lining and we've done the top sides. The last two pieces we have to sew on is going to be our laptop pocket, and one will be in front and one will be in back. So the decision you have to make is, which way do you want your zipper to open? Do you want it to open from left to right or from right to left? And that will determine where you put your laptop pocket, which will be behind it. So let's grab that laptop pocket. We're going to lay it right side up, and we're also going to lay our piece right side up. But you have to determine, how do you want that pocket to open in the middle. I like my bags to open right to left, but some people like them to open the other way. So we are going to attach that the same way we did the center. But in this case, we need to align the top pieces. So the top accent pieces, as it were. And then we're going to attach the center and then go down the sides. Make sure you also align where those pieces attach to their individual components. So where that seam line is for the top accent. So I'm going to align the center. And then I'll go back and align the sides and then align everything else and clip them in place. And if needed, you can clip the side part to give it some breathing room. So that where the curve sits. Now, once you've clipped the bottom, you're then going to come to the side, and I'm doing it on the left side, and I'm going to clip the top and the side seams and make sure they match. So I am going to nest, which means I'm sorry, not nest. I'm going to make sure they line up perfectly on the side. So check the seams, make sure they're lining up perfectly, and clip them together. You can then go around the entire bag on the side. So I normally go down either one side, as in this case, sometimes I go along the bottom, but I'm going to clip down the side. And then when I get to that bottom corner, as I'm going, if it doesn't quite fit, I will take clips. And clips means I mean small snips or cuts on the curves to help it along. So once I've done one side, I'm just going to clip the other side and then I'll come back and show you what I mean about the corners.
all the way around. Once again, let's add some clips right here in the corner to make sure that there's room to fit it right in there. So I just took some clips over here. I just did little snips. And then we're going to this all together. By the way, we're going to do the same thing on the other side. So the other side will be exactly the same as this side.
Okay, we're clipping them. I'm actually spreading the corner and I'm just checking all of my clips. So the corner is fine. That corner is fine. And I'm now going to do the same thing on what is going to be your right side corner. And I apologize about this being off camera. But we're just adding clips. And then once we get those clips in place, we will need to once again take small snips in the lower corner so that it'll fit around that curve. So this is what it's going to look like once you fit it around that curve. And put as many clips as you need to hold it in place. What I will say is take your time going around the curve to make sure that you get all of your material sewn.
So that is the pocket for the laptop sewn together. Okay, so now we have everything put together. I went and off and I did the rest, and everything is put together. Flip pocket is on one side, center pocket, and then your laptop pocket. Everything now that it's put together, check all your seams, make sure that you don't have any openings down here in the bottom of your bag. And then what we're going to do is we're actually going to trim off the seam allowance, and we're going to trim it by about half. So we're just, once again, reducing the bulk in here by about half. So we're going to grab our scissors and we're going to just trim this. When it comes to the top here, try to cut it at an angle to really thin it out over there. And then you can just cut straight down the middle for the rest of it. So just, like I said, make sure that you don't have any open seams at the bottom of your bag before you start cutting. So don't cut this and then you have seams, open seams. And I'm not really being neat about this. It's inside of my bag. Nobody's going to see it. I'm just making sure I stay away from my stitch lines. And what I was mentioning before earlier here is cut at an angle. So I'm cutting at an angle. So this is angular, and then I cut straight down. So I get as close as I can because that's really where all the bulk is going to be, is at the top. So you're going to continue doing this all the way around for each of the 3 sections. So along with not needing this for the bulk, you also don't need it for the extra weight on the bag. So if you reduce the weight of your bag by a couple of ounces, that's a good thing.
So all the extra fabric is now trimmed off, and we're ready for the next step of putting it all together.
So we should have finished trimming up our piece, our lining piece. Double checked all of our seams, made sure we didn't have any open seams, anything that will go through. And the next thing we're going to do is drop our lining into our bag. So there will be thickness here. I'm going to say that to you. Take your time over the thicker areas. This is where you can use a hump jumper, and that will help. So when you're sticking your lining into your bag, just like you had to pay attention as to the direction of the zipper, your laptop pocket should be at the back of your bag. Because this is my flap. I folded it down near the back. This is where my cell phone pocket is. I want to attach the flap so it's not floating around. And I also know that it's in there evenly within my bag, so I don't have to worry that it's going to come out crooked. I'm going to take my lining, and this is my laptop pocket. So my laptop pocket is on the outside of my bag, right? So this is wrong side, this is right side out. Laptop is on the top here, and the slip pocket is down there. You're going to take your top where your laptop pocket is, and you're going to match it with the center of your back where the flap is. So we're going to align this, and we're going to place clips. Put your D-rings down out of the way. And we're going to clip it just like this, and clip in here. Now this is your flap. This is where your flap ends. And that's really what I'm attaching now. I'm not worrying about the D-rings as far as getting those attached. Although if you want to give it a try and do it, you can. You can absolutely sew across here the entire piece. But for right now, I'm just sewing the flap. And the flap should be wedged right in between, right? And that's the wrong side of my flap. Back of my bag, wrong side of my flap. I'm taking with the laptop pocket on top, not on bottom. I'm then slipping the right side of my laptop pocket to the right side of my bag, basically, because it's the right side of my bag. Down in here, in between, is a slip pocket. So you want to make sure that moves out of the way. I am going to stitch I am going to stitch across my flap, and I'm going to stop maybe about a 1/2 inch away. If you want to, that's what the directions say. If you want to, you can definitely stop right before the edge of the corner over here. So you can stop like a 1/2 inch away from here and a 1/2 inch away from there. It's up to you. It's how cumbersome the bag is for you. You can definitely stitch straight across, but don't go to the seam line. So stop within a 1/2 inch. I'm going to stitch this right here in the middle. Okay, so when you clip the flap, and it should be in the middle, what I will say to you is when I sew this, I'm going to sew it with this down like this because I don't have a free arm. If you have a free arm, you can sew it from the other side, but you're not going to see it. So if you want to sew it the same way I am, I try to get it as flat as possible. And I'm going to sew over here to attach my back, my lining piece to flap to the main body. So it's easier for me to sew it this way, and I am going to sew it at the 1/2 inch seam allowance, which is the final seam allowance. Once again, just make sure that it's as flat as possible, and also you can use that folded edge as your guide for your 1/2 inch. So let's go to the sewing machine and do that. So once again, I'm sewing from the inside because of the fact that I don't have a free arm. So I'm going to slip this under here, make sure I get to that 1/2 inch seam allowance, which is right here. It's actually the crease. If you want, you can just do it at a 1/4 inch and then come back later on because at least it's attached. I try to get it exactly at the seam allowance so I don't have to come back in and worry about being fiddly, which is the purpose of doing it this way. So everything is aligned. I'm going to sew, and I am going to back tack. I'm going to go forward and backwards. Make sure to check where your flap is, and mine is about here. I'm starting about a 1/4 inch past it, or a 1/4 inch before it, and then I'm going to back tack. So when I get to like between, right before my strap connector right here, that's where my strap ends. My flap ends. And I'll back tack. Okay, so now that's done. So if we go back to our desk or your cutting mat, whichever one it is for you, you can then take this lining piece, I'm gonna lay it flat, and I'm gonna remove these clips. And then right between the two pieces of foam, because one should be in the back, one should be in the front, I'm going to flip my bag inside. So I'm just gonna flip it in. Just like that. And I'm just gonna push it right down in the bottom with my hand. It should go right down to the bottom, right? My flap is attached, so I don't have to worry about it being fiddly. All I need to do now is go around the entire bag, fold under that 1/2 inch seam allowance. When you're doing this, make sure to grab your foam and put your material over your foam, right? So don't leave it on the other side. Move your material so it's over the foam, especially on the back side. So I'm going to go and clip this all the way around, meaning I'm going to add clips. That's what I mean by clipping it. Don't cut it, just clip it all the way around. Once again, I'm going to do my bag sewing from the inside, but if you have a free arm, you should be able to use your free arm to do this. At the corners over here, I actually nest my seams, which means I put one to the left and one to the right. I don't try to open them because remember, I trim them very, very thinly, right? I thin them out. This is where you will find bulk, and you will also find bulk at the strap connectors. Fold that under all the corners. And like I said, those seam allowances that you ironed on initially should help you so much at this point. But you just have to fold that seam allowance down and you're good. Match up also your center marks. So make sure that you match the center here with the center mark on your linings. What I do as well is I do stretch this to help it to lay better. Sometimes you'll find that, you have too much material in the middle, but if you pull it, you'll see that you don't have as much as you think and it lays better. So now when I have my flap, I need it to lay flat. So I'm going to just make sure, because it's already in there, I'm just going to make sure that I pull it down in such a way that it lays flat. So I'm still going to need to put clips on either side of these strap connectors here and pull them up. Um, don't let them slouch down in there, pull them up so that they're sitting right up. When we sew across, we should be able to get past it because we're sewing underneath it. We're sewing right here on the fabric, so the strap connector should not be getting in your way when you're stitching your bag closed. So use as many or as little clips as you feel you need to put your bag together. I use a lot of clips. And when I say a lot, it's like they're almost sitting right on top of each other. They're that close together. And I take my time with my top stitching. And push that lining right down in there. So don't let the lining ride up. Push it right down in there so that it's sitting inside your bag. Okay, so I have put all of my clips on that I think that I need. Once again, pull your bag out, pull it to the side, get rid of any extra fabric or loose fabric that you may have, and make sure that everything is clipped the way you want it to. Your clips are facing in the right direction, so I will be sewing from the inside of my bag. So I'm going to face all of my rounded parts of my clip towards the inside of the bag. There's nothing worse than when you're top stitching and then the clip is in the wrong position and you have to stop, reposition it, and hope you don't shift your bag. So that's the bag with the lining in it, and we're going to sew that on. So this is putting it together. Just double checking, making sure that I have all, like I said, all my clips are facing in the right direction. So as I sew, I don't have to do anything but remove the clips. I don't have to reorient them in any way. Once again, your flap should be on there, so you don't have to worry about that either. Right? So your flap is already on there. What I will say to you is when you're sewing this, put your flap up and out of the way. So we should be sewing it with the flap up all the way around, right? So the bag should be open as you sew it. Do not sew your flap down. I am going to start where the flap is, and that's because it's the least obvious part of my bag. In other words, it's the least obvious place to see if I overlap stitches there, that I overlap stitches. I normally start at a side seam, but this bag is a little bit bulky. So I'm going to start in the at the back of the bag, where, like I said, it's less obvious. And you should be laying your bag down like this, and then stitching going all the way around the bag. Take your time with your top stitching. And once again, it should clear all of your hardware. So fold your hardware so it's up, right? So all this should be folded up and out of the way of your stitch line. All right, I'm going to go to the sewing machine, and I will be sewing this all the way around. I'm doing it so that you can watch me sew it, so you don't think I'm doing anything anything sneaky. You'll see if I have challenges. You'll see the challenges that I have, and you'll see me fix those challenges on screen. I may speed it up a little bit for you, so you're not watching me sew, but you'll see me as I fix it if I fix something. Once again, I have a straight stitch machine, so I'm sewing from the inside, starting at the back with the flap. So let's go to the sewing machine. Okay, so before I get started, I'm going to tell you to get a hump jumper. In the earlier video, I told you I can't find mine. So I'm going to use this piece of webbing, and I'm going to fold it as many times as I need to set my to set it so that my needle is flat. So I'll mention it to you, or you'll see me do it. If I turn off the sound, you'll see me doing it. And that's for me to be able to level it so that when I get to the thicker parts, if I put this down, my needle is at the same level and it's not going up in any way, and it helps me. You may have to hand crank. I will tell you, get a brand new needle. Make sure you have a full bobbin, right? So we don't want anybody playing bobbin chicken or bobbin roulette. And then you get started. So I'm going to go to the sewing machine and start sewing. So, so just do this. Okay, so I'm going to try to give you an area, higher view of what I'm doing so you can see what I'm doing. I am going to start on the back of my bag over here. Remember, your flap should be open. I am going to start at an edge, and I am pulling my lining down towards the bottom just to stretch it out and make sure that that seam is clean. Take your time, and I'll show you when I get to the hump jumper how I use it here for the strap. So take your time and align things as you need to align things as you're going. Okay, so I am going to start. Move your hardware out of the way so it's pointing up. So now this is the part where it's going up. So I'm going to take this webbing, which I'm using as my hump jumper, and I'm folding it up to about what I think I need for the thickness of this. With the needle in the down position, and I rotate the needle so it's moving up. So move it up as high as you can without taking it out. Lift your presser foot and slide your hump jumper or whatever material you're using behind your presser foot. So I'm going to push it right back here, shimmy it over so it hits my needle right over here, lower my presser foot, and it helps to level out your needle, which helps you to grab your bobbin thread on the other side. So now I'm going to keep sewing. So now I got to this side, I need to level it again. So this is the tricky part because this is the part you have to make sure you don't grab your hump jumper, right? So I'm going to slide that right under there, right? I'm going to take a couple of stitches forward. So I'm going to take one stitch, two stitch. I'm avoiding this. I'm going to shift this forward just a little bit more, and I'm going to do it again. And then I'm going to, with the needle down, rotate it so it's going up, lift your presser foot, and you should be able to slide out your webbing or whatever you were using as your hump jumper. Okay? So I'm just going to do that, slide this out. from in there, lower this back down, and then I'm going to keep sewing. So do that until you get to a point where you feel that you're totally level. And you're going to probably do that at all the connectors, and then do that as well at your corners, because that's usually where your thickest points are. I'm done. So there were a couple of spots on here where I did stall a little bit. There were about 3. I counted them. There were 3 places where I had to hand crank. I went slowly. Anybody looking at the video, I'm going to speed it up because I went so slow that I think you'll go to sleep. I went very slow because I wanted to make it look as neat as possible. And like I said, I did have a couple of places where it stalled. So I would say like the thicker places here. I had no issues at the corners, by the way, where I thought I would. So it was really just the strap connectors where it did stall a little bit. So the bag, though, is done. It's complete and it's done and it's beautiful, if I have to say so myself. So all the pieces are together. If you do this in cotton, all cotton, you shouldn't have any problem. I also used a thicker vinyl. So normally for this, I would have gone to my industrial machine. I am using a Juki 2010Q. So I'm using a powerful domestic machine, but it's still a domestic machine nonetheless. So I would definitely recommend that you watch the video. And maybe I should have said this before we started this, and I hope you watched everything through sequentially first. But I would recommend that you use a thinner vinyl than I did. I do not recommend marine vinyl. So anybody who's thinking I'm going to go to Joann's and I'm going to grab me some marine vinyl, don't do it to yourself. I'm going to be quite honest. Don't do it to yourself. So the final step of this is to grab our straps and put the straps on our bag. So I'm going to take one of the straps, and we punched 2 holes in here. If you remember when we did the straps, there's one over here and there's one down here. So all I need to get now is my rivets and my setting tool. If you have a rivet press, by all means you can use that as well. I'm just going to use the setting tool so everybody can see exactly what I'm doing. So with the setting tool, because I've already punched the hole, I just need the little anvil piece and then the actual setter itself. And I'm going to just repeat what I did when we created the cross straps, right? The cross body strap. I'm going to repeat the same thing on how to do this. So I'm going to take my strap and I'm going to slide it. I'll start on the D-ring side first because it's easy to see. I'm going to slide it. This is the wrong side. I'm going to slide it through the D-ring, wrong side up. And then what I said that I like to do is I like to take the part with the post and I put that to the front because that's what's going to show. And then I match the post with the hole on the other side and I push that through there as well. As I mentioned before, if you're having problems getting it in, use the point of your seam ripper, but you should be able to get it out of there. I'm then going to take the back side, which is a flatter piece, and I'm going to put that right over that post. So I'm going to match the hole on this with the hole on the post. And you should hear a snap. So if you don't hear a snap, it's not on there. So make sure you get that snap before you go to try to set it. Because if you're not hearing the snap, it's going to bend the post, but it's not going to work. I'm just going to turn this around towards me. Just makes it easier to see. And I'm going to take this and I'm going to match that hole with that. And then I will use the little anvil that I was given, or I have, which is this piece here. And I'm going to make sure that it sits right in that little cup. There's a smaller one here for a smaller rivet, but this is for this. So I'm going to put it on the front side because the post is coming through the back. And remember I said to you, if you hammer it and it doesn't, it bends or it dents, that's going to be on the wrong side and you won't be able to see it. So I'm going to take that, I'm going to stick it right over my rivet. I'm going to grab the other piece, which is the setting tool portion, and then I'm going to get my rubber mallet and I'm going to give it 2 or 3 whacks or hits. And I'm going to set it. So it's set in there. You can double check, right? Because if you try to pull it apart and it comes apart, it's not set. So you should redo it. Then I'm going to make sure my strap is straight. So I'm going to lay it down so it's straight, right? That's straight. And I'm going to slide it through to the other side over here, directly across the flap. Once again, push it through the D-ring. Get your rivet, starting with the one with the post should go first through the front. And then the cap for the other end should go to the back. And then I'm going to grab the cap. I'm going to put it right over that. Put that right over that right there. Hear a snap. You'll actually feel it go down. I'll grab my anvil. I will line up my cap with my rivet. Once again, you can use a rivet press for this. If you have a rivet press, by all means, feel free to use it. I grab my tool. I cover up my rivet and I give it a couple of hits. And I set it. So you're going to do that going all the way around for these 2 in the back as well. Make sure that your strap is straight when you go to attach the other side. There's nothing worse than getting everything together and then you realize you have a twisted strap. Now, this is the last one, and you should have extra rivets. And I like to have extra rivets in case I bend one or in case something goes a little awry, right? So maybe there's an end cap piece that doesn't quite fit and it's supposed to fit. So I always buy extra. So if you purchased a kit with this pattern, it came with 10 rivets. So you should have more than enough because you're only using 4. 1, 2, 3, 4 for this part. And then for your adjustable strap, you actually used 1, right? So for the adjustable strap, you actually used 2. So you used 1 here and you used 1 over here, right? So that's 6 that you used. And if you have extra, meaning you have 4 extra, you can take those 4 and you can reinforce your strap. So your snap connectors, your strap connectors, and I'll show you what I mean. I'm not going to do it on mine, but you can use those extras. But I like to have extras, like I said, because I have bent rivets. And then if I have too little, I don't have enough to finish my project. So once you're done that, see if this one came out. Here goes a perfect example. And I have 1 less rivet, right? So I'll do this one again. So like I said, I like to have extra in case something like this happens and I bent it. So this is fortuitous that this actually happened. So you can see exactly what I was talking about as I was doing it. Okay. So, And I'm guessing it went out because it wasn't, either one wasn't snapped in there, or when I used the anvil, I didn't place it exactly on the center. Okay. Should be good. Okay. So, if you have extra, you can actually, I'm going to open up my bag. You can put a rivet here where your strap is on either side, and that'll reinforce where the strap is, if that's something you want to do. So that's what you can do with your 4 extra rivets if you would like to. But I didn't reinforce it. I just made sure I sewed that well. But once again, you can reinforce it in that way. But overall, your bag is done. So once your bag is done, you could give it a good steam. And when I say steam, hold the iron up and steam it. Don't put the iron flat against it. Give it a nice steam. You should have your flap, and I have my flap with my fabric on the back. If it's all fabric, it's probably quite lovely because you get to pick and coordinate the fabric that you want. There is this big pocket in the front. On the inside of the bag, you should have your laptop sleeve, your center divided pocket, which is right here, your slip pocket right there. So I actually love this bag, and I hope you love it as much as I do. I hope that you enjoyed the journey, because bag making is a journey. At least I believe it is. And you just take it step by step. Take your time when you're making this bag. This is not one of those bags that you're going to race through and you're going to get done because you need to get it done. You're going to take your time because it's a masterpiece. And once again, I like to say that this bag is considered a foundation. Oh, sorry. I like to say this bag is considered, to me, evergreen, because there's so many things you can do with it. And like I said, if you want to leave things out, add things, take a look at the design of, take a look at the tester photos. They are made in all kinds of materials, thinner vinyl than mine, which I highly suggest. There's cotton ones, and get inspiration from that. And I'm excited to see how your bags come out. Thank you for allowing me to join you on your bag making journey.